Welcome to session number 4 of the Mario After Midnight Puzzle Contest, a series of puzzles that I am one of the several streamers involved in adjudicating, all in the various night themes, using night theme mechanics all across Mario Maker 2, with the exception, obviously, of the 3D world style. We did not give this puzzle a very good showing in our previous session. This is by Mepaulic, Item Party Night puzzle. We got to a point where I think I was a little too fatigued to continue and was just spinning my wheels, going between rooms for a bit and totally fumbling items. So we were stuck at a particular point, and we'll try to make it past that roadblock today now that we're a little bit more awake to appreciate this properly. And we'll try to give this a solution. It's the only one that I've had to abort between streams so far. And that's not a situation we want to keep for long, so let's get right back into it and figure out what went wrong. Okay, so it's sort of an item order puzzle. We need to reconstruct the path that we found so far. We began yesterday with the bomb over here, which is really one of the few things you can work with early on, followed by the Shelmet, followed by the hard blocks, which then give you Yoshi and Yoshi eggs that you can also consume as Yoshi if you so choose. That's not going to give you very much, I don't think. The Yoshi egg behavior doesn't seem to be too relevant here. Next thing we discovered after that was that you could grab one of the 1-up mushrooms over here. And because friendly items are repelled in Night Ground, you would then be able to use that to deflect this way. Actually, the 1-ups just speed back and forth. It's the other items like the Fire Flower, which we're going to get in a moment, that do go back and forth like that. Now we know that we can take damage with Yoshi with attracting a poison mushroom like this, which would then give you an infinite P-switch. Infinite P-switch then allows you to go to the other side. I do have a limited activation time on this, but the idea is that you would drop the poison mushroom, and then from there on get the flower. Grab the flower this way, and indeed you can use the flower to open this up as well, although I don't really know what that's useful for just yet. And then we get another flower, which is going to be used for item repulsion on a top row over here, which we'll try to show off in a moment. That dunks a bomb, which then releases a star from that pipe. Now, this is as far as we got. I'm glad I managed to recover this quickly, actually, because one of the problems we ran into yesterday was that even after I had gotten this far, it took a long time to get back here again, because, again, I was much too tired to play this properly, and we just had one execution error after another, and just, you know, I think it was being hypnotically put to sleep by the infinite P-switch or something. That led to all sorts of problems. Now, the issue that we ran into is that now that we've unlocked a star, it seems like the next step clearly has to be to bounce something on the right side column here and lead it up to the on-off switch eventually. Something's going to dunk on top of the on-off switch, almost certainly a bomb. And basically you need some kind of item bounce to lead itself up there. Now, we tried this for a while with items like the star. It's a rather dangerous position to be in. Because of course you can do a bit of item repulsion. However, the way that the star bounces in the lava, I think, means that it would be kind of an extreme edge case to have it go under that tile. I don't know if it's possible for it to go under that tile. It might just... If so, it looks like it's kind of like a bit of trial and error to do it, just given that you'd have to find the exact column and exact height that would allow you to lead the star over. So that seems a little bit inelegant, and I'm guessing that's not really the answer. But we were stuck here. And it looks like there's nothing else that we can do other than send something up the right column. This was really the only thing that we were aiming for. And so we tried a couple of things. We tried repulsion with... no, it's not repulsion in this style because it's, of course, just Night Castle. So if you, spit a flower, it just lands in there. And you'll notice that it doesn't respawn from the pipe, which indicates to me that it does land on a surface, as we saw with the star bouncing. We tried the 1-up mushroom, and it doesn't really do anything other than, go back and forth on the bottom row there, because it's clearly one row below note block. Anyway, I realized belatedly, there's actually one thing that we totally had a blind spot for the whole time, which is reuse of the poison mushroom, because we were so fixated on the star, and also attempting to do this with the 1-up mushroom, that it didn't occur to me that, because I was thinking of the poison mushroom as something that's sort of going to be attracted to the player in Night Ground, and we didn't think that in Night Castle. I think it actually just... Oh, no, it still gets us, of course. Yeah, it does still move towards us. We lose Yoshi there, but let's grab Yoshi again. Now, one thing that we should be aware of, actually, is star plus poison mushroom. Does it consume the poison mushroom and kill it? I believe it does. Oh, no, star actually repels it. Right, because the star actually manipulates its movement. Okay, so that's why the star is relevant, and it's because it would be with a poison mushroom plus star repulsion that would send it up the right side column. I didn't even think about it. We just ran into those puzzles, wasn't it? Okay, so let's grab star plus poison mushroom then, because I completely forgot about the star repelling it, in spite of the fact that I played a couple of puzzles that do use that. I remember one of the Tetraterix mazes in particular that uses that mechanic. Puggles, you need some ideas for a level of Mario Maker? Well, you've come to the right place, probably. We've seen some very unique puzzle mechanics. Okay, so if the star expires, it should attract the poison mushroom back. And there we go, there's a switch. Okay, so this is progress. We're past the part where we got stuck. Yeah, I just at no point thought about how you would have star repulsion on the poison mushroom. We're too rusty at this game. So, at least we won't be spinning our wheels in the same spot for an hour like we did yesterday. But we will need to think about what we can do with the off state at this point. Because, of course, we can't actually go to the right side yet. We would need something to destroy this block. Actually, let's see how we do. Okay, but we do finally have the off state here, which is really, really important. Now, mushroom... Why not mushroom dunk this earlier? We can go across at this point. We can't get through the munchers, because the munchers... Well, you would need a POW to do that. However, if we have an object to stand on plus a key, that we've got the key door finally open. So the question is, what do we do at this point? Well, if the P-switch is disabled, which it's not going to be with its current positioning here, then, yes, this would give you access to the P-balloon. But in order to do that, we would need to get rid of these munchers, or at least disable the P-switch from... Actually, yeah, no, if you spit out a P-switch, it doesn't respawn, and the P-switch expires. Yeah. If you grab the P-switch like this, you disable the infinite P-switch. Then you can grab a P-balloon. P-balloon then allows you to fly under the bottom right in the other zone, I think. It should be a P-balloon. There we go. It's going to swirl. And we've got a star as well. And it does peel off the helmet. I feel like we do want the star just in case. And then P-balloon would then allow you to tap the push block here from the side, I think. There we go. Spike ball is going to move. Spike Ball is going to hit that, and then you get something else from this pipe, which we don't know about. Okay, spring. Interesting. Interesting, because we don't... It's 4. We did finally open that permanently, though. We can switch back to other power-ups in the other room. Yeah, no, I was thinking that maybe you could use the people in to go under the bottom right, because we've seen that in a different level before, but maybe this gap is tight. Puggles, currently you have a mini puzzle room and a power-up room, and you want to make a level around a blue Mecha Koopa Troopa. Yeah. Lots you can do with that, with the fact that you basically have a form of block destruction that the player is able to move around. I feel like that's something extremely flexible that is kind of underused. I didn't expect to hit the timer. I didn't think we took that long, but maybe I took so much time explaining what we were doing. Anyway. Okay, we suddenly have a burst of progress in this level. Now, I haven't thought about what the trampoline won't be useful for. That's... Oh, no, I know what it's used for. Obviously, it's going to be what you stand on to get the key door. We don't know yet what reveals the key, though. We haven't seen what holds the key. It's probably one of the blocks I haven't hit yet. And we'll have to determine which one. It's probably that spike ball that we saw earlier hitting the question block that you see in the top right here, because I don't think anything has hit this question block yet. And given the way this is set up, I think it has to be a spit on the spike ball. But then we only see the spike ball once, though, because it spawns from a question block that's only a single use. So maybe that's not it. Anyway, we'll think about it when we get it. And yeah, Puggles, you're currently testing what the mecha can break. Remember to consider the big mecha as well. That the big blue mecha breaks more stuff. Just as you have some different interactions between small and big bombs. Okay, so... Of course, the big mecha can't be moved by the player in quite the same way. You can move it with the spin gems and so forth, but not exactly the same thing. Alright, let's not burn too much time here. We did run into timer trouble in the last round. Well, yeah, play around in the editor and try the big and the small mecha and everything. Now let's have this. And we'll proceed this way. Yeah, so this question block, if it launches a spike ball, that's, again, only going to be usable once. So, oh, but Yoshi, if you manage to get him across to the other side somehow, would be able to grab the shell, and the shell would potentially be able to hit the question block in the other room, if that is holding the key, as I suspect it must. We need infinite P-switch in this room. We are burning too much time. We're going to run into the clock. So yeah, this we saw previously. And then after the P-switch interaction, we'll go down here. And then, yeah, we need to find a convenient... Whoops, that's not convenient. We need to find a convenient position to consistently spit the mushroom such that it's going to go down the bumper. This was one of the reasons why we were spinning our wheels with the execution yesterday, was because I kept on running into trouble with consuming the mushroom when I was trying to dump it in the bumper. It gets attracted towards Mario, obviously, but it's a little tricky to actually position that properly. And it's time sensitive because the P-switch expires once you are on this side. Okay, so lead it back and just stand here to the left. And West Second Gaming coming in with a party of 20. Let me give you a big shout out first of all. It's been a long time. Hope you still have all the lights up and running for the Mario Maker disco party over there. So yeah, West Second, welcome. And Nuclear Agent, welcome back as well. Okay, let's grab this and... Oh yeah, first of all, let's make sure we grab the flower over here. And then we'll grab a second one for the item repulsion on the other side. Yeah, West 2nd, we've been doing quite well. Mostly running puzzles on the weekdays in the past 2 weeks or so. We're one of the judges for a puzzle contest. It's all about the night theme. This was a puzzle that I got totally stuck on yesterday because I was just much too tired to play through it. But we're suddenly making lots of progress today, so things look promising. We're really just missing maybe 1 or 2 steps, I think. It's pretty clear that the objective is close at this point. Okay, so... yeah, once again, we want the star to expire so we can actually grab the poison mushroom first, and then we'll get some item repulsion going. I need the star to stop. Maybe capture it and let it expire for a moment, and then spit it out until we're ready to deal with it. If it will gladly bounce back, there we go. And then we're going to have item repulsion on this side. Yeah, so this was the step we were missing yesterday, was item repulsion using a star. And then dragging it back like this for the on-off switch. And then this gives you access to the P-Balloon. Okay, P-Balloon is next. So, what do we do with it? Let's... yeah, we need to just sneak in under here, we can. Oh yes, after the P-Switch expires. No, we need to get the P-Switch with Yoshi first. I forgot that step. Yeah, it's clearly within range, so we disable the infinite switch. Here we go. Took a while to do it. Notice that the P-Switch potentially could give you the door entry as well if we don't end up using the side spring for it. If we have to use the sideway spring for something else. Like, for example, bouncing some kind of object towards the question block that will ultimately give us access to probably the key. I think that's got to be the key location. I can't see anything else that we haven't interacted with yet. So Spike Ball is going to do this. Oh. Taking damage like that is fine, actually. Because we can grab this right away. Okay, so this is the step that we're on now. Oh yeah, this is not even a side spring, this is a vertical spring. I didn't even see that properly. The fact that it's a vertical spring tells me that we can use it to project something towards the question block. Now, what could possibly hit it? We've seen a spike ball. We haven't seen whether this blaster actually releases anything. Like, what if you did an up throw here? Does this give you... oh, POW! Very good, very good. Then POW would release the munchers in the bottom right pipe. Bone shell. Okay, that's interesting. You would need to carry the bone shell and fire it across. I don't think you can just dock inside a bone shell. Well, you can, but you need to get out of it afterwards. Okay, so let's get over here, and I would need to be short. Hang on. Let's get out here and take damage first. We do need to be small for this. And then, the idea should be that I can fire it. No, because of this little slope here. Okay, no, that's a problem. We would need to use the spring in conjunction with... we haven't really used... oh yeah, we have used the spring. We used it in conjunction with the POW over here. Now, the fact that we have an additional POW might be helpful. So, I feel like the next interaction has to be... well, it's going to be something that hits the question block, but it's not necessarily firing the bone shell, because now the bone shell lets us go into the lava in the other room, which is important. Notice as well that if the bone shell is able to collapse on top of something, we can go left over here, and maybe there's something inside the pipe. Like if we manage to step on something. Okay, so Bone Shell allows you to dock over this way. So this is something new. Allows you to go up top. It allows you to check this pipe, which is nothing. And allows you to go up here. We've got 10 seconds. We're not going to see whatever this is. We'll have to figure this out. Let's say we have Comet. Okay, so we're up to the Bone Shell at this point, and we have to hit the question block on the top right. It's not going to be firing the Bone Shell through here because, of course, it hits the wall. But if the Bone Shell is able to give us access to a different object that we can send, that would be great. It might even be something like if we have access to a side spring or something, then we can launch an object and by having it placed to the right of the bumper. And then, you know, you drop something like a side spring on top of it and then launch it over. But we haven't seen any evidence of something like that yet. So currently, we just need to redo the steps. Now, it is tighter on time than I expected. And again, it could be a lot of different interactions possible in a night team. I feel like it might potentially be this shell as well. That if, for example, we get Yoshi to ride... Yeah, because then you can grab this shell, and then this shell might be the answer. I was thinking, okay, you got a one-tile gap here. Could you actually have Yoshi riding a... No. Hang on. No. You ride Yoshi or you ride a Bone Shell. Let's rethink this. But I feel like you would potentially have some way to get Yoshi across. And then you can do it using the spring, for instance. Yeah, if you can somehow get... Because this opens up on the left. We haven't used this at all yet. This might be important, I think, because let's say you take damage over here with Yoshi, and then Yoshi would be able to run all the way across the top. And then if you have the Bone Shell, you can rejoin Yoshi, and then grab the shell from there. So the idea here is that, let's say we're already in the off state. You're riding Yoshi. Yoshi is, say, carrying the Bone Shell at some point, so Yoshi carries the Bone Shell from the other room and drops it somewhere here safely. After you do that, you take damage with Yoshi over here, but have something like a spring placed in such a way that Yoshi is forced upstairs. Once he's forced upstairs, then he would, from having taken damage, run all the way to the top right. Once he's taken damage and run to the top right, then he stays in the top right until you take the Bone Shell across here and rejoin him. Rejoin him, grab this shell with Yoshi's tongue, you bring it back in this state, and at that point, Yoshi spitting the shell should be able to hit the question block. Once you hit the question block, you just need one object to get you to the door, and we've got lots of candidates for that, mostly the POW piece, which could work just as well if you wanted to take something else across. But let's restart because we burnt 200 seconds just looking at this. At West Second, you can never figure these puzzles out. I had so much trouble with this one yesterday. There was just one critical step that I had a total blind spot for. But, you know, it turns out actually taking a moment to step out and reconsider helps tremendously, which unfortunately is not an option that you typically have if you're just streaming continuously. Okay, so we've got this. Next is going to be trading to Yoshi over here. And then, after grabbing Yoshi, you grab one-up mushroom over here. And then just tap, because we'll need that later. One-up mushroom is going to give us the block on the bottom rung that unlocks the poison mushroom. Poison Mushroom leads to self-damage. Self-damage is going to activate the Infinite P-switch. Right here. So yeah, all this we figured out yesterday, up to this point. And P-switch is then going to give you this bit here, which again is the big execution trap in this level, which is accurately spitting the Poison Mushroom into the bumper. Yeah, this is by far the biggest execution challenge in the level that we've seen so far, just spitting the mushroom into the right place while you're flying. It's better to spit here, I think. Yeah, it's so much better to spit from there. We should have just realized that in the first place. Because even if it overshoots, you attract it back, and it doesn't jump over this column of 3 spaces, because Poison Mushroom jumps up 2 spaces. First of all, let's bust this, because we'll need to come back with a P-balloon. Next, we come up here. And repel. Which then opens up the star. Opening up the star, we take the Poison Mushroom to the other room. So yeah, the Poison Mushroom through the bumper was a big problem for us yesterday. And the actual puzzle solving, this was the step that eluded us yesterday. Using the star to push the Poison Mushroom, which, again, we've seen in many puzzles in the past, but totally forgot about here. Off switch then gives you what? Off switch leads to P-balloon in the other room. P-balloon then opens up the side spring in the subworld. Okay, so let's dismount if we can. We're getting the P-balloon anyway, it really doesn't matter if we take damage. Oh yes, we need Yoshi to grab the P-switch. I keep forgetting. Oops, I said we need Yoshi to grab the P-switch. If you would kindly come back. There we go. Okay, that disables the Infinite P-switch. And then P-balloon's gonna swirl up here. With that very fancy P-balloon night theme interaction that we practically never see. And then P-balloon is going to open the spike ball top. Okay, there we go. Spike ball is going to open up the sideways spring. We can just kind of take damage here if we want to do it quickly. Up throw towards a shell would launch it up top, but then we can't get it, so that's not useful. Yeah, so we come back here with Yoshi and we place a spring like this. And of course we get the spring from the pipe here because we want Yoshi to be carrying the bone shell. I practically saw this bit here accidentally, but I was curious about whether the blaster would give you anything, and that was just a natural thing to attempt. Okay, at this point we get bone shell. We do need to be small to get a bone shell. And then we'll need to get Yoshi to get up for us. Oh no, we need to carry it, obviously. Because of the bounce. So, let's just drop out of it. Oh, no, hang on. Let's grab it again without the star, because the star does kill it instantly. Now, I want to drop it, soft drop, to kind of jump into it. So Yoshi can grab that. In the next room, do we need anything other than Yoshi plus the shell? We need to soft drop the shell somewhere, which is kind of challenging with floating around. And then we take damage with Yoshi to the top left. So let's see where we want to drop the shell. But probably in the lava is fine because it's going to float. No. Terrible timing. Let's do it again. Oh, no. Once again, we need to raise the cannon. I'm pretty sure I see the path from here, though. We just haven't had the opportunity to try it yet. And then, well, I forgot that it has wings. Let's do this again. Yeah, because previously I picked it up manually and that clipped its wings, which is actually kind of important. Clip his wings first. Not there. I was specifically trying not to drop it there. I was just trying to go one tile over. That's okay. And of course, because it's actually still technically on screen, and because it's on the ground tile underneath the lava, we have to respawn it this way. So yeah, again, execution errors can be rather abundant. Let's just try to drop it somewhere safely where Yoshi can pick it up. There we go. Come on. No, not like that. The problem with doing this while swimming is that you try to soft drop an object and you, of course, also sink. And then we might as well grab one. It doesn't hurt. Next thing will be having this available. Oops. Didn't we manage this earlier? Yeah. Seem to displace it just a little bit for some reason. Once again, munchers need to go this way. Being small is great. It lets us just grab the bone shell immediately. With a little bit of head protection this time. Oh, nope. Hang on. Let's not mount Yoshi like that. Let's get over here. Come on, star needs to expire. Which means that we also just need to let the star go if we can, so it doesn't drop on top of us while we're trying to pick up a shell. Come on. See, that's why execution errors are just the thing that makes puzzles so long, really. It's never really the actual puzzle solving that is the longest part. Okay. Back to the other room. Now we need a nice, gentle location for that. Great. This still has wings on it, so let's... Oh. Okay, no, it'll fly away. And we'll just grab another one. Grab it by hand. And again, take Yoshi to damage him. We've got 60 seconds left. We don't have a lot of time to play with this. That's the thing, is that if you're somewhat imperfect with this level, and you actually run into time trouble really quickly. No, I guess we need Yoshi one tile up. Oh no, he's totally good. Okay, now we're in trouble. Now we're also in time trouble, so... Okay. Just need to position him again. Hopefully we can get out safely this time. Good, much better. Got 27 seconds. This is not a lot of time to work with. Depending on how that goal is going to look, because we still need to do something on the other side. Let's grab Shelmet. We're not going to have enough time, but let's just see if we can at least get as far as seeing the spit in the other room to see if we can make contact with the question block. We'll need to be quick. Is it a key? Yes, it's a key. And we're just short when it comes to time. Obviously, we've got a lot of options for the key door at this point. We do have the P-switch. We can also go back to the other room to grab a spring to grab a POW. And then, who knows, if the gate has a secret ending that requires a second item, like an extra P or an extra POW block, we can deal with it, and then we know how to adjust accordingly, so... Yeah, once again, the execution mistakes do put you, as the player, at fairly serious risk of just timing out, because some things can take a little bit of time to reset, but I'm trying to play a little bit cleaner here. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay, so we can take Yoshi through and then grab the 1-up on the other side. And here we are. So we've got the whole sequence mapped out at this point, all the way up to the keys. And it's very clear how to get to the key door at this point. We just need to do everything quickly and accurately enough. Which is often much, much easier said than done. So yeah, not crashing out repeatedly to spitting the poison mushroom poorly is definitely a start. And at least we're able to try things and progress today in ways we were not yesterday. So yeah, we discovered this is a much better spitting position. We'll lead it back. The thing is, you do need to get here quickly before the P-switch expires. Fireflower 1. Synthbot, welcome. Yeah, there's a pretty tight-knit puzzle community that has run lots of contests like the one I'm doing right now in the past. There's also a puzzle community Discord that's associated with them. And actually, let me see if I can put this up. The puzzle community Discord, I don't have the link with me at the moment, but if you go to the second link there, where it says rules and details, I believe there's a link there. And yeah, there are a couple of people who are very dedicated puzzle makers or streamers. I don't just do puzzle levels, but I do play them quite often. And we've seen all kinds, like some that are more like item logic puzzles, some that are much more like cryptic escape rooms. What am I holding? I'm holding Fireflower. Let's get back there and do a repulsion with it over here. And it's going to hit the note block to the right. But yeah, the puzzle genre in Mario Maker is a pretty mature format at this point, and is full of interesting ideas. Okay, at this point, we want the star for the item repulsion on this side. We played a lot of these in Mario Maker 1 as well. Especially when we went back to Maker 1 before the shutdown this year. Though even back then, there were a lot of people trying to figure out how to make logic puzzles happen. There are a lot of things you can do in Maker 2, particularly with the scroll stop containing the camera, that make a whole lot more puzzle concepts possible. What was I doing next after this? We had the on-off switch, we go for the P-balloon. Oh, I forgot to destroy the ice block. We need to do that. Yeah, the game was never able to play online. That's unfortunate. If you just didn't have Nintendo Switch Online or something? Yeah, because, I mean, that's really kind of the core of Mario Maker experiences. Actually getting to find the good stuff. Of course, Maker 3DS never had online, and some people still got tons of mileage out of it. Okay, so, yeah, we need to grab the P-balloon so we can access this spring. Let's... oh, first of all, yeah, I keep forgetting this step here, that Yoshi needs to grab the P-switch to disable the infinite switch. This tongue interaction always takes way too much time. Okay, and then, yeah, once the P-switch unlocks, then we get the P-balloon swirling up this way. I like how the swirling P-balloon is something that positionally you can see right at the beginning of the level, and it draws lots of attention to itself. And so it's something that you just kind of keep in mind for much later. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, Maker 1 was sort of in an interesting position too, in that, you know, I mean, not that many people had Wii U's, but there was a huge viewership among people who clearly didn't play the game, or at least didn't play online. It's very clear to see why it's, among Nintendo games, one of the most spectator-friendly ones, in some ways. Okay, let's grab this guy. Then we're going to pop them over to the left. And that's going to give me the POW. POW is then going to give me the Munchers, which will give me the Bone Shell. Let's let the star dance around over here, because we don't want stars to drop on us while we're trying to pick up the shell, so... I might just need Yoshi to capture it, actually. Just to get it out of the way. Except now I've got this position here to deal with. Come on. Dismount. Okay, there we go. Bone Shell is next. And then we get Yoshi to grab the Bone Shell once we set it down gently. Not like that. Let's get out of the way. Oh, whoops. Okay, that was a terrible bounce. All that work. Down to drain. That's okay. We'll do a few things a bit more efficiently this time. This is the phase of puzzle solving that we always dread a little bit, where we have the whole solution at this point, but we need to execute it. Stay focused enough to do all the steps correctly and in order, which sometimes can take quite a while, even if you know what's going on. And alright, let's go down. That star is unexpectedly troublesome. Well, you know, it's a puzzle level. Everything turns out to be troublesome at some point when you are impatient to just finish it. Okay, let's take this up. Yeah, this is a continuation of a puzzle that I had started yesterday. I started this level yesterday, rather, and the reason I didn't finish it was because we kept running into things like this poison mushroom not dropping into the bumper in the next room accurately. But we do have a consistent position for it now. If we can get there quickly. Lead it over before the expiry. Gives you a fire flower, then gives me this block, which we need. Then repulsion on the other side. Okay, here we go. That's going to give me a star. Let's prepare the poison mushroom in advance so we have it handy. We do want to pick up the star and take it out immediately. And maximize the uptime on it, although we can just fire right away, I think. This is going to bounce, and then the star expires, poison mushroom comes back, and that is the on-off switch, which will then give me the P-Balloon. Okay, so, yeah, let's grab the star with Yoshi, so I... Actually, well, for the P-Balloon... No, we need to grab the P with Yoshi. I said this is a step that we always have a few issues with. One of them anyway. You need good timing. Grab that. But once the P-switch expires, we will grab the balloon and get out. Okay, good. That's going to give me the spike ball in this room. Will then allow me to trade up to the spring. Okay, we'll take damage off of this so we can grab it right away. Not an absolute necessary step, but it is the most efficient way to do it that we can see. This is going to give us the POW. POW is going to give me a bone shell, and we'll get Yoshi to capture a star so we can grab the bone shell without issues. Hang on. The star, not the POW. Okay, good. Trapped it. Notice that we took out both munchers over to P-switch. Oh, no, hang on. Actually, that's a problem because the infinite P-switch prevented us from running into issues with the P-balloon coming back. That's okay, we got it. Let's drop this gently, which is a bit of an issue. Yoshi's gonna grab it. And then we've got plenty of time left on the clock this time for this bit. Soft drop this way. Well, yeah, you're going to clip the wings first just to ease up into positioning, but it's better if I have a little bit of extra protection too, so we don't run into problems with the spike damage over here. Whoops. So Yoshi is going to bounce on top of that. Then run across, and then we will sail across down here to join him. Then he's going to grab the other spiny shell. Okay, there we go. That's the best we've done. Now we grab the key. So I bet there's some kind of bonus for getting out with either an extra P-switch or an extra POW, because you can clearly do it. I bet you can do it. We can also capture the shell again if we really wanted to. But anyway, the idea is that we need to go back to the first room to... Oh yeah, no, because you have to grab the spring anyway... Okay, no, we can still do it. I mean, we could have just exited with the P-switch right away in that room. But rather than do that, we're going to do things a long way. Thank you for the narration, otherwise you'd have no clue what's going on. I mean, you know, otherwise I'd have no clue what's going on either. And I'd need to keep track mentally. And stay somewhat focused when we do these. Because mistakes can happen often. Okay, so what's going to happen is that we're going to grab the P-switch here. I'm going to just take an extra P to an extra... I don't know what's beyond the key door, but sometimes if you do a little extra like this, you can see a little bonus interaction. Sometimes. If we, of course, first of all, just position this a little more accurately. Oh, no, hang on. Don't want to spit that yet. We were trying to keep it. Of course, you could also enter the door by going on top of the P, and then... Oh yeah, there's nothing. There's just a DHX, GG. So, no bonus for taking an extra item. So we could have done that a little faster by just taking the P-switch right away after getting the key, and then using that for the door entry instead. Anyway, got this one out of the way. Yeah, we spent so long yesterday missing... Well, two things. Missing the bumper for the Poison Mushroom Spit, and then missing the star repulsion for the other Poison Mushroom Spit. So that was the roadblock that we hit, and then we're past it today, so... Thank you for the GG document. Yeah, document, we've seen some really interesting puzzles in this series that I've been doing. And we've got 4 more to go. I don't know how many we'll get through today because puzzles can be long. But we will take a look at Noah Good's entry next. Okay, this is the on-off pit. There once was a mysterious pit. Go in Blue Pipe to save the coins. This is the night mode only puzzle competition. Yes, it is. And yeah, we've seen some that are pretty fascinating. Now, I was told by several of the makers that my solutions technically counted as a cheese. I think we've actually had more cheeses than intended solutions at this point, but that's my playstyle, and that's just what happens. And they were still satisfying. Like, they were actually solutions that felt like they could very well have been intended, and in fact felt very clever. So I guess they were just accidentally clever. Let's go into the Blue Pipe to save the red coins, and see how that goes. Yeah, there were definitely some moments in some of the puzzles where I thought, wow, that's absolutely ingenious, and what actually happened was that I'd found a cheese. But just a very satisfying one. Oh, I keep forgetting, I'm no longer in Night Castle, I can't swim. was trying to swim here because we were still kind of adjusting from the previous puzzle. So yeah, there is a sort of remote on-off interaction. Again, I need to stop trying to swim. Let's... Yeah, I don't know what the activation is, but this is obviously a kind of tutorial room to show you that it's triggering something down there, and I'm trying to discern what that is. Notice the little scroll that takes you to the right. That I think is just there to hide mechanisms. And yeah, the Nicobo's mechanic. Yes, that's right. I do remember that. Sintova, there actually is at least one person whose world records I see on puzzles all the time who is kind of a puzzle speedrunner, I think. And there are a few people like that who, obviously, the puzzle makers consult for a lot of playtesting. Okay, so we have a safety coin over here. It looks like this is a 3-part multi-coin level with a recycled checkpoint. I need to remember that we are no longer swimming, because this is not a castle. I always have this adjustment that I need to do when I switch between level styles. I guess we'll go yellow first. Good luck. Okay, so we've got this spring here, go side to side. Yeah, because basically you toss something in here and then interactions happen. So it looks like the idea is that we need to have access to the side spring through activation of an on-off switch. Probably be a toggle like before, which means we'll toss something like the P-switch to the left, I'm sure. Yeah, we'll just grab this right away, because that's what you get for doing the room. And then that should give you the toggle. Oh, it bounces back like that, though. That's fine, because maybe we're able to bounce back and forth. Oh, ultimately you do need to hit the P-switch to get out of the P-door. So the idea is that we need to... well, first of all, toss this again, but then we would need to activate it later. So maybe it's not this. Maybe we use the spring first. We need access to the power regardless. And I'm just thinking about whether in low gravity spring plus power will get me upstairs. I think it should. There's nothing else here that, if an object is kind of trapped to the left while we go to the right of the mouse switch, I think that will require me to cycle back. Oops. Yeah, that should give me plenty of height. We just take the P-switch and exit the gate again, and then we are able to take the P-switch with us. And I don't think we can take any other objects with us, though. That'll be a little out of reach. So we cycle back with the P, then head up the POW. Okay. And that is just room 1. We just cycle through the checkpoint. Everything is protected from carrying the P-state over, obviously. And we'll just wait for the expiry. Yeah. I was wondering whether the various elements that are off to the side were actually signifying anything, like whether that was the Goomba Shoe room, but it was not. So, presumably this will not be the Piranha room, I suppose. It'll be something else. Yeah, again, we have the whole side mechanic over here that you can see just off screen. That is the combination of the thwomp and the spring. It's pretty well hidden for the mechanism to feel intuitive. So here we need, obviously, a state switch. The state switch will then allow the stump to push me onto the right side if we just stand here. And then, yeah, it looks like you get more springs from destroying the muncher on this side, so we will make use of that somehow. Let's just toss this first, and then that should push. Like that, good. Presumably, you can then use it to maybe push the POW if we can. I feel like maybe we need to stand on top of it, but... Oh yeah, we can just send it over. Except now I have nothing to stand on. Whoops, that's a mistake. Silent Carnographer, welcome back. Hope you've been alright. Okay. Let's do this again. Let's toss just a single activation over here. Oh, we should have taken the spring with us. That's what we were missing, because now I can just use the spring to jump up. And we should be able to get more of them after we spend the POW. Actually, let's spend the POW now, because we can take out the Muncher. And then just grab another one. What I wanted, though, was the spring so we could get the coin. Ideally. I mean, we could also... Oh, not quite. Oh, we're being so clever. I mean, I guess this is almost a Kaizo thing if you do it accurately. Which, I mean, you're clearly supposed to take the spring over. I'm just trying it this way because... Whoops. Okay, let's not. Let's do it for real. Yeah, you float for too long on top of that. Anyway, we want to be pushed back over, and we want to take the spring back over, and then we use that to go upstairs. Then we would probably want the spring to be on top of the stump when you do that, because the reason is that the spring would be carried back over. And if it was carried back over, then... Oh, come on, slip to the right if we can. Actually, maybe I should just drop the POW and then let that send me through. Here's the problem, is that we should have taken the spring through in the first place, and that would have been much easier than trying to execute this, because I'm just too floaty. Are these night-themed puzzles? Do you think you played a Schlecht jam from this series recently? Yeah, Sir Schlecht did have a contribution to this. I have not played this yet. I will probably get to it today. Let's take a death here, actually, because I want to take the spring through on the first pass. You want to avoid because of spoilers, but... well, thank you for watching anyhow. There are definitely some specific puzzles in this series I would highly, highly recommend, but I want to refrain from commenting on that too much until I and the other judges have sort of awarded the levels accordingly. But I definitely have a few favorites already from the ones that I've played. Yeah, the unfortunate thing about low grab items is that they make everything so cheesable. Absolutely. Okay, so we can put... Well, first of all, let's send the POW over. We don't have to, because we can always just carry the POW. Actually, no, we want to spend the first POW on the Muncher. And we want to drop this on top. So it's going to go back and forth on a stump. Good. Now we just jump on top. And then we use the spring again for... Oh, maybe not. Well, that was not what I expected. Okay, nope, POW plus spring then. We'll just increase the stack by 1. Almost. Oh, totally not. You know what? In that case, we will want to send this back, though. Because, I mean, tossing the POW on the left side isn't going to do it. Yeah, we will actually need to send this back across. Which is okay, because... well, we'll need to rethink this for a moment then. Because I'm hoping to just get pushed by the POW, we can just slip in here. It's not quite going to go positionally. Yeah, that's not going to work. Hang on. Let's rethink this for a moment. I mean, we no longer need to use the POW, so... As long as we send a spring across, we We can even bounce a POW on top of it, potentially. It's probably not the answer, but... Yeah, hang on. If we don't regrab, we can probably do it that way. It's almost certainly not the intended solution, but... Do they have Maker 2 on the Switch? Yes. And no, there's no compatibility with the levels in Maker 1. You need a Wii U. Well, and online services for that no longer exist either. Whoops. Because the Maker 1 servers officially were shut down in April this year, and we played lots of Maker 1 leading up to that. There currently is an alternate fan server for Maker 1 that is up and running, but it doesn't have the old content from the original servers yet. The data is archived though, and the intention is to eventually have Maker 1 up and running for people to basically connect through an alternate server on the Wii U's. So basically a lot of the tech is in place, the archive exists, it's just that everything needs to be put together. So where would someone find a whole list of the levels? Sorry, I missed your message earlier, Silent Cartographer. Let me see. It is the first link here, which is also the checklist of who has played what among the judges in this project. First of all, let's whack the Muncher. Now, if you need to send the spring across anyway, we might as well just go spring plus a POW jump. We can do it. Hang on. This is a bad position. And yeah, if you're interested in the puzzle genre, it's very well developed at this point, and certainly a lot of the makers involved in this contest are very dedicated puzzle makers who have created dozens. I can certainly recommend many of them as well. Yeah. I mean, this is not the way to actually do it. The thing I was thinking about... It's sort of interesting that this says spring is attached to the blue pipe, because currently... Oh, okay, no. I get it. This is entity blocked. So what's happening here is it's showing me that there's a spring that is attached to the blue pipe, but none are spawning. Nothing is spawning there because it's currently at entity limit. Because it's at entity limit, we know that we can actually spend a POW on the left side. And actually, it's a side spring interaction on the left side anyway, so we can spend a POW regardless. So we were totally overthinking this. We could just fire the POW into the left, and it should actually still work. And yeah, I didn't really play puzzles actively when Maker 1 was current, but I caught up on tons of Maker 1 puzzles this year. Before it shut down, because we just know a lot more makers nowadays. Okay. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Now, I should be able to just fire the POW here, I think. It should work. It totally doesn't work. Alright. That's alright. We'll send this to the left instead. Okay, so, yeah, maybe that's not what it means then. I was thinking, okay, maybe it's just entity blocked and we would have a spring there. That makes no sense, actually, because we killed the Muncher and, well, we'll see. Anyway, we need to send this back to the left, regardless. And, you know, we can just toss this. That might be a bad idea. There is lock protection on this side for a reason. I was hoping that I could just be pushed by the POW, because the stump goes just a little bit short of where I need. That's not going to work. Let's reposition this. Yeah, because I was hoping to just kind of slip into the left here at a stump, but it's very difficult to make happen positionally. We don't need a POW, but we do need something to push over here. I don't think I can actually slip into this spot. It's just a tiny bit too... Okay, what we can do is we can put the POW over here so we can walk off of it so we don't need to jump. No. Because nothing... Yeah, you can't actually fit in that spot. So we do, in fact, need to come up here somehow. Maybe we just need to POW jump it. Which means we should have left a spring there. Oh well. There we go. I feel like there is a real solution that doesn't require that. Possibly we're supposed to take the spring into the pipe. I don't know if this is already an exit. Yes. Okay, that's what it means. It's not that the pipe spawns the spring, it's that you need the pipe to come up like this, and then P-switch is going to blow this up, obviously. And then that gets you through. No, that's a safety coin. Let's not take that yet. In case of extreme timeout edge cases that could lead to a key death. Yeah, you think I could have gotten pushed through? I don't know. It seemed like I had a bit of difficulty getting into that slot, so... Because I was thinking of loading the POW at an offset and slipping in there, but we couldn't make that happen earlier, so... It was a bit difficult to set that up. Because I was thinking, you know, a stump tugs to POW, POW pushes you through, and... That really should have worked. But we just never managed to land there accurately. Okay, so P-switch over here, we need multiple on-off activations. That's going to be using the spring down there to bounce things around. But first we'll need to do this. So, is it just going to work the same way as before? Yes, it is. But in order to do that, we do need to go up a spot. Oh yeah, we have the P-switch now, so after one more activation, we'll just go get the P-switch. And then the P-switch can be the bouncing object, which then allows me to cycle around and grab the POW. Actually, we just need the P-switch up here for this door, so never mind that. Yeah, no, we cycle through. We use the P-switch now, and then we get the POW, and we use the POW to bounce it, and then we basically do a three-way trade here. And jumping up here doesn't do anything because it's ground tiles on either side. Level Maker's gonna go crazy from the cheesing? I don't know. It's not really that much. Like I said, several of the makers I've played so far have told me I had cheesy clears, and that just comes with the territory. So, okay, next we take the POW and drop it down here. And then, let's not time out, obviously. That's why we don't have the safety coin yet. Okay, P-switch over here, and then we are done with this room. And then, yeah, that's actually it. We've got 75 seconds to come out here, and that is almost a clear. Good thing we're not really tight against the time. But anyway, one ups for endless, and that's a GG. Even a tech is there, puzzles kind of have a gentleman's agreement not to cheese. Well, yeah, the issue was that I found solutions to some other puzzles that I totally thought looked intended. And actually looked kind of brilliant, and I was told afterwards, nah, that's a cheese. But it didn't make it any less satisfying to do it, right? Like, we still got to understand those puzzles quite well. And yeah, a gentleman is a term for the middle class, not for the, you know, landed feudal lords or what have you. Anyway, that's the entry from Noah. Good, yeah, pretty cleanly put together. One of the quicker ones that we've seen so far. So we are going to look at that Search Select one, because it was next on my list to do of the ones that I haven't seen yet. And this was one that's was mentioned earlier. I don't know if this would be the same version that you played. And yeah, so this was Puzzles of Dancing Moon by Star Select. Very regular contributor to the puzzle contests in the past, and somebody who has had some very difficult mechanics that were kind of hard to pick out on some previous occasions. But we'll see how this one goes. I go out dancing with Mario after midnight. The moon is shining too bright. Okay, 50 coins galore. And a moon. Oh, it's the dancing moon. Moon would obviously eliminate everything, and then you have a reset door if you have things that you don't want to touch yet. The moon is going to leave everything open downstairs. Now, if you activate the P-switch one time, I wonder what happens. Because I think the idea... Yeah, because the P-switch traps you. The issue with the P-switch trapping you, of course, is that you can't just grab the bomb immediately and take it over, because you just simply wouldn't have time. Because sooner or later you hit the P-switch. So what you do instead is you need to somehow eliminate the muncher, such that the bomb is able to walk. If the bomb is able to walk... Actually, no, that doesn't do it either. You need to skip the P-switch somehow, or make it so that the time doesn't matter. Oh, this is interesting. I thought it was going to be a reset door, but it's not matched that way. Oh, interesting, that as soon as you go back here, that's the moon's spawning location, and because it's the moon's spawning location, everything is immediately cleared. That's new. Yeah, Mario Maker aesthetics are also very, very developed at this point, and so the quality of a lot of these makers is something that often looks very, very professional. Some levels can be a bit noisier than others. With puzzle levels, obviously, sometimes there's a need to really slim down on aesthetics a bit to focus on mechanics. This looks totally breakable, this spot here. It's very, very suspicious up top. It's not a scroll stop though, it's just a passage that might open up to eventually drop something on a claw. But anyway, if we go over here... Okay, so we actually see quite a few rooms in this one that we'll need to navigate through. And so maybe it's designed in such a way that you have to tour the rooms once first. This is absolutely fascinating. The usage of the moon here and the placement of the moon such that you just kind of have the immediate clearance when you come back on the track. Yeah, I see how it's done. I see how it's done. It's because you have that initial positioning. I'm thinking about the tracks, of course, and trying to see what to do with those. I think you're supposed to cycle through once and scout all the rooms to put together what to do. Obviously, Fire Flower can get you through here eventually. And then the moon does not appear in this room yet. We didn't clear anything with it. Notice the hard block down here with the scroll stop, which might lead to the other room downstairs. Although... Well, we'll think about that, because the camera did shift past the boundary on the downstairs room, so it's probably not the same row here. Fire Flower, yeah, that just drops off the track here. That, I mean, we have to take it. And then this is Night Ground, so you're going to repel the flower on either side. That's going to be necessary to remember. Oh, and you drop immediately here. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so you cycle through, and then if you're holding the bomb, then perhaps... Well, let's see, because the idea here is that we need to somehow cross the P-switch without getting into issues with the bomb timer. Let's cycle through again just to see this properly. Well, first of all, let's pop this. That might be some kind of spawn block here, I suspect. So let's actually cycle back into this room to see if anything has been removed. Yes, we're still kind of in the initial phase of scouting the level, so we're still figuring it out as well. Notice, okay, so notice this block here. I think what's being done here is that there are actually multiple moon placements. Maybe. I'm thinking about how this works in the editor, because, like, clearly you have something that's, I think, possibly even the initial moon position. Yeah, this is something new when it comes to the moon mechanic. Now, notice that the flower is here, but if you have a P-switch active, I think you can actually repel the flower by going left. So eventually, perhaps, if you destroy this by taking a bomb through here, you know, with the hot potato mechanic, that's it, actually. You have to grab the bomb. You know you're going to get the bomb in the next room. You know you can pass through the doors rather quickly. When you pass through the doors, you take the bomb over here, you break this open, and then drop in, probably. Now, if I'm carrying the bomb, I think it should be immune to the moon, right? No, it's not. Okay, that's important. Right, okay. Yeah, no, if you're carrying it, that doesn't change a thing. You do still lose it. Hence all the, you know, kind of moon dodging levels that you occasionally see. Yeah, so if you take it through here, moon comes immediately. But what if you consume the moon here first? No, because that kills the bomb. Okay, so we need some way to preserve the bomb between doors, I think. That is probably the way. Also, we didn't consider that we could reverse through this pipe. Because this is Maker 2, and you can reverse through pipes, imagine that. As you come over here, notice that, yeah, there's this camera positioning with custom scroll that happens in the main world as well. Definitely custom scroll. Using the scroll stop at the wall on the right. So, let's say... Yeah, because if I have the bomb, moon is going to eliminate it, obviously. Yeah, the eventual objective should be to somehow get a bomb to detonate with the question block over here. That's what we're going for. The issue with going for that earlier is that if you run into the P-switch... Oh, okay, we actually do see these ground tile traps over here. What if you just hit the P-switch first and just consume it? Then that's fine, and you can just carry the bomb across. But you need to take damage. Okay, yeah, why don't you just consume the P-switch first and let it expire, and then you can just cart the bomb down with no problems. In which case, I need to take damage, and... But right now we're in kind of a loop where we are picking up the flower over and over. I also feel like if you get into these positions that the moon potentially just kind of hits you. Yeah, because I think we need to be small for this. That we need to be small, and so we can cart the bomb all the way across and toss it to the right. And then lower the blaster by one slot so it's going to give me something else. Now to do that, do we need to restart? Because I don't see how we're going to take damage here. We need to take damage from something. We can take damage by just running into the bomb. Can I push the bomb with fireballs? Yes, but I don't want it to detonate too early. I need it to detonate underneath this over here. Also, yeah, if you drop into this door, the bomb is available, but... You know what? No, that's fine. Because then what I can do is I can just let the bomb detonate next to me. And I just need to knock myself down to being small if I can. However, I do see a logical problem with this. I do see a problem with it. So let's go back over here for a moment. It's easier to just reset, to be honest. The idea is that if I hit the P-switch first, because now that we know it's ground over here, that's kind of important. Oh, does this trap me in such a way that the moon is unavoidable? It does. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. Yeah, that's the obstacle. Yeah, so the reason that you can't just hit the P-switch and then go back and then take something across is that this forces you to pick up the moon. We didn't think about that. And yeah, time is pretty much out anyway. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I didn't think about how the moon would definitely sweep that, because you lower the camera by a tile when you go down there, right? So... And yeah, Silent Carnographer, that seems to look very familiar to you. That's the core mechanic here. So, we need to send the bomb all the way across, which means that the Fire Flower isn't going to do it, because I don't think you can fire at it from the position that gets it over quickly enough. Maybe if we just take the bomb close to the P-switch and just do a quick throw or something, and... Oh, this is... Hang on, this is too long. Let's redo it. I need to lower the donut block first, I think, so we don't have it in the way. Yeah, Puggles, you're still stuck on the ideas for the blue mecha level. I'll help you get that sorted out soon. Oh, no, too late. I was hoping that the donut block would stay down and would just kind of run down and toss the bomb with like a forward throw right before you hit the P-switch. But I think you need to release the Muncher and only the Muncher somehow, like if you have access to it. Oh, eventually. Let me think about this. No. That's not going to work. That timing just will never go. However, what if you have a P-switch active going in... No, because if you hit the P-switch, then you're trapped there, obviously. This is pretty much the only thing we've progressed on so far. This coin block, which might be significant. I wonder if you can enter the door without the Fire Flower. I don't think so. Repel it. Yeah, and if you grab the Fire Flower, I think maybe you have to go immediately right. Let's see. Basically, you want this P-switch. Oh, I see. Yeah, because if you have the off state, basically you need to look for an on-off state switch. Once you have the off state, then a flower is able to stay down on this level and bounce over here and knock the P-switch down. Once you knock the P-switch down, if you hit the P-switch, you're able to get under this corner here. If you're under this corner, you move this flower away by repulsion, and you're able to come in here with no flower. Now, why would you want that? Not sure yet. Because, well, let's loop around. Yeah, why not activate it with the bomb so it's active when I enter the room? Hang on, I need to figure out what it is you're asking me. You mean with the bomb on top of the P-switch? Yeah, I was thinking that I didn't think I'd be able to get it quickly enough. I need to be small too, obviously. Let's redo this. Yeah, it looks like even with the donut block there, I might be just on time. Let's just... over here. No. Too close there. Maybe we can throw that. Can I fireball it once it's in place? Well, if I'm kind of standing one tile down from the bomb, it's not really going to hit. You're not going to be able to push it very far when you're standing in the pit, right? So... Oh, no, hang on. Let's throw it a little better here. Now, if we activate a P-switch, then we would be able to cycle through to the room later on where we would get Fire Flower Repulsion. I feel like there's some things that might be kind of power-up state dependent in ways that we haven't quite figured out yet. It's not quite good enough here. I think I do need to lower the donut in advance. Because the timing is just slightly too tight here. There has to be a reason for it to be a slope. Actually, usually, yes. Quite right, that often that turns out to be something significant. Oh, we didn't want to do this. Hang on. Let's reload from the start. Yeah, notice that the moon starts at a door and then snaps into place on the left side. Hang on. Yeah, I feel like timing-wise, it's not really going to work. So in every room, we can kind of take a look at what this moon's initial position is. It starts on the door. And if you go through here, next one also just kind of snaps to the door. Oh, if this is above the previous room... Again, if you have a moon that's sort of within loading range, it tries to snap to the initial position. Which indicates to me that if we entered a room a different way, so for example, if you manipulate the camera, then that changes. Because it's that sort of initial snapping of the moon that we need to be aware of. Well, let's see, you come here. Yeah, because let's say we come through this door and hold left and just try to get out of here quickly. Then we missed the moon. Look at that bone shell. Now notice though that if you come back through this room with the fire flower, then you can't get out of this spot and you would get hit by the moon. So you need to take the fire flower through here on a different run, melt this first, then come back here for the bone shell. Yeah, that's what it is. Because there's a delay on this moon. Look at this. Because to snap into position, there's a delay. And just enough of a delay for you to get out when you're small. So that's progress. We finally cracked something here. And if you keep the bone shell, you'd be able to hit the P-switch from this position. And you'd also probably be able to hit the muncher to deliberately take damage. Okay, so let's make it through here. Bone shell would also potentially allow you to collapse into a different position. Well, let's see. So what we need to do is we need to cycle around until we take damage through the introductory segment here. So let's just take damage on the bomb, and we'll come back here and do it again. Okay, so we go back this way. And we just run into it again. We need to be small. So yeah, the thing is, this top left here where something was blinking out of existence, we didn't see previously what it was, but it is the bone shell. And so whenever we do a room transition, if we see the moon blow something up, and we see some sparkles, that should be a suspicious location for an item to spawn that we need to pay attention to. So what we're going to do is we're going to go left. Okay, very nice. And then, after acquiring that, we can now go to the next room and hit the P-switch and dodge the flower. And we'll need to figure out what that does. I feel like there has to be some kind of POW interaction at some point that gets you through this pipe, potentially as the exit pipe. So we should be able to repel. Good. And then we come down here. P-switch is going to be active in the next room. I don't know what that would have affected, actually, but... we come down here with no flower. This kills it immediately, okay. But, notice now that if you are in the bone shell form, you should be able to dodge the moon when it's passing through the P-switch. Let me show you. P-switch, moon comes down, dodge. And then you're able to... Hang on. One more cycle. Take the bone shell and hit the question block, which gives you a state switch. Now we're progressing. Notice that you should be able to jump out of this spot now when you switch rooms, I think. If you jump immediately, you have to be really quick to get out of there. No access to the bone shell anymore, though, at this point. And since you're going to head out now at 2 a.m., yeah, have a good sleep. And thanks for dropping by for so long. Puggles, you're saying you wonder what happens out of the note block. I think the note block is there to potentially get the flower to drop the P-switch if you don't have a bone shell to jump up towards it. Notice we no longer have a bone shell. And with the other state switch, that's what gets you the second P-switch. So, yeah, eventually... Okay, so now we know that we can take a bomb with us into this room. Oh, you mean this note block? That might be something interesting, too. Because now we're able to take a bomb from room to room. If we reset this room first. And then we can hot potato the bomb to the third room. So we jump immediately. Nope, hang on. We have to be very crisp about that. It's a very tight timing. But it's clearly what's made available by the red block opening up above you. So we need to jump right away. Good. And get out here so we don't die to the bomb. And we place the bomb here to open up the scroll. Good. And that does get you down. Notice at this point that a flower is able to drop down to the claw below. Or whatever that helps. Notice also that the flower here is able to drop the P-switch. If a flower would kindly spawn. Oh, I see, it got trapped. Okay. That's fine because... Oh, I see, because of the camera positioning. Because now the camera positioning puts the flower too high. Okay. That's important. Because we should be able to come out here. Yeah, we're much too low on the camera now. But the first flower hasn't spawned yet at this point, so if we repel it this way, then it drops the P-switch. Yes, good. Notice also that because of the blue block here, the flower in this location does not spawn anymore. So now we need to think about what the P-switch is useful for. I think actually we wanted to head bump the P-switch over to the right side. So it's not a flower that drops to the right. It's a head bump on the P-switch. Actually, no, it's SMB3. What am I doing? SMB3, we can just take it with us. And we take it with us, then what can we do? Well... let's see. I'm pretty sure the pipe with the muncher is the eventual exit. I'm pretty sure also that what we want to do is bomb the question block so we see something come out of the blaster. Which means we need to get back into the bone shell, and if we get back into the bone shell, notice that if we activate the block again, that's an on-off toggle. So we need to find some way to maybe hit the question block again to switch back to the on state, so we have access to the bone shell one more time. I bet that maybe this blaster gives you a POW, and the POW is how you exit. And the Puggles, you were saying maybe activated note blocks. Let's see, if you cycle through here at this point, I'm just seeing what changes. Yeah, you can get one initial P-switch to activate here. So you can activate a P-switch at this point anytime you want. However, let's look for doors that are one tile high. If you have a door that's one tile high, then that's something that you can potentially use. Also, yeah, I think it's going to be a claw drop onto this note block at some point. It'll give me something. Maybe even a vine to climb up, to be honest. We've got 57 seconds left. We won't see too much. We know that we can repel the flower this way. But then if we repel the flower to the left, it sticks. Possibly we need to... let's think about this. Yeah, you can repel that flower again. You can come down with a bomb over here. I'm just thinking about what you could do with the Muncher potentially. I think eventually you do need some way to kill the Muncher to walk a bomb over. Or the blaster. But yeah, okay, no, it's the bomb that gives you the on-off activation. So you can't toggle it from off back to on, at least not in this room. If you can't toggle it from off back to on, then let's figure out what you can do. So we'll come out here right away. We have to get Fire Flower on the first pass and unlock the ice. Yeah, no, let's cycle back through. Have to remember the order that we're playing with, obviously. And then we go back to the bomb and take damage. Yeah, the Muncher has to be the exit, which means at some point we're taking a POW with us. We'll take damage twice. Okay, good. And then here we're going to back through the door and veer left to grab the bone shell. Good. At this point, the bone shell is able to take me over to the bomb room with the flower repelled. Why couldn't I just drop back into the previous room? If I'm wearing the bone shell and just wearing it normally just to moon kill it, I actually don't know 100%. It doesn't. But you don't want to kill everything here because you... Actually, you can totally just kill everything there. What am I talking about? No, you can't, because the bomb here is necessary for activating the on-off switch. Okay, so yeah, you can't get rid of that bomb, obviously. Or you have no switching mechanism. Also, before we do anything else, I have to try this. Are we getting within drop range here at any point? No, we're not. So this doesn't help, actually. Okay, that's okay. We'll just come back into this room. I was wondering, okay, can you actually get within claw range? Not on the same tile, you can't. But if it's potentially something like a... I'm just thinking about what claw drop would be for then. You got a vine that's sort of on top of that note block. I think it's telling me that eventually the note block will give us a vine climb. I think it's the only thing that makes sense. It's not going to give us a key or anything by the looks of it. And unless it's a winged item, there's... yeah, it's got to be a vine, I think. Which means that we'll eventually need to think about how we can do a claw drop over here to make that happen. It probably has to do with the moon. But let's back through here and try to progress. Okay, so at this point, we hit this, repel the flower. Do we need to repel the flower? Yes, we do, because then we can go through the left side here. And then sneak all the way across. Collapse. Need to do it twice. At least. Then take this over, activate the on-off switch. Yeah, this muncher setup, I think, definitely indicates to me that you have to walk a bomb away from it. The coin I'm taking could be going towards some kind of limit and make something spawn. Yellow coins are kind of on their own budget, though, right? It wouldn't be a yellow coin for that. It's not on the same limit as objects that spawn from pipes and blasters. And currently we don't have objects spawning from pipes and blasters anyway. When it comes to the entity limit. Entity limit doesn't affect things that are directly placed on the board when you come to a room and spawn in. What it does affect is whether additional objects are able to spawn from pipes and blasters and the like. Yeah, that would be unaffected. So, what were we doing? We have the on-off state switch at this point. We know how to repel this flower to get the bomb over here. It requires me to go through... Yeah, right, we need to open this up first so the flower is not on camera when I come in on this side. So we hot potato the bomb over at this point. And we jump out immediately. Good. Go through here and blast this open. And then we respawn into this room to push the flower to the right to get us to the P-switch. And then that is as far as we've gotten. So we stand here, we repel this flower, we get a P-switch. Okay, so this is as far as we got. And I need to think about what the additional P-switch actually does for me. Obviously, we can take things up and down the column to the right at this point. We should think about whether there's a way to toggle the on-off switch again. The bomb obviously spawns back in, and that tells me that if we activate the bomb again with something else, hitting the question block, then we should be able to turn things back off. I think I know how to do it. We have the extra P-switch and we're going to use it for a push. I think I should be able to dislodge the bomb like this and make it walk. That's how you do it. Now we need to dodge the moon as much as possible. And then we'll eventually, when the bomb comes back, let it drop down below. It's going to drop into the little pit there, which we can then use to pick it up and then send it across. Now, the thing is, with the P-switch... Yeah, let's do it like this. I think, at this point, I should be able to... Oh, no. I actually wanted to drop the P-switch down below so the bomb could walk across it and fall into the pit on the right side. Okay, so I did mess this up slightly. Let's redo it. Here. Yeah, no, I know how to do it. You dislodge. Go for donut block eventually. We don't actually want the bomb to walk down here yet. Actually, no, that's a problem. I need to give it a little more room. We should push it to the right to buy more time. Not to the left. Okay. Let's just run through the whole thing. Fire flower first for the ice block. And then... Yeah, the moon's gonna get that. Yeah, very interesting use of the moon, using its initial repositioning to create something that you have to dodge. Alright. Now at this point we've looped back, and we need to take damage with a flower so we can go for the bone shell. Did I actually get the ice block on that door? No, hang on. Did I forget to do that? No, we got it already. Okay, just checking. Okay, we'll just take damage, and come back and take damage again. Then we go for the bone shell by respawning here. Good. At this point, we loop back with the bone shell. And then do the P-switch activation here, followed by the P-switch in the next room. So we can dodge the moon. Okay, hit. Yeah, because eventually we will walk the bomb all the way to the right side pit. That's how we do it. Okay. And then we'll see what that gets us. Is there a chance I could hold 2 bone shells? No, because when you are riding a bone shell, you cannot carry any items. You automatically drop items that you're holding. And more to the point, the bone shells would kind of collide with each other. Yeah. Okay, so now that we have the off state, we are able to jump out of the on-off area. The first thing we need to do is rotate a bomb back into this room. That'd be very, very quick. That's easily the biggest concern when it comes to execution, is just making a jump safely. Now at this point, we reload back into this room at this camera height to move the flower. Love the interconnectivity between rooms for this one. Just as a change from the one-screen format, for one thing. Okay, at this point we take the P for the bomb push, which will require me to reload into this room. Yeah, there's clearly going to be another on-off toggle at some point. Yeah, we wanted to push it to the left to buy time. I don't want it to follow me down. I need to be kind of above when... I mean, it is possible to jump over the bomb here, but I'd rather not mess with that. We're going to build a P over here. We're going to miss the moon. And we're going to lower the bomb in just a moment, and we'll go over it. And we're going to avoid the moon if we can. Just going to walk all the way across. Now, here is the problem. That we're stepping on P-switches. We need to not... Yeah, actually, can I do this without the bone shell? Because the problem that I see at this point is that we have the same issue as usual, which is the moon getting trapped with us in the middle as we walk across. That's something that maybe we didn't think about, because we don't have the bone shell anymore. So, yeah, we actually are kind of missing one step here, I think. Because we would be stepping on top of one P-switch. Then it would put up the barrier, you'd have to touch the moon for a while, you put up the other P-switch. However, aren't I able to scroll the camera? That's not high enough. I was hoping that if I scroll the camera sufficiently far that it doesn't clear the moon, but nope, it's going to scroll down with me. Yeah, because if I drop the P-switch down there to walk the bomb across, it is naturally going to lower the camera. However, and also you don't want to hit the moon ever because it disables this bomb. However, that's not a problem if what you are trying to do is... hang on, we need to think about this. It's not a problem if what you're trying to do is just blow up the question block on the right. If you blow up the question block on the right, then you don't care if the bomb activating the on-off switch is still present. Why don't I use the bone shell to counteract the moon trap? Because in the off state, I no longer have access to the bone shell. Because I was thinking about using the bomb to hit the block, but right now, since we toggled the switch to off, we can't get the bone shell because it's trapped. You mean initially? because you would need to... You would still need to maneuver the bomb down there without it expiring, right? Like, oh, you mean like getting rid of the P and then moving the bomb? Yeah, no, the reason you can't do that is because when you spawn into this room with the bone shell, I guess you could spawn into here with one bomb still active, right? But then if the bomb is still located here, even after you get rid of the P-switch down there, you don't have enough time to run the bomb down. Because even if the moon's not here, right? If you hit the bomb here, you can only get really this far before it blows up. Because things like the donut block are placed just far enough away. So even if you deactivate the P-switch first and get it off the board, the bomb is still stuck in this location unless you have the P-switch push that we've been showing off. So that's why that doesn't work. Okay, so we can't keep the camera up high enough to avoid the moon here. We need to think about this. Because I have the bomb in a good position right now, but we're missing one step. We're missing something. Perhaps I was supposed to place a second object there, but then... Like if you kind of stand to the left of the first P and then throw the other P. Actually, I think I know how... No, I think I know what adjustment to make. You throw the P-switch onto the right side. You let the bomb stand on the left side. You then stand on this column and throw the bomb across. It should slide over this P-switch and land at the question block before you hit the P-switch in the center. That's what happens. Now, I don't think I'll have enough time to demonstrate this. But we'll try. Yeah, I think I know what to try. Basically, you take the P-switch back. Wouldn't I be able to kick the bomb to get it further since I have a slope? Well, I want the bomb to activate as late as possible. But here's what I'm thinking. That... Oh, no, I didn't want to do it. Okay, we're not going to have enough time to do it, but basically I throw a P-switch here. Oh, maybe not. I was hoping to place it all the way down to the right. Oh, wait a minute. The moon just passed me. Look at that. Is that a function of the P-switch though? Let me move the P-switch and let me see. Oh, you can totally just dodge the bomb. Wait, that doesn't make sense though. Given that doesn't just break the whole puzzle though if you do that? Like, why can't you just do it the first time through here? Is it some kind of subtle repositioning of the camera from the scroll stop, perhaps? Oh, that doesn't break anything, actually, because you still can't get the bomb down there. But it does let you drop the bomb into this pit and blow this up the way we thought we would earlier. So you can still do it. You can still do it. You can just place the bomb here. Okay. I don't know if that's intended. That looks... I mean, it would be a very odd thing for this maker in particular to miss. Like, I think Searchlight would catch that kind of thing. He's very specific. But it's the kind of thing where, you know, with most makers, I'd look at that and think, is this an unintended edge case? Because I gave up on that interaction pretty early. You need to be small, I'm pretty sure. Like, I don't think the hitbox works at all if you're big, but... Because doesn't that... actually, it doesn't let you skip anything, because you still need a bone shell to hit the question block for the first on-off interaction. So I don't think it breaks anything, oddly enough. But it might be required for that bomb escort that we were showing off, which was the limit of where we've gone so far. Let's just blow up and come back. And go for the bone shell. Yeah, I don't know about that. That looks like something that I would have very easily given up on if I didn't just discover it accidentally. That you could just hide in a corner. So, I guess we'll find out whether that's intended behavior eventually. Oh, no, we were supposed to repel that. Hang on. You know what? That's fine. Because we have a bone shell. We can work all kinds of magic. Okay, there we go. Maybe if I go before the bomb and dodge the moon while I wait the timer out for the P-switch. Well, yeah, I have a very specific plan in mind. Let me see if I can show that off. I have a very, very specific plan. We'll do this as before. Tucking in the corner doesn't help you here, because you still need to get the bone shell across to hit. Now with the on-off state switch, we actually would want to take the bomb out here immediately, I think. That's a faster way of doing it. We were previously doing a bit of an extra loop here. We don't need to. As long as we dodge that accurately. And come back here and break this. Good. Now we redo this door to get the P-switch. Okay. That repels. Now we take this P-switch with us to the next room for the bomb push. And then we're going to tuck into the corner. And it should actually work, which surprises me. Yeah, let's get ahead of the bomb again so we don't run into any issues with accidentally bopping it. And we'll just wait until the bomb comes back. Yeah, and we send it all the way across to the right side pit, then we dodge the moon. As much as we can. Okay. Notice that we'll have to activate the first P before we can cross. That's okay. We activate the second P and we tuck into the corner. Yeah, no, I think this is intended. Ooh, that's a close shave. I wouldn't have found that if I hadn't actively tried it. Let's blow it up and let's see if this gives me a POW as I expect it will. It gives me coins, but it did activate the on-off switch because the question block blowing up also raises the blaster by just enough to crush the bomb on top. I was hoping that the blaster would give me something, but no, it does give me the on-off toggle. And the thing that has changed now is that we go back to the on state with the scroll stop removed, which means that something can be dropped down here. You would need two objects here. You would need to drop one object here, and then that blocks the claw. Once it blocks the claw, then you drop a second object down here. It'll likely be bone shell and flower in some order. That one stays in the claw, one bounces on the note block. And I'm guessing that, well, I would probably want to keep this bone shell because I needed to get up to the muncher eventually. Ah, yes, and the bone shell actually allows you to climb all the way up to the muncher. I think that's what happens if I'm remembering my rooms correctly. So what you do is you come up here to the next room, you repel the fire flower using the P-switch. And yeah, look at this. The vine goes all the way up to the muncher. Now, we do still have an additional problem, which is getting rid of the muncher, which will eventually require probably a POW, but I don't see where one is coming from. So what we do... Oh yeah, notice that because we already have consumed one flower, we actually need to repel the second one. Let's reposition the camera a bit differently here. You'd assume the flower goes into the claw since it comes from above. So anyway, we need to go down here, and we drop that flower now. The first flower was already consumed, which is why it's not available anymore as a power-up. Now we hit the P-switch to repel this flower. Over to the right. And then we hit... Oh, it goes down that way, okay. Okay, that doesn't work. Okay, that's... Oh, because I was repelling it in the night theme. That's okay, we just need to go back up then. At this point, we actually do drop the shell. If we can. Oh, I missed. I wanted the shell to be picked up by the claw, and I wanted to jump back up so we could push the flower into the pit. That ultimately doesn't solve much, though, because we still have to get rid of the muncher. And I don't see how that's any different from just using the bone shell to jump up to the muncher. Anyway, let's redo this quickly. I do not have 2 bone shells, no. However, if I take this one and wear it... No, it only applies to things like blast response. Yeah, no bone shell. I didn't think so. But we do need the P-switch to activate a flower. It's definitely dropping the flower and the bone shell into the claw in some order. And using this ledge to spawn the flower so it gets into position. So we need to not push the flower too far. Actually, we need to stand here so the flower gets pushed to the left, and then we can push it back. That's how to do it. Oh, no, we need to push it in the middle. Oh, that's not right. Hang on. We messed that up. Basically, we need a flower to drop down. And we need to... Well, once it drops down, then we can just go to the right and push it back. And with the repulsion, it should be able to jump at least part way. Or at least... No, it'll get caught by the claw when it's crossing. And then we just drop the bone shell after that. Once the flower has already been caught. Anyway, we are out of time, so let's redo. And not leave the deck marker there with 5 seconds to go. As we just occlude information that way. Let's cycle around for the flower for pass 1. This is very interesting, yeah. It's actually on the easier side for this maker, to be honest. In that progress has been rather smooth. Yeah, we've definitely been trapped in search select puzzles for much, much longer in the past. In one of the previous contests, he actually just was on stream mentioning this level again. There was one level of his that took me 5 hours in one of the previous puzzle contests. Obsidian Manor, which was this lava level with sinking objects everywhere. You kind of had to stack them all strategically. Okay, so, yeah, let's take damage over here. I did get rid of the ice block, right? I hope so. Actually, Silent Chronographer, now that I think about it, I don't think I cleared the Escape Mansion, if it's the one I'm thinking of. There's a specific level that I think you might be mentioning here, which rings a bell. But yeah, no, it's the one with all the lava stacking with the rising and falling lava. Because that was for a contest we did over a year ago. Okay, so now we do the bone shell interaction here with the bomb active on the on-off switch. this bomb doesn't matter to us right now. It's the other one that we need alive. In fact, if you leave this bomb in the center alive, it does save you one little reset in that we can just take it immediately out of here. So if you're optimizing for time or something, you can just take it through and jump out instantly. Okay. Then we reload it through this door to push the flower. And then P-switch gives me the bomb push in the first room. Now we know how to go from here. As long as we don't accidentally hit anything after P-switch push. The bomb... Oh, no. Mistake. We need to drop the P-switch first. Could I use the bomb close to the claw? No, because you need the on state to do the whole drop interaction with dropping something through the claw. And you need the off state in order to survive with the bomb in the second room, because then you jump through the empty red block to dodge the moon, right? Like basically, if you have it set to off, you can dodge the moon. If you have it set to on, you can use the claw, but you can't dodge the moon. So that's why. Oh, I forgot to do the push. And now I have to get the P-switch again. Yeah, I had a bit of a brain fart here. Whoops. We're totally in the wrong state for this now, too. No, we're fine. We just need to push the flower this way. This is the risk of talking while playing, and then I can totally lose my place. And that's okay, that just comes with being a streamer. It's something you learn to adapt to. Okay, moon goes here. There we go. Then we drop this first. Then we walk the bomb over. And we hide in the corner. Like the coward that Luigi is. And look at the moon just coming down with the camera, of course. Let's not hit the switch yet. Woo, okay. Now we wait. And we wait. It's such a close shave. I wonder if ducking is even necessary, but I'm not going to test that right now. We're not messing with that. Okay, on off. Good. Now we go for the claw with the scroll brick already open. So we come back here for the bone shell. Yeah, and then we have to stay up above to push the flower into the claw. We should be able to hear the audio cue for when the flower does come down. We need to spawn the flower first, so we're not too far. Then we push this way. We let it fall down, then we have to push it to the left, because it is clearly going to go too far. And that was the claw. That gives you the vine. Now, why does that help? Is it something with the... Oh, no, wait, the moon is going to kill the muncher, of course. I'm staring at this the whole time thinking, like... Hang on. Yeah, no, I see, because typically this moon isn't still alive at this point, right? Or isn't still available. We need the muncher on screen, obviously. And then we just jump towards the moon on the top right. And we just sit here. All this time I'm thinking, oh, we need a POW block to get rid of the muncher. I forgot this was a moon level. But previously, it's because of the positioning you have coming into this that the moon was not available. Yeah, the moon's not available in this room. When you spawn in here normally without a scroll break, the moon is not within range. So you needed the moon that spawns off the bottom of this room. I think of the rooms are just stacked on top of each other, actually. That there's just one moon placed here the whole time, of course. And it's the moon in the original position that swings up when you come into the second room. And then you need to force it up by opening up the scroll in the final room. And checkpoint, we get more. Okay. So, the moon would kill the Muncher, but do we want to do that? Or do we want to go back for some interaction with POW? Let's see. The doors are matched, possibly... Oh. Interesting. Let's go back to see the camera positioning on the left. Okay, so we get some camera puzzles now. Excellent. And then we already killed that. That isn't going to be within range of the Munchers on the left, notice. It's really important to notice, in fact. And then... yeah, eventually you're going to have to go through a series of doors. What do I use the POW to kill? Okay, no. Oh, right, because of the stump stacks. Okay, let's go back. In that case, POW's going to be available here. That gives you a key on this side. That's good, because then you can get another POW and then enter another door. Now the question is, which door? Let's find out. Are these matched? I think they are, symmetrically. I guess they would be. This allows you to dodge the moon. It also allows you to jump. And that just kills the key. That's good. Then we just get another POW. We do need to drop through this door to recenter the camera. I wonder if we need to bone shell at that point. I feel like we would. But that tells me that we need bone shell plus POW through here. If we come in here, is there a POW? Yes, there is. Then we drop the POW in the location on the right over here and enter with the bone shell intact. Let's dodge the moon. 19 seconds. I'm perfectly aware of that. No POW though. However, we can use the moon. Now, here's the question. How do we get through the bumper? Bone shell. Oh, yes, we need to be on top of a POW. We need to stomp the POW with a bone shell. That's what it is. Okay, we almost got that within time. But... oh, whoops. Yeah, on top of the stump. So let's get the moon first. Moon. Not a spoiler anymore, but attracts a legend for doors, which you thought were nice. Yeah. I noticed that about the track that was kind of crossing the top of the door in the first series of rooms. And I guess that does continue here. I mean, here is just purely symmetrical as well, the layout, and it kind of makes a lot of sense that once you see how the first two doors are paired, you kind of understand immediately this is a scroll puzzle. Yeah, really interesting with the stump stacks here, just kind of preventing the POWs from immediately getting the keys, I think. Because, yeah, that doesn't do anything for you. You need to respawn into this room. And then... we've already gotten this key here. You come over here. I'm just retracing my steps here for a moment. Because we hit this moon over here, that doesn't do anything for this room, I'm pretty sure. Oh, that key. Yeah, that's right. I was trying to remember if that was within reach, because I feel like we got it a different way last time. I don't know. Anyway, we zoom through here. We spawn everything to the left. We still need a bone shell, which requires me to drop the POW on this location, so we can do that now that everything is unlocked. If I stop the POW, then how do I enter the door? Because the bone shell... oh. Yeah, good question. Yeah, good question. No, you don't stop the POW. You place the POW on top of the munchers. No, you don't even need that. You don't need to do that at all. You don't need a POW. You get into bone form on top of the muncher stack. No, bone form misses the moon. Okay. No, you get into bone form as soon as you touch the moon. The moon removes the munchers and starts to drop the POW. If you're already on the POW, though, you can get into bone form before the POW falls completely through the bumper. Then the POW is at the bottom, and then you rise up through it, and then you go through the key door. That's how you do it. You stand on top of the POW. Moon hits you. Right as the moon hits you, you hit down. So that's the way. Okay, so what were we doing? Oh yes, we needed to get to the bone shell first. Now the question is getting the POW to the left side, which we don't have yet. Yeah, so this muncher has not been unstacked yet. We use the moon. No, we got this key. We didn't get the key off the top muncher earlier. Ah, I see. I got the keys out of order previously because we killed the muncher on the left with POW first. Interesting that this level is kind of resilient to that. That, you know, even if you do the keys slightly out of order, it doesn't matter. You still need to make it through everything. So the question now is, how do we get bone shell plus POW all the way within visibility for those guys? Because the issue is that I don't have the POW anymore at that point. You know what? If this is symmetrical, wouldn't a bone shell be available for me on the left side? Hang on. No, because... well, let's see it. Let's... first of all, move this POW. And spawn in this location. Let's do it. I was thinking, okay, there's a bone shell that's to the right in this room. Is there a symmetrical bone shell to the left? There isn't. So what if I just... Okay, bumper is here. You do need a POW here. So then, how do we transport the POW to this location? That's the question right now. Now, notice that, watch the moon position and look at where it sweeps over the bumper. Okay, if you would actually be too high, I think, if you go POW plus bone shell on top of this. Maybe. I feel like you do need to POW, though. You need it to drop there. Unless there's a way to keep a muncher alive? I don't think so, unless the camera is way off. Anything here? Let's think about this for a moment. I mean, the central mechanic of this level, at least the first part, is that the moon snaps into place from an origin point. I feel like maybe that's something we can use to our advantage. Also, no, POW is placed directly. It should just be here. Yeah, there we go. We just needed to count squares here, but... Yeah, no, that's absolutely right then. Oh, whoops. Okay, that wasn't what I expected, but let's redo this room quickly. So we can drop the POW. Actually, no, we do want to kill the first one, maybe. So we can drop it into the appropriate height. Because otherwise the POW is going to be off-center, and it will also raise us too high. So, but then we would need 2 POWs to do that? No, hang on. let's place this first. Go. Yeah, if you watch the POW offset from the pipe carefully, you can see immediately that this is in fact available. No, we just need to drop it accurately on top of the muncher in the middle without getting hit by the moon too soon. Okay, good. Perfect. And it should actually sweep right here. Then we hit down right away. There we go. And that's the clear. Very nice. Yeah, the symmetrical part at the end was more of a standard scrolling puzzle with the doors, but the first half I thought was something quite new in terms of dodging the initial repositioning of the moon. That's something I've rarely seen used deliberately, so... yeah. Very fascinating level. And like I said, one of the smoother clears we've had from a Sir Select contest entry. He's usually here. It's kind of too bad that, you know, when we got to this one, it was before he got on today, but that's what the VOD is for, so let's get through some more. I have 2 more left to go, and we'll see if we can get through them both, but then, yeah, I've got the ones from Itchy Knee and West Crafted. We've had some pretty long ones from them before, so we'll see how we do. The longest one for me this contest took me 5 hours because we were basically staring at one specific interaction for like 4 out of those hours before we solved it. And hopefully we won't have anything that extreme, because I'm sure it would not be fun to watch. It's better when I actually get to try things and, you know, show some activity on the stream rather than just staring at the same room over and over. But anyway, let's take a look at Itchy Knee, who is also sometimes here, but I run at odd times, and so that's not always possible. Silent Chronographer, you stayed up too late. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed seeing that again from the standpoint of somebody who had solved it previously. And you said you hit the exact same beats of not only noticing things too late. Yeah. Noticing certain things too late. That's right, yeah. Yeah, because you have to be pretty attentive to what's going on the screen with the moon positioning in particular, and what spots are glowing at you and so forth. Anyway, you're in a way, Spike. Use the cover of darkness to find the tools you need to get past Spike. Fishing Spike, which always makes me think about how Mario Maker is missing the fishing Lakitus or fishing boos from Super Mario World. But anyway, let's see what Fishing Spike is going to do to us today. Okay, reach the goal as Balloon Mario. We've got a clear condition here, so no checkpoints, and everything will be doable in one segment. Can't reach anything yet, but let's just get a measure of what this room will be all about. Eventually, I'm sure you'll get some kind of object or Yoshi or something else that gets you up to the P. The Spike also is currently constrained from chucking anything at you because of the spacing. I don't know if that will last. One-way panel here is interesting. I think eventually we do need the off-state with the P-balloon, but then we need to get rid of the Spike because that's the title of the puzzle. You're in a way, Spike. So eventually we go to the P-balloon, we have some kind of state switching, and we eventually make it to the key door. I think. We don't know what this one-way panel is about yet, so let's take a look. Miss Piggy, welcome. And yeah, glad to see you lurking as always. Now, P-balloon is in the other room. Yoshi, if you can get back here with him, will obviously push you through, and we can see why everything kind of fails. However, you can take the people back to this room, potentially. We haven't even read that room properly yet. But the idea would be that you can take the people immediately. First of all, let's check the pipe. I'm sure it's nothing, but it is something. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. We don't want hits. Nope. I'm sure the off state also potentially precludes a clear. Let's see what this is all about. Just making sure these are in fact turn blocks and not something that contains an object or a coin. Notice that P-Balloon is able to push Yoshi, which might be important later. Notice also that you have a crushing mechanic over here to revert to the non-P-Balloon state if necessary. Looks like you have to send some kind of object through here. Notice that it's also Night Ground. Night Ground is going to give you item repulsion, which if you have something like the Fire Flower, you are able to manipulate its position, and if you have things set up properly, you should be able to eventually bump it up here and have it drop the POW off into Note Block. And that will give you access to the POW. If you have access to the POW, then you're good, because you can get rid of Spike in the other room. Why do you need a key then? Oh yeah, because it's a key door. So you need a key. You also need POW to go through the other room, almost certainly with Yoshi. Yoshi would take the POW, hit the Spike, you jump off Yoshi, you grab the P-Balloon, you get out. And you have to do it in the correct state. Let me just make sure. We know that you will need the off states. Okay. So yeah, in the end, we do drop the P-Balloon. We get into the off state. Oh, but if you're in the off state, you can't come down to get Yoshi. So you would need to activate it in such a way that you're able to continue back to the pipe. Or wait, then how do we change states earlier? Was it through the hint room, or anyway, let's check this properly. I think it was, because you go here. Yeah, currently Spike is unavailable, but if you go through here with the P, okay, no, you'd have to go up above to see the hint room, so we won't do that. How did I activate the on-off earlier then? What did I just forget about? Oh no, we didn't activate it earlier. We didn't actually think that far ahead. Alright, so anyway, eventually I think it'll almost certainly be, it'll be either the flower or the poison mushroom that's going to get up to the POW, but then we would almost certainly need Yoshi to spit it, I think, and then get the object to hop over. So here, and notice that we're able to get down to the poison mushroom. We can already drop it, actually. Fire Flower will also get rid of the ice cone blocks, which is going to be important. Because if we repel the flower, notice that we'd want to prevent it from going down like that. But if we do that, then yeah, we can just drop down on top of the poison mushroom. And then we should be able to maybe wrap around quickly enough that the flower gets pushed, oops, into the ice coins. And then, nope. It is, yeah, because if you're in the same column, it is going to get pushed into the right, so we don't want that. But we could potentially grab it with Yoshi if we're quick. And then we'll do this. What are we going to grab it? No, donut block takes too long, so that's not going to be it. Just checking something here. Okay. Let's actually take a crush quickly just to see. Oh, if you have Yoshi, you can run Yoshi over to the note block. Except, no, you can't because he'll run off this slot here. That's what this cloud offset is for, is to ensure that the item push with the Night Repulsion mechanic will be able to drop something on top of the pal, but that Yoshi can't run there himself. Okay, that's important to know. Let's revert. And yeah, we need Yoshi for the P-Balloon once again. And then, yeah, we'll push him back this way. We didn't really use the P-Balloon, I guess. But we can do this. Also, if Yoshi's able to get... Oh, whoops. Over to the right, he can potentially take a P-Balloon. I'm just thinking about how that would work in terms of his positioning. We're running out of time. That's okay. Okay, so we've got the on-off switches over here. I mean, we can always tag the first on-off and then see what we can do up here. We haven't scouted up above at all yet, actually, to see what's here. Interesting. I mean, you can fly up here, you can run up here as well. The main thing that it looks useful for is to potentially push items into various places. You need to get rid of the ice coins in order to create a pathway for the poison mushroom to jump its way up, because it's only going to go over 2 blocks at a time. So currently, main objective here. Oh yes, also because of the on-off switch, the flower has been blocked. Now, if the flower is blocked in that position, well, let's see. Ah, yes, okay. No, the middle tile here actually matters quite a bit because of the way the flower jumps. Let's move things. It's going to be 24 seconds, so we just need to experiment a little bit. Flower's going to jump, but then you can wall it off afterwards if you're quick. You're over here, and get a jump, jump, jump. We just run into this on-off switch immediately and wall it off. Now, if we, at this point, consume the poison mushroom, actually, we can just consume the flower as well, and then that gets you the flower. As long as grabbing the poison mushroom takes priority there. Which it should, given the claw. Okay, so yeah, that's progress. Let's push. Push, push, push. We've got a couple of other issues to sort out that I can already foresee, but we will get further in the puzzle first, and then we'll see what happens with that. Okay, so we are here. What we do is we actually just race the flower across. We just speed all the way to the left and hit the on-off switch from the side. Just line up like this, and then boom. And yeah, that's the smoothest way to do it. Did we need Yoshi at this point? I don't know if we did. But regardless, we can just get rid of this right away. And that allows you to take damage and get the key, but let's see. We need to clear more ice first. Because then that allows you to use the poison mushroom, which is then going to jump up here. Then later what we do with the poison mushroom is we capture it with Yoshi, and then we spit and we lead it over. However, we consume the poison mushroom. Is that an issue? I don't think it should be. First of all, also, you can take the key without taking damage if you... No, you can't get Yoshi over. Never mind. So at some point we'll take damage on a key. I mean, one good way to do it is to just take a balloon over. It depends on whether at this point I need the fire flower for anything. I don't think so. So we'll just take this. Tap this. If you're tall, you do need to be crushed to go back across to the other side, which we'll do. But at this point, we go for the Pea Balloon again. Actually, don't know if we need to go for the Pea Balloon. But the important thing is that we respawn here, and yet there's no flower because you can see that Poison Mushroom does recur, though. And that's okay because we can send it up at this point and basically send it upstairs. However, we want Yoshi on top. Don't we? Or at least we can take damage at some point and then drop in Yoshi and grab the mushroom. Okay. That's fine. Then let's just... first of all, we need to do the claw drop, so let's... We don't really need a Pea Balloon for this, actually. Maybe we do. So... Yeah, it was... hang on. That's not how we wanted to do it. Let's... actually come back here and get crushed. The idea is that we will want Yoshi to counter it, so... Maybe if we just come back... Well, small. Then we should be able to just outrun a Poison Mushroom. It's jumping after us here. And then we can lead it back and forth. Let's grab Yoshi in advance. Oh. I was hoping it would jump. Oh. Nope, hang on. Actually, no, that's totally doable. And you just snatch it this way. Maybe not the most elegant way to do it, but let's lead it over. That gets you to POW. Now that gets you past Spike. Is that it? No, no way, because we need the off state. Okay, so we're missing one thing right now, which is how do we hit the on-off state and still proceed past Spike into the key door. Well, we have a POW. It might be something with a POW push. Let's think about that. So we are missing one thing right now. Also notice that this slot up top was not for me. This is actually a Poison Mushroom trap. So if we hit the on-off state, how do we actually get back down? Or can we have a remote method of hitting on-off that will actually make sense? So I don't see any kind of object that can hit that remotely at this point. We do now have everything except the on-off activation, though, if you look at this. That we know how to get the Pea Balloon in from here, we know how to get rid of Spike with the POW. What we don't have is a way to actually get through the state switch. Because we need to figure out a way of activating on-off that allows me to continue down here. Destroying the hard blocks will not be it. That doesn't actually give you the spacing that you need. It would have to be some kind of object maneuver, maybe. I'm just thinking about what else we haven't interacted with yet. We've interacted with Poison Mushroom, which is the only thing on the board right now. Possibly, if you maneuver Spike into a position where he chucks something like a Spike Ball at us, then we can use that with Yoshi. I think that will be it, in fact. We need Spike to give us something to work with. But can we do it? And Yeah, Red Dude, welcome. And we'll think about this. No, we're not going to throw the POW to switch. The reason is because we need the POW to eventually get rid of Spike over here. Because we need to get through him with the people in intact, and I don't think we get enough invincibility frames to just crash into him. Like invincibility and then grab the people in from there. However, if you get Yoshi... Notice that potentially Yoshi could be pushed with the people in, or just pushed generally from here. Actually, people in would do it because, except you need to get to the people in first, of course. But people in could just push Yoshi across. And if you push Yoshi across, then you can get into the same room as Spike, basically, get rid of him, and then maybe have people in from there. Maybe. We're holding a POW currently. We should try this, actually. Let's... This won't really do anything for us right now, but... Oh, also notice that these blocks can be destroyed if you are big, which we didn't think about earlier, because it might spawn block something, actually, now that I think about it. I can't imagine it's used for something other than spawn blocking, in fact. So we should try it. We should come back here while big. Which might be a problem because typically... Yeah, if you're big, you can't actually get through the red blocks, so maybe not. Whoops. But if you lead the poison mushroom down here, and you take damage from the poison mushroom while you're in this position at the bottom, like in this corner, then you can do it. Like basically you would take damage while you're standing here, and then you can actually get through while big. Possibly if you just, you know, spit with Yoshi or something. Let me think about this. I'm thinking about how if you're big, you could potentially destroy the turn blocks, and that maybe there's a spawn block that comes out of that. That would be useful. Yeah, Rad Dude, notice a clear condition that you need to complete this level with the P-Balloon intact. That if you run through Spike, while you would still need access to a P-Balloon to go through the key door and actually clear the level and hit goal. I know you can run through Spike collision-wise, but that's not going to be the answer to the puzzle, because you do need to keep the P-Balloon. And you won't have enough invincibility frames to get back to get another balloon and go through him again. So that's why that idea doesn't work. Anyway, let's get over here. Also, yeah, Yoshi's nowhere within range. So we've gotten everything up to the POW so far. We know how it works. What we need, however, is... yeah, we push through here. I think we use the poison mushroom to take damage in a strategic location with the people in, so we come back here with Yoshi and Big Mario. We can do it. At that point, then we can come up here, Yoshi and Super Mario, and then Super Mario can destroy everything here. And we don't know what that gives us yet, but it will be something. That's the only interaction with that that I can think of at the moment. You would need Yoshi to get into that position in the first place. It's not clear right now. I mean, you could, you know, push Yoshi through the bumper, of course, and then get back out with Yoshi on the bottom left. Let me try to show you what I'm talking about. Anyway, if you do know the solution, obviously don't tell me either, because we are trying to solve this ourselves. But just to walk through the idea, we were looking earlier at how we could push Yoshi through the bumper using the P-Balloon, and we can do that, of course. If you then take the P-Balloon, so imagine that we're in the off state. Take the P-Balloon through here. You can crash through Spike, that's perfectly fine. then you can reunite with Yoshi. If Yoshi's holding something like a POW, well, you would have killed him in the first place. But if Yoshi is holding something that allows you to come through, the idea is that you want Yoshi to eventually be able to grab a P-Balloon by himself, and so he can run around downstairs with a P-Balloon. And he can do that. If Yoshi gets into... Oh, there's a problem with that, which is that if you are in the off state, this gate will be down, but this gate will be up. So Yoshi would not be able to get into this position to swallow a P-Balloon, which is actually ideally what you want. If Yoshi's holding a P-Balloon, and you can push him through to where the gate is, then you're perfectly fine, because then what you do instead is you crash through, you reunite with Yoshi, you spit out the P-Balloon, you grab a new P-Balloon, and then you are set. But either way, you need to deal with the P-Balloon at some point. I kind of feel like the turn blocks are within range for Yoshi to be grabbing a P-Balloon from this location. So that's something we might eventually be interested in setting up. Alright, in that case, let's do everything that we were talking about earlier. Yeah, we don't actually need to be big for this. Oh yes, that's right, we needed to race over to hit the on-off switch. And then here, we then grab the flower, we then break open all of the ice. That's pretty straightforward. Gives you the key immediately. I don't think we need a fire flower for anything else at the moment. Except... yeah, we will eventually need to do some kind of poison positioning to revert to Big Mario in this set. So maybe... Well, first of all, let's get the key. And then we'll theorize afterwards. So we're big now. That's good. And that's fine. I think we just need Poison Mushroom plus Yoshi. Well, I mean, you would need P-Balloon here in terms of being able to interact with this part of the level and then tuck yourself above the pipe and then get hit. It'd have to be the P-Balloon, I'm pretty sure. So let's get crushed. Oops, let's get crushed. We know how to get the POW as well, but we should try to destroy the turn blocks in this room just to see what happens. Because who knows, they might be holding spike balls or something that would demolish some hard blocks for us, or bombs or something else. We will see that in a moment. So currently, got the key. We should get the P-Balloon back into this room. And then try to make contact with the Poison Mushroom. We need to lead it in such a position that we can get down here and touch it. Which seems like it's going to be tricky, actually. Because even just getting out of here with a Poison Mushroom is something that takes some better flying than I can put in, given that, yeah, people who actually fly accurately would be able to make that corner. I can't make that corner. So let's rethink that. It's probably not going to be that method. But what you can do is maybe trap Poison Mushroom using Blue State. If you drop Yoshi here in advance, you try to attract a Poison Mushroom the other way. Yeah, we'll need to think about that. Actually, no, that's fine, because if you are with Yoshi in this state... Well, the problem is that if you're with the P-Balloon, you can't lower Yoshi there, obviously. But what you can do is... well... Let's see what we can do in 70 seconds to show off an idea I had. Oops. Okay, so... no, you need P-Balloon here. Running very short on time. We know how to get up to the POW, obviously. Again, using the Poison Mushroom. But we need some way to get into this room as Super Mario. And then... do I mean to zip out here right away? Maybe. Yeah, this just needs really careful positioning, I think, of the mushroom after the claw drop. I don't know how well that will work. Because, like, if it starts dropping... yeah, it chases you really quickly. That's not going to work. We need an alternative. We could potentially maybe stop it with the POW. The way you would do it is you would do one cycle with Yoshi plus POW, you take the POW into the other room, you come back into this room. Then you have access to a POW. But then you wouldn't have access to the P-Balloon. But if you have access to the POW, then potentially you could... I mean, you would basically be re-entering this room with access to both the POW and the Poison Mushroom, which would allow you to reposition it in certain ways. And then if you take the Poison Mushroom with you to the next room... So yeah, no, that's what it is. Let's say Yoshi's holding the Poison Mushroom. Then you push with him through here, you go through here. Then you get the P-Balloon with the Poison Mushroom available somewhere here. Actually, that's a problem because... is it going to jump in the daytime? Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Because maybe you need to spit it through here. Oh, and that's fine then, because if you come down with a P-Balloon... that's what the one-way panel is for. That you wouldn't just be able to touch the Poison Mushroom here and take damage immediately. But maybe you can touch it on the right side. Like, I wonder if it would make contact if you take the P-Balloon and attempt to overlap with the Poison Mushroom here. I feel like it should. I think that should work. Okay, so let's do the flower race. In fact, flower will just get trapped if you get on off first. And then come over here. Oh no, because of the blue column. Yeah, never mind. You need to raise it. Okay, good. Break all the ice. So we'll do this one second since we need to grab the key anyway. Or, well, whichever way makes sense. Yeah, we know how to get all the way up to the POW at this point. We just need to use it. We know that if you reload through this room, it's not too hard to get the Poison Mushroom with Yoshi. Then we'll see if this works the way I think it will work. Not necessarily certain. Also, can we just grab it later? Yeah, we can. Much better. Yeah, that's got some interesting implications in its own right. Because you could just spit in this location and trap the poison mushroom here, and then grab it with Yoshi on the other side. But there's no benefit to doing that right now. What we do is we come down here. So let's try spitting the poison mushroom, and then we lead it over, and I wonder if it will bounce. Oh, it's not going to. And one-way panel is going to trap it. Okay, so that's not going to work. Yeah, because there's no good place for Yoshi to drop it such that it doesn't follow you past that panel. However, nope, doesn't make it over. I think that's pretty sufficiently quality checked. I don't know about that. That looks like it should hit, but the P-Balloon hitbox, of course, is always a bit deceptive. Also, I'm totally trapped. Okay. Alright, then we need to do something to reposition Poison Mushroom in this room. I think what we do... we can't really get within range here, unfortunately. Okay, you know what? Let's do this first. Oh, also, yeah, no, because you're only occupying one tile. That's only for the squish if you are tall. But at any point, we can just take damage on the icicle if we need to revert. Let's think about this, because if you come over here, you can poke and break. Oh, also notice, yeah, semi-solid here. We'll try to do something. Again, you can always take Yoshi's fruit like this. The problem is that we can't get through this location. You can, however, get POW. And if you get a POW, then maybe we can reposition a little differently. Notice that if you have the POW, maybe Yoshi's able to just jump over to the next location. We haven't played much with POW yet. And yeah, Red Dude, you're saying the POW. Yeah, because if you had the POW over here, Yoshi can just jump over. Which is fine up to a point. The problem is that if you grab the P-Balloon now, that's why we want to destroy these. Because if you grab the P-Balloon now, you can't get out of the P-Balloon. You can come here as Yoshi, but then you need some way to destroy this, so Yoshi is within range to grab a P-Balloon. He has to do it first. If Yoshi doesn't do it first, and if you grab the P-Balloon, then suddenly you're in a situation where you can't revert back. Because I'd like Yoshi to grab a P, or grab a P-Balloon, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. But yeah, the fact that this sends you over to that position, though, might be important. So let's say we... I'm trying to think about how we could potentially take damage here. You see, that's why getting the poison mushroom through here was potentially quite important. Because if you drop through here, you just kind of drop Yoshi. That won't do it. However, this does allow you to hit POWs. Will that be useful? Not necessarily. Because we don't have a way to take damage there. Poison Mushroom allows you to take damage in the other room, but then we would lose the POW. At any point, though, you can kind of switch to the other state with the Icicle. Yeah, the problem is that there are very few ways you can get Poison Mushroom to drop, really. If you take damage with a Poison Mushroom in this room, then you can still grab it with Yoshi. Then... yeah. Maybe there's more that we could have done with a flower, now that I think about it. Because we lost the Fire Flower fairly early on. I'm trying to think about whether losing the flower is necessary before you also get up to the POW. We'll consider. Has to be decided first. And again, we will go for P-Balloon first. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, the turn blocks here are going to be critical. I feel like they have to be destroyed at some point. The ones on the left, who knows, but the ones on the right for sure. Because then eventually you get Yoshi to swallow a P-Balloon in that location. Or at least you need some kind of damage source. The Poison Mushroom doesn't quite go high enough for our purposes. Okay, let's push. Hit. And then switch. Now I wonder if we switch to the on states, we can drop the Poison Mushroom out first and then have the flower available secondarily, maybe. No, because Yoshi can't get into this position yet until the ice has been removed. But if you repel the flower... yeah, no, you... I think this order is still correct. I was thinking about whether there's much flexibility to reorder that. I don't think so. The ice... rather, the Fire Flower is your only chance to deal with any of this stuff. With the ice blocks. So mainly I'm thinking about whether we can do something with the flower here to intentionally... well, we'll see, because I don't have a damage source in the other room. That's the main problem I'm finding. So let's say you lose it. Do you need to crush once? And we just need to reload through here to grab a new Poison Mushroom for trading up to the POW if we need. I don't know if that's the step right now, but it'll be a step. Interestingly enough, I wonder what else we can do with the claw here. Notice that it's possible to run Yoshi all over the place with strategic use of the on-off switches. If, for instance, we wanted to trap Yoshi on the right side here, but then how come we can't just... you know, how's that any better than just giving him a push? Not clear. Anyway, at this point we have a POW. We do still have people in access over here. We do have poison mushroom access over here. Ideally, we can find the positioning of the poison mushroom and make it possible to proceed. Now, if you have the E-balloon, well, let me think. Yeah, the problem generally here is that you can't go up with Yoshi. Because I'm thinking about whether Yoshi would be able to, you know, do something like a spit to... Oh, actually, poison mushroom follows you, right? So if you spit up top, if you kind of land here, like spit, maybe you can lead it over into the pit. That's a thought. I don't know if you can. Positionally, it'll be a little bit awkward. Need to see this. See if it works the way I think it will. We spit up the... Oh no, it bounces so aggressively. Not it. I was hoping to somehow reposition it into the middle between the turn blocks. The other possibility... So yeah, we can't currently do anything in the on state here, but we come here. There's something to do with poison mushroom movement that we clearly need to pick out at some point, but we can trap him over here. We can hit the POW, but then if it hits the POW, it's going to bounce up through the note block. It's also already trapped over the only panel, so I think what you actually do is notice the cloud trap in the middle there. How many tiles is that? 3 tiles. If you place the POW in the middle here, you're able to bounce the poison mushroom all the way out. Why would you want to do that? Now, why would I possibly want to do that? That would make it any different from how things were happening earlier. Well, because then that way you can return both the poison mushroom and the POW. And you can do that already anyway. Because ideally you have something like Fireflower and Yoshi, and then you're able to spit poison mushroom and then catch it down below. $100 seconds. Yeah, because you can totally use the POW as a blocking piece. I mean, it's so precisely set up here that I feel like it should be the case. And then you'd be able to send a poison mushroom up to a couple of different locations. I need to rethink how we've been losing the flower so early, and whether it's necessary to do it. Okay, let's push this way. So we don't have a lot of time, but we know that with the POW we can jump up. We know we can get another people in. We know also that if we have Yoshi up here, then once we get the people in, we're able to sort of, well, drop Yoshi into it. different position. We'll see. Because once we get to people in, we can't really take damage in this room unless we have something like a poison mushroom. And there isn't really a good place to trap a poison mushroom. Unless you trap it, say, here. Like if you spit here and then click it over. Doesn't help at all, though. Also, well, we'll see. I need to check something. Let's say you can see how many people in. Oh no, we need to do this again. Just to check a little bit of power up logic here. Okay, so people do keep spawning continuously. Yeah, I thought they did. I just need to straighten something out. Yeah, too bad about the poison mushroom not bouncing in the standard theme. I feel like that would have been very, very useful in its own way. So, anyway, let's not burn too much time on this. Let's do the things we need. Things we know. Maybe just tapping this on-off switch and then coming down here for the swap. The question is, am I able to potentially grab the flower without also dealing with the poison mushroom? Well, if you hit on-off, the poison... the flower is going to move further. Yeah, we absolutely do. Sort this out. It's already trapped over here, and then now put them down. I wonder. We took the poison mushroom in that round and dodged the flower. Well, no, let's open up some ice first. So we hit on off again. Let's not take damage yet until we know what we're doing. Not really any other interactions here other than picking up the key, though. But if we have to take damage anyway, then we might as well just do it now. Because I'm thinking about whether there's a way to potentially defer the flower collection to a later point when you really need it. Instead, okay, let's come down here. Then move this guy. He's got nothing at the moment. Able to get people in into the next room. Now the question is, do we want to? Because people in really does constrain you from avoiding the poison mushroom. Might not be what we want. Ideally, we want to be standing here. We take damage. We go through to the other room. And of course, it's entirely possible that destroying the turn blocks does nothing. It's just that it's the kind of target of investigation right now. Balloons are in this room. Balloon can come back into this room and do what else we haven't already seen. Well, it can take damage apparently. I'm thinking whether we can sort of trap the mushroom in a useful position. Like if you kind of trap mushroom in the middle, Yoshi still has access. No, hang on. We can do this. Then how does the power-up state fit into this? If it does. It might not. Oh, was a mushroom, okay. Well, we'll see. So the poison mushroom right now, we, by the looks of it, can't really send it up the top. Not in time. We can't set it to the bottom right, although I wonder if I got that right. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's only just one tile in height and it's not bouncing. That makes a certain amount of sense. What else can we do with that? Well, the correction direction over here sends Yoshi through, that's fine. Now, if you're in the on state, then this might have some interesting implications. Let's see, we don't want to lock ourselves out, obviously. So do we grab the POW now? Or is there another interaction I need first? We'll see. I'm also looking at the position here to see what else we can learn from it. Obviously, it would be nice if we could get out of this room in a large Super Mario state, but might not be possible. Okay, back to where we were before, basically. We've got Yoshi, we've got POW, we've got lots of other things going on. So, if we come over here in the... Well, no, I mean, we always get in and out on the on state. We push Yoshi through to the other side. Then... I wonder, because I feel like creating a POW bridge in the top middle is still an appealing idea. Then, if the poison mushroom loops back around, then it feels like we're short by one specific power-up interaction. Just one step here that we haven't really totally thought about. Yeah, because this can go left and right up there. Yeah, if we had blocked the column, it doesn't need to be with a POW, but I don't see any other alternatives. Then Poison Mushroom bounces up. At any point, well, we wouldn't be able to retrieve the POW though, that would be gone, but that's okay. Then you would just be able to exit here with Poison Mushroom, and why would you want that? Because you can respawn into this room with the Poison Mushroom intact. And only one of them. Now, why is that useful? Let's think about it. I wonder if we're going for the flower too soon. Maybe there's something else we can do before we get to that state. Specifically, I think we might be able to drop the drop the poison mushroom now, then swallow it. Well, except it's going to bounce around in here, and then... No, we can grab it with Yoshi on the other side. And that way, if we go for this first, then we have the flower available much later. Because the idea now is that we don't consume the flower right away, we also figure out a way to drop it such that we can take it to the other side. Like we can spit the flower out here, for instance. If we can somehow trap it with Yoshi. I mean, ideally we trap it on Claw, but then if we trap it on a Claw, we don't get access to it. So, like, basically, if you come down here, flower is going to go back. And the question is whether I can do anything as Yoshi to grab it before it reverts all the way back. Well, one way to do it is to constrain it using the POW. We actually have immediate access to the POW if we go Poison Mushroom first, but then we don't have access to the Poison Mushroom. Unless, of course, we take Yoshi... Well, we're doing things in a slightly different order this time to make the flower available later. Let me drag that mushroom back. Not sure if we can. Because now we have access to the POW immediately, and then Fireflower is still alive. Which means that we can come back to this room with the POW. So POW would be available right away, and then we can use that to perhaps constrain the flower some other way. Like maybe give it something to jump on. Middle here. Drop the POW into position, and then... Oh, let's try this actually. Push the flower. No, the POW would just constrain it. If you're down here, then you can stand on that. Would that be useful at all? Not really. But if you switch states... I think this is why you need a people in, among other reasons, that you would need to jump in. Actually, no, you can just race it like this. That's not actually helpful, though. Because you still couldn't get Yoshi close enough to grab the flower. That's not actually helpful. So yeah, this is kind of a reordering of what we were doing earlier, which is why we're starting from scratch a bit. Like, it's probably not the right order because we did make much more progress the other way. But it does give you a much earlier POW. So the question is, can we do something with a much earlier POW before the ice has been melted, and specifically before the flower has been picked up? Given that if we delay taking the flower, maybe we have an additional interaction that we can force somehow. Like if we use the POW to, for example, force the flower into a given position. One way to do it is, if the Poison Mushroom is still available here. Yeah, okay, then you take the POW here. Poison Mushroom is still available at a time if you respawn into this room with a Claw active. Then the idea is that you can trap the flower further, I guess, by dropping the POW on top of Claw and lowering it. Now, why would you want to do that? Ideally, what I'm trying to do is get the flower into a position such that I can pick it up with Yoshi on the left side here. And then you'd have a power-up. I'm trying to get into a tall, powered-up state in this spot. That's what everything we're currently doing is aimed towards. Because in that way I can destroy the turn blocks on the other side. Which, if we're able to get a power-up state here, then we're able to do it. If we're not able to, then we have issues with P-Balloon in the other room. But if you exit with the POW on the way out, then maybe... Let's see. What you can do is preload the POW up top. If you come back in with the POW, let's say. Preload the POW into that position. Then you can kind of do the massive loop with the Poison Mushroom. The other thing, too, is that potentially, if the POW is bouncing around here, then maybe it can actually push Fire Flower up to the top position. Why would you want that? Because then Yoshi, if Yoshi is able to grab the flower at any point, then he can really push it around. And, you know, make it jump around all over the place. Like, because basically there's a note block here. Like, if you drop the POW like this... oh no, it just destroys it. Ah, okay, no. I was misreading that. There's nothing below, it's just ground. That's not it. No, Red Dude, I would not like to know what I'm missing. I would like to figure it out. But thanks for offering. If I'm really stuck for a while, then maybe, but, you know, thanks for asking, but, I would like to push through it. We have had some edge case interactions that took us hours to muscle through before, and that's fine. That's just part of the experience. Okay, so, yeah, if we reorder it to get the early POW, let me think about what that does for me. How do we even do that previously? We dropped the Poison Mushroom. We had to take damage first so we could run. Like, if you're here while small, then you can do it. With the P-Balloon, I don't think you can do it. But perhaps you can still do the same interaction with Racing Flower. And because the flower... Yeah, it's not bouncing off a note block or anything. It's bouncing because it's power-up repulsion. If you do that, then if you get a crush at this point, then we'll see. You don't think I'll ever see it? I don't know. We'll see, because, like, I mean, you know, we've done much more obscure interactions in this. Particularly with the POW overlap. Which was the case with Ged's puzzle. I doubt it'll be something as specific as Ged's puzzle, but we will try it. Okay, so Flower's gonna move over here. And it's bouncing around over here. The idea is, I wonder if we can trap it further, such that if you have, for instance, a wall here with the POW, forcing the flower to remain in this position, can Yoshi reach? Not really. He's just a little far out. Seems awfully close, though. If Yoshi can capture the flower, then, you know, things are in very, very good shape, potentially. And yeah, we'll see what we can do with the POW. I mean, right now we're kind of figuring out, like, do we get a POW before flower, POW after flower? And, you know, we'll sort that out. Might also be some kind of object push that we can do. Also, if you drop down here with Yoshi, you're able to get back into him immediately. No, we don't want to do that. Hang on. No, bad idea. Let's rethink. However, you're able to sneak with Yoshi. Oh, that's interesting. Because if you trap the flower... Yeah, if you get Yoshi to run around here... Now, the problem is that you sort of need the Poison Mushroom to be available to do that. But then that's okay. If we re-enter this room with a POW, then we have access to the POW immediately with the Poison Mushroom still in the claw. Then we get Yoshi to run around down here. Using the running interaction, we're able to get on Yoshi and move over. Using the POW to block this position, we're able to trap the flower such that Yoshi is able to grab it. If Yoshi is able to grab it from this location, like plus an additional tile, like how we snuck under, then Yoshi is able to take the flower. If Yoshi is able to take the flower, then we're able to push him out here and use the flower in the other room. And that'll get us through the turn blocks, which is the sort of intermediate objective that we're going for. So, what we can do is this. We go this way. It might be a cheese path, I'm not sure, with the Yoshi run down here, because the order that I did previously with using the people in first seemed a little more intuitive in its own way. You know, where you race the flower over. That might be an interaction that we still use, but it seemed like everything here was kind of spaced around the idea that you race the flower over to get rid of the ice. What we can do, though, is still use the ice later in its own way. So, in that case, what we'll do is we're going to drop this guy and trade him to the POW. Which we can do. Then we come back to the POW afterwards. POW plus Yoshi. I mean, we could also just take the POW by hand, but it doesn't matter too much. And that's a strict improvement on our position, in that we have the same starting position, but with the POW already obtained, which is great. And then what we do is we repel the flower, and then block that position with the POW. But I think we want to get Yoshi out of here first, so we can run him down. Oh, no, we didn't want to run Yoshi that way, because he's going to die. Yeah, no, he's going to die. We actually needed this state first. Yeah, we needed this state first. We did it incorrectly. Let's redo it. We can do it. Okay. So what we'll do... No, Red did, we're kind of working on something else first. I do want to see what's going on with the turn blocks before we, you know, actually work on the real solution. Because we are experimenting. I don't want to see what happens. So, what we will do is take this, hit the on-off. No, we don't need that yet. What we need to do... Yes, we switch states over here. That's fine. And then we can trap Yoshi on the left. Good. And we can also trap the flower with the correct on-off state. Let's make sure Yoshi doesn't die. We push the flower, and then using this, we should be able to just drop the POW manually. Good. That blocks. That will also block the flower. Now the idea is that we try to sneak onto Yoshi. Just watch this. Well, we were able to do it previously, where we get onto Yoshi. How do we even do that? Like, I feel like that's definitely why this is a cheese, that we're not supposed to actually land on Yoshi and sneak underneath. So I don't even know how we did that previously, that we managed to squeak in. Yeah, I don't actually know how we managed to do that last time. There was something happening there that allowed me to do that. That is no longer the case. Alright, maybe that doesn't work then. Oh, it's very close actually. Actually, maybe if Yoshi is in this position, nah, that's too close. Okay. But we were able to get onto Yoshi below the block earlier. I feel like it's doable. I mean, it's obviously not the solution. I feel like that's definitely a cheese. Like a really severe edge case cheese. But I wonder how we did it earlier then. Because we had Yoshi running around and we managed to mount him and sneak under. Like so. I do want to try it. It's obviously not the intended solution, but I still want to try it. So let's head over to this first. Yeah, we'll go back to doing it the other way eventually. I just want to mess with this first. Yeah, and then what we do is we'll poison mushroom first. We'll trade to the Pout. And we'll switch back in. Yeah, Rat Dude, I do not care that I'm way off of how to do this level. I absolutely do not care. Just so we're absolutely clear about that. We've found some pretty interesting alternatives and other messy ways of doing things before with other levels, and I absolutely intend to do the same thing here, so... No, because this is clearly not the solution path. Like, I was doing it the other way earlier, and it had a bit more of a logical progression to it with how you were melting the ice and eventually getting up to the Pout. But I still want to try this. Because we managed to do something kind of sneaky here earlier that I think I might be able to replicate. Because, yeah, no, we got much further on the other path earlier. Like, we got the key, we got the POW, we got most things set up. But... let me see here. We can drop the POW. And besides, you know, part of the purpose here is the playtest. And I'm sure that... as often happens, when I do something very unintended, the makers find it interesting to hold their breath and see if it actually does anything to the level. It probably won't, but what I want to do is, once again, yeah, we want to get rid of the poison mushroom first too. Yeah, well, we were using it to make Yoshi run, basically, but then we do it in the other state. And then we want to drop the POW so I have access to it. Okay, let's run Yoshi back. We'll push. Hang on. Push, and then we should be able to race it. Actually, yeah, no, we're just able to race it. But then the flower would go over and hang back to the right side. That's okay, then we'll drop the POW here. So how was I able to sneak with Yoshi earlier? There was a way to do it. There's absolutely a way to do it. What we do is... oh, no, that's not what we wanted. Hang on. Oh, that's okay, because we can still push with the flower. Yeah, because no, you can still drop through. Let me think about that. I'll actually reset the timer on this. If I kill a spike, does he stay dead or respawn when I go through the pipe? He's not on the clear condition, so he will respawn when we come back. Because the spike death state, if you transfer between pipes, is only preserved if you're on the clear condition. Since the clear condition is tied to the P-balloon instead, that is not going to be the case. And so spike will respawn every time you come back through the pipe. Okay, so what we were doing is... let's keep track of this. Of course, we will go back to do the more standard solution path later. I just really want to see if we can make this happen. Alright, we're going to drop this guy first. And you can't outrun that with the P-balloon. You can outrun it with Small Mario, which seems pretty important. Notice, too, that if you take Poison Mushroom back with you to the other room, we've done that before. That doesn't get you very far yet. What we do is we take the POW, and then we're going to take it back in here. We can do a couple of things with a POW. We can position it up top to do a whole unnecessary circuit with the Poison Mushroom. But the idea that I'm going for is creating a trap here. Then we'll be very careful not to kill Yoshi accidentally. No, we actually... yeah, no, we do want that state because then we move the flower over. We run over that quickly. No, oh, okay, no, I need to drop the POW. Yeah, I totally forgot to drop the POW. We actually don't want the off state to be reverted. That's okay, we just come back here with the POW. That's still progress. Yeah, that's the same mistake I made last time. Whoops, let's grab that again. So what we do is we'll take this. We'll need off state to trap Yoshi. And then we open this up again and it stays open. Yeah, then we come down here. Drop. And it repels the flower. So I was somehow able to sneak with Yoshi and mount up sort of on this position previously. I don't know how I did it. That we had some very specific edge case that made it possible. Like where we had some like forward momentum on him or something. No, doesn't work. Okay, we shouldn't mess around with it then, because I had a way to do it earlier where we snuck with Yoshi underneath. I wonder if it was because I had the POW in my head or something. But we had some way to doing it. We can of course drop the donut and then try to sneak in. No, that's not fast enough. Okay, it's not going to be that then. However, we can just grab the flower now and then bust up some ice. And just proceed along with the puzzle the standard way. At the cost of the timer, of course. Notice as well that I actually can probably... Oops. Cover the POW at this point. Yeah, if we hit the on-off, we come back in... Well, let's see. Obviously, we're supposed to think about what the remote activation on the on-off switch is going to be, but we'll deal with that later. Could be if we get a spike ball off of Spike. You know, if you reposition him. But then you would need the other switch state for that to begin with, and yeah, that's not going to be the case. So we can take the P-Balloon back to... Yeah, well, we've done this out of order already, because like what we're supposed to do is do the push with the Fire Flower. So we're kind of back into our original route where we use the Fire Flower really early before we get to POW. We're still able to drop the Poison Mushroom, and clearly once you open everything up, you're supposed to lead it back and forth and send it up to a particular location. I mean, the thing is, the way that this has this zigzag here makes it quite clearly possible for you to just send it back and forth and lead it over. I think the idea is that eventually you do want to lead it into this pit while you are in the P-Balloon state or something. You have the P-Balloon state currently. Am I able to get within claw range? Maybe not. But if we sort of trap it, then maybe we can. So let's get back into this room. We want to do it with the POW? We can. Whoops. No. Wrong. Hang on. 122. Yeah, missing one little step, I can tell. Okay, so... yeah, this is back to where we were quite a while ago. So we know how to get to POW. We've obtained the flower already at this point, which seems to be a kind of a weaker position than when we got the POW before the flower. But we do have all the ice melted. I feel like just running through the icicle at the top is not the right idea. That potentially, for example, you're supposed to maybe take damage with Yoshi. We know from previous experience that doing a Yoshi spit of the Poison Mushroom on a slope will allow Yoshi to just run forward. That's what we used in the Mepaulic level earlier today. And if you have some kind of object stack, well, you'd be able to send Yoshi up top over here. What you can do if you send Yoshi up top over there is that you can use Yoshi to grab the key. Because the idea is that you would be able to put Yoshi in the top middle. And you come over here, you can tongue the key. If you just go over here and grab Yoshi in this position. Now, if you tongue the key, why would you want to do that? Because I think it allows you... no, because you still need the Fire Flower down to do that, unless... no, you don't. Because... if you know how to get a Poison Mushroom, you know how to get a POW out of the way. If Yoshi is within tongue range here, without the use of the Fire Flower, then you can basically get the key and get all that done with the ice before picking up the flower. And if you defer the flower later, that's kind of like a strictly better position than what we have currently. Let's see if I can demonstrate that. I think you can totally do it. Like Yoshi's tongue range. No, it's actually slightly out of reach, maybe. Yeah, because ideally we want to get flower over to this side. I still think that the turn blocks on the other room are going to turn out to be pretty consequential. Okay, let's bump. Because the idea is that we... I wonder, because... oh no, the one-way panel is what precludes you from doing this. However, if you reposition the POW here first, then do the spit, then Yoshi could potentially run. So the idea is that you would Back it up. Oh, he totally runs, yeah. But then where does he go? Wait, how come Yoshi is that far off? I thought he would go to the pit, but no, he actually just... Oh, he's totally out of there, okay. Yeah, because he runs across a single tile, so no, that doesn't work then. Because he bounces way off, and then... Huh. Curious, okay. Because I was thinking, you know, potentially if you have Yoshi bounce up here, then... What you could do is, if you come back here with a POW, you can place it here in advance, and then Yoshi is forced in this position until you remove the POW. You remove the POW, then you get Yoshi. Then you get Yoshi to tongue the key. Now, all of this would be done for the purpose of deferring the Fire Flower for as long as possible. And I don't know yet if there's a purpose to doing that. Actually, no, because you need the Vine Climb, you can't actually get up there with the POW. Unless... No, because a single column up throw will not work. Okay, no, never mind. That doesn't work then. That does not work. Good quality control, actually, to catch the potential Yoshi movement up here. Yeah, because he bounces and he just runs out of here. Oh, because he would deflect back, I guess. I don't know, the slope looks so much like it's meant to permit that. But then, yeah, Yoshi just goes way off screen. And I guess, yeah, because of the wall deflection, he goes back this way, which would not be helpful. Maybe there's a way to do it. But we should maybe go back to doing this the standard way. Actually interacting with the puzzle for a change. Let's see what we can do. We can... Yeah, let's restart it first of all, just to recover the efficient path. Okay, so we go people in immediately if we want to. Do we want to? If we go for people in immediately, then actually, hang on. I want to try something before we get too far here. Okay, so first of all, let's go back to this interaction here. Yeah, this is clearly meant to be a mushroom trap. Which is interesting, because I wonder if... Yeah, I still wonder if maybe there's a way to get Yoshi up top and keep him there. I mean, there is one thing that you can do, which is trap Yoshi in this position. Like if you have kind of a half tile here, and then you can run him over. But then Yoshi would just escape the same way as before, so... Like if you do this... Also, one interesting thing that might happen here. I wanted to see what happens if we have the Yoshi collision. Oh, whoops, no, not like that. That's not what I meant. What I want to do is I want to get Yoshi here against the wall and do the POW bounce against the wall and see what that does. Like if you put Yoshi here, soft drop the POW. I think that probably just displaces the POW on top of Yoshi and gives you an overlap. That's what I would guess. But typically the POW would bounce on his back. Also, the POW bounce on Yoshi's back is something that we have not been using either, and which is probably important in its own right. Okay, let's do this again. Just a full reset. Then, yeah, of course, none of this is actually as good as the original path we found, but we'll push. This leads to an interesting question. Do we actually want to push immediately with it? Yeah, I guess we do. I wonder if we could get different momentum. Like if we run all the way across, whether we would still have this guy here. Obviously, what we said earlier was that you could still put the POW here, and then you could actually lead the poison mushroom all the way to the top. Again, I don't see the purpose of doing it. Unless we have the P-balloon handy, maybe. Fundamentally, I need Yoshi to give me the P-balloon. Anyway, let's mess around with this moment. I just want to see it. I will dismount Yoshi facing this way. Whoops, no. Let's not die to that. Hang on. Come on. The problem with dismount interactions is that Yoshi's dismount is so fussy sometimes. There we go. This is not going to do much. I just want to see if it's going to be an overlap push or something else. No, it actually just straight up overlaps the POW. Interesting. Wow, it just totally intersects with it. That's probably interesting somehow. I wonder if you hit Yoshi from below, what happens with that? Anyway, let's not mess around with it too much. We're discovering things. So again, POW in the middle position allows you to loop the poison mushroom all the way to the top. Is there a reason to do that? We don't see it yet. I suppose it lets you get the poison mushroom out of the way, potentially. Until you actually need it. I mean, obviously the fire flower has to take out ice at some point, and we know how to do it. With the P-balloon race that we saw earlier. You're saying I'll be upset with myself when I find out what I'm missing? Oh, probably. That's perfectly fine. Okay, so people in here. Again, Yoshi could have jumped up top, but then we would no longer have access to the POW. Because I was hoping that we could somehow take damage here off of a poison mushroom, for instance, and then be able to come through here, get Yoshi in this position, and then swallow people in. That was the original idea a long time ago. Yeah, I mean, you know, tunnel vision is most of the challenge in puzzles like these. Might be an additional night theme interaction that we haven't thought about. Again, we can trap the flower left this way, and we can always switch from P-balloon to flower. Through this position here. This is what we did previously. However, what we can do is, instead of instantly consuming the poison mushroom... Oh, we kind of need to, because we don't have a different way to take damage out of the P. And we've managed to trap the flower like that before, so this wouldn't actually progress anything. Like, we don't actually need the P-balloon to race the flower over to the on-off switch. And if that's the case, we don't need to actually hit the poison mushroom in order to pick up the flower. That's sort of unnecessary. So basically we can preserve the poison mushroom after grabbing the flower for an additional round. And then potentially we could get Yoshi to pick it up on this side once we've kind of let it circle around using the POW. And if we do that, if Yoshi picks up the poison mushroom, then we're able to do like a kind of self-spit or something at some point. That's going to be a problem though. Yeah, we obviously want the off state. But we need to do that remotely when we're down here. We need to think about how this would be reachable from a distance like that. Well, let's see. Well, you know what, let's let it expire for a moment. Yeah, there's still a fundamental problem here with the state switch that we haven't really been able to tackle yet. So, as before, we're going to go people in first. No, we don't need to do people in first. What we should do is we'll just go flower first like this. No, we'll flower first like this. And trap it as the first move. Ah, yes. No, this runs into the same issue still. But if we do this after having removed the poison mushroom first, then we can drop on top of the flower with the poison mushroom still active. So yeah, that was the idea I was going for. That we just need to change the sequence slightly. By drawing it out. And grabbing the POW. Again, we can't actually take the POW into the top middle, which was the original ambition I had. I think this is still going to be a problem, actually. It's not really an improvement to take the poison mushroom out. Unless, of course, you spit it in here. After you do POW activation. We need to get the POW out and respawn into this room first, by the way. Because then, again, that will strictly be progress. Then we spit the poison mushroom in this pit here, I think. Eventually. No, Rad Dude, I'm afraid you'll have to be patient. You can always skip to the end of the eventual VOD if you want to see how late it takes me to get it. Alright, so what we do at this point is that we've kept the POW. And that's fine, we can use the POW as a blocking piece pretty much wherever we want. And then what we can do is we can get the poison mushroom out of the way first. And just move it. Then we can work our way up to the flower. We can just keep it with Yoshi, in fact, until we want to deal with it. So flower, we can race it at this point. And then we can just up towards it. Ideally, I'd like to spring it up. Well, we can't really do it with an up throw, but we could just grab it. Yeah, I was hoping to defer picking up the flower until much later. But we can do it now. And if we do it now, then we have access to all the stuff that we did previously, you know, with the key, with the nice stack over here. Yeah, Red Dude, I've taken much longer than 2 hours with many of the contest entries before, so I do not consider that long. I've actually had puzzles by this maker, Itchy Knee, take me quite a bit longer before, so it's well within the expected pace, especially because I had a very long diversion where I was just trying stuff that pretty obviously wasn't pertinent to the solution. I feel like if we have let's see, Yoshi positioned over here. Again, we can't really take the power up to the top middle. Maybe something we can do. Just drop here. Let's think about this. Obviously, we can continue to do the flower push. And you see, this is the logical contradiction that we have to deal with here, is that in order to have objects kind of zigzagged away around, we need the flower to melt the ice coins first. And if we do that, we lose access to the flower. Ideally, I want the flower to just be dancing around the whole time. But that's not happening, so... Wasted the on-off switch? Well... I mean, we can do an up throw from down below, like here, right? And that takes care of it, but we would need an object up throw that is not the POW. Had I actually not tried that up to this point? I guess I didn't. Because if it's in the up throw, though, we still need a way to destroy Spike on the other side. Which I guess we can do if we have the Fire Flower. Like if we just take the Fire Flower now. And then go to POW here to up throw. And then we just come through here. Why run through him when you can do this? And then we take the blue balloon and we... Oh, I totally forgot to get the key. I totally forgot the key. Yeah, actually no, because you need to spend the Fire Flower to get the key. And you need to get out of the Fire Flower. So yeah, no, you can't actually just destroy him like this. You would need... do something else. On the other hand, if you just get the key in advance... No, because that does spend one Fire Flower. Yeah, and I know you can just run through him, because then you can just get Yoshi too. You can push through here with Yoshi, basically. Yeah, but we should do it with the key and with more time in the bank. Yeah, I mean, you know. Total blind spot for the up throw here, but that happens. And I'm not going to get too fussed about that. So, okay, let's do the whole sequence that we did previously, and then we will not forget to get the key this time. The key is going to blow the Fire Flower. And that's expected. And then we're going to probably... Yeah, no, we'll just do things in a sensible order. Yeah, I guess one of the reasons I had a blind spot for the up throw, actually, was specifically because I assumed that we'd want the POW to potentially get through the Spike. And it's true that much earlier we had discussed, you know, just running through the Spike and contingencies for doing that while still having access to the P-Balloon afterwards. I feel like that might still be an obstacle for a couple of reasons I'll go into. But ultimately we can do it. Anyway, let's get everything into position first. We'll not forget the flower this time. This is not the original order I did things in, but we'll keep it anyway. Okay, so we'll get the POW over here. And then again, we don't need to race it with the P-balloon, we can just race it. Oops, let's push it all the way to the left first. It seems more natural to race it with the P-balloon. Because you'll notice that one thing we didn't interact with at all in this solution path is these ice blocks over here. We just didn't use them. That to me seems suspicious. I feel like maybe there's something there that we still need to consider. Because if you get the key, then why would you still need to do the zigzag? We should open this up just in case we need it for a future zigzag with the poison mushroom specifically if we need to reposition it upstairs. However, we do have access to the turn blocks in the other room even if we do not have fire. Which is the thing we were talking about much earlier. Oh, let's position this where I can grab it. Because this way we... Oh, no, off state. Yeah, we actually can't do that. We're trapped here. That's not it. I was thinking that in the unstate... Well, first of all, we can go through the key door anyway. We can do it regardless. And we can grab Yoshi regardless. Yeah, there actually is a problem with this. That we're big, but we don't actually have access to any of this stuff. Now, we can go for the key door. We would lose the clear condition, and then we... Ideally, what I want is... If we had something like a POW here, we would actually be able to push Spike out of the way. And, you know, do an object drop to push him around. We are actually able to grab another POW if we want to over here. But would that improve our position? I don't think it does. Because we would still need to activate the on-off switch the same way to get through here in big form. So, first of all, let's... let's push Yoshi up here. Again, we know that we can use the P-balloon to push Yoshi, and then we can maybe put Yoshi through the key door to see what happens. So ideally, I want to get into a position where Yoshi is able to... Oh, yeah, much further. Wonder if that's reachable at that point. Might not be. Okay, because if we take damage on him here, we don't really have enough time to do this. But... Oh. We push Yoshi back, I guess we can just push him again with the P-balloon. Alright, let's do it instead. No, because I still need to satisfy the clear condition, remember. Just going for the key door isn't enough. We need to satisfy the clear condition and grab a P-balloon at the end. I mean, we can see what's through the key door, but if it's just a gate, then we still need to deal with the P-balloon, right? We can totally look at what's here, but it's not sufficient. And we know it's not sufficient. because you do need the P past this point. Unless you just go to Yoshi, of course. Actually, if you just go to Yoshi, then I wonder if there's something that's still a hard P gate after that. I mean, I guess you do get pushed up a little bit, but I think, well, I mean, you still need the clear condition, right? Like, you can't do it without a P balloon. What you can do is you can return to the previous room with the P balloon, which is something that we have not done in the off state. And we know that, like we've done this enough that we saw all that a while ago. But like I said, we haven't used a kind of zigzag on the this position yet. And I think this is how it's going to be relevant, that we need to like this. And yeah, I still think that it's going to be something that you do to lead the poison mushroom while you are in P balloon form. I still think that's going to be the case. And the reason I think that's the case, where you take damage here. No, because you still need the off state in the other room, so that can't be it. Like, you do still need the off state in this location. No, we've seen what's past the door at this point. You can't actually reach the P balloons. You know, we've seen past the door at this point, and we know that it's not reachable. Like, you have to have the P balloon at that point, unless you have Yoshi at that point, where you push Yoshi through, and then maybe you can jump through. But I'm pretty sure that's going to be a P balloon gate. I mean, you can kind of force Yoshi through the bumper. That seems like a pretty extreme edge case. What you can do, again, is... I can't seem to fly quickly enough to reposition the poison mushroom, but... let's see it. Okay. So what we can do, once again, is just go through the whole sequence. Once again, I feel like there's more we can do with Flower that we're potentially skipping out on. Okay, let's go through here first. And I feel like there's more you can interact with in the on state in the first room. Specifically, the turn blocks are still suspicious. And the fact that we haven't used the raising of the poison mushroom through here is also suspicious. That I feel like we're supposed to lead the poison mushroom into the pit. And then that way we can sneak out. I still think that's a potential objective here. Anyway, let's push this. What are we holding? We're holding a POW. Okay. Potentially, we up throw while we have the Flower. Just trying to think about whether we have a way to retrieve the poison mushroom at this stage. We actually can. Because now that we know about the up throw with POW, we... no, we have to do it without losing Yoshi, though. Let's think about this. Okay, first of all, we should get a key. But let's bust open the ice. I'm just wondering whether we want to get a key now or if there's something else we can do with a flower beforehand. In the other room. Because you know we can exit with Yoshi and Flower and get to the spike. That still gets into the whole P-Balloon contradiction, I guess. We push through the on-off switch at this point. What we can potentially do is, yeah, if we can find a way to get the poison mushroom here, down here. Basically, if you're in the on state, and then you can trap it. And Yoshi plus poison mushroom in the next room, and then you get a P-Balloon. Okay, here's one thing we can do. Let's say we're in the off state. And let's say we have... Let's walk through this bit. We'll deal with the key later. Let's see you have Yoshi plus poison mushroom in this state. From having reloaded in here with POW. And you can do that. You come into this area here. Does the off state change anything about the way that Yoshi could potentially drop the mushroom? Not really, but yes, because no. No, because you still need the on state. I'm just trying to think about how you can potentially have the on state and have these be accessible. At the very least, even if you don't destroy this outright, I feel like you need Yoshi to grab the P. And have an extra balloon that you can take with you after having taken damage. And I still think that's possible. Okay. Off state. Right now, so we spawn in here with the off state. Does anything differ in a meaningful way? Not really. Not yet. But we could potentially drop the POW with the poison mushroom once again and reload into this room the same way, really. And then we can take poison mushroom with us. Yeah, so basically this is open now. That's going to be meaningful. Because the idea is that we would be able to run around and drop this thing. Now, you'd probably need to be small to do it in order to lure it down in the first place. Which means that was probably not a good idea to do it now. The idea should be... Oh, yeah, we can just get a crush here. Do we want to do that? No, because, I mean, like, you know, being big going into the other room is part of what we're trying to do in the first place. For turn block purposes. Like, we want to remain big. Am I able to sneak out here accordingly? We had a couple of different ways to drop the poison mushroom earlier, we just don't remember them. Yeah, that's fine. We'll probably need to do a full reset here. You can get Yoshi through the key door, potentially, if you push him far enough, which I almost did. And if you get him through the key door, then you're able to jump off of him into the P-Balloon corridor, but then you still would need the clear condition. And that's why, even if you did sneak Yoshi through the key door, you would need him to be holding a P-Balloon for you. And I don't think there's a particular benefit to that just yet. Now, notice that Yoshi is able to just spit the poison mushroom in this location. If we were able to get the poison mushroom down while still in the mushroom state or fire flower state, with, say, the POW positioned over here. No. No, we want to actually go through neon state. So the idea is that we would somehow be big over here. Doesn't matter how, it could be P-Balloon, could be anything else. Yeah, we need some way to get that down while big. I don't think we can, because you can't sneak through here with one of the big items. Unless you sort of spat into it. Like if you grab the fire flower, I mean, we're obtaining the fire flower in the middle though. That can't be. But if the fire flower is on the claw, then... Well, that's okay. We'll think about this. Yeah, the code for this. Let me grab that for you. It's in the spreadsheet, but let me punch it in for you anyhow. Spreadsheet is in the contest command if you want all of the entries. So we know how to run Yoshi here. We know how to grab the flower. I feel like we're still losing the flower much too early. Like we need it for something else. We're still not using this. I feel like we're supposed to use the P-Balloon to somehow tug poison mushroom out of there. Or tug the flower out of there, where, you know, if you are able to send it up somehow. So for example, let's say you have Yoshi down there and you bounce a POW on top of him. Because let's say we have this position. Hang on, I said this position. Where you push the flower towards Yoshi. It bounces. Now, let's say a POW is bouncing on Yoshi's back. Is the flower trapped under it in that state, or does the flower overlap and then bounce on top of the POW? If it bounces on top of the POW, then you're able to lead the flower down and exit with it here. I don't think it will be able to. I think the POW is going to stop it, but we can try. I don't think that works. I think we actually tried something similar much earlier. Okay. So we dump this on top of the POW. We then have the POW available. After having the POW available, do we then have a way? I think the flower is likely to get trapped under the POW if we do this, but I still need to see it. Should get trapped under, right? No, it doesn't. Okay, no, we got it. We got it. That's it. That's the trick. Except, now we don't have access to Yoshi. So it's not the trick. But... oh, except we lost access to Yoshi. That's... okay, that's a problem. Okay, now let's figure out how to get Yoshi back. Or can we? Maybe this was something that was just playtested against this. Oh, this was such a stroke of brilliance too. All of a sudden, just send it up here, and this is the kind of specific thing that feels like a puzzle solution too. Okay, so I guess we don't have that after all. But basically, if we're able to push the flower here, No, then we can come back and get Yoshi right away, almost. So we can make the flower dance up here, which is good. So then, is there a way to get Yoshi back? I don't know that there is, without having taken taken any of this out. I feel like maybe this was specifically prevented. Also, we've trapped the flower now, which is not good. However, if we toggle, we can get on top of the vine and then maybe push it back to the left. Hang on, let's try to go around it. Oh no, never mind. Okay, never mind. But anyway, we have the flower. I guess that's something. No, the idea was that I was trying to push it into this slot over here. Then you would need to catch up to it really quickly. And then you would just have the flower on the other side, but you wouldn't have anything to stand on for it. So if Yoshi's in this spot, this doesn't help you. Because the whole idea is to try to get Yoshi to grab the flower. Oh, this looks like such a good idea too, this bit here. But that's why I was thinking earlier that if you have the flower in this column and you have the POW here, that you could bounce the flower on top. I thought we had tried that. Did we actually try that? I thought we tried that much earlier. Okay. Go POW first. Yeah, because I thought we'd managed to bounce it on top by dropping the POW on top of the claw. But then that's 3 tiles high, that's the issue. That doesn't quite get you high enough if you're the fire flower. Moreover, it traps the POW. But anyway, let's do this. So the idea is that usually you can just push this. This will jump. And if you stop it against that wall, it will also jump. Whoops. Missed a gap. Let's drop Yoshi for a moment. We probably do want him available after the on-off interaction, so let's just ride him. He's gonna jump. Oh yeah, no. Because if the POW is in that spot, the flower doesn't go high enough. If the POW is not in that spot, then the flower doesn't go high enough either. I feel like getting Yoshi to run with the poison mushroom damaging him earlier actually was promising. Because what if Yoshi's in that position, and then Yoshi is pretty high up on claw? You drop Yoshi here. And flower, I think, will probably just overlap him. And you drop the POW on top of him, then you obstruct your way to him. Okay. That seemed like such a brilliant stroke, too, to, you know, force the flower out with a POW bounce, but I guess not. But that's the kind of interaction we should be looking for, perhaps. Because I really think that this is set up to, once you melt the ice, allow you to lead something out here. And of course, if you've used a fire flower to take this out, then obviously it would have to be the poison mushroom that you lead out. And you can do that with a bit of a zigzag, but I guess if you are riding Yoshi and you're big. Then what you can do is you can have the off state trap the poison mushroom in this location. It's going to bounce around up here until it has a way to get out. Then maybe you release it, you carry the POW with you. This would be while you're big. Yoshi's down here. Poison mushroom's down here, bouncing around. You let it follow you. You up throw, it's trapped. And then you come around to this side. No, because the whole point is to go to the other room with the on state. So that doesn't work. Because you would lead the poison mushroom down. In the middle, you still need to sneak here. But if you're here in the on state and the POW is still available, then you can toggle it back to on, perhaps? Let's see. Yeah, we might be getting exceedingly sidetracked by the possibility of being big enough to take this out. We might want to try the original solution of... Yeah, no, the thing is, if you're in the off state, Yoshi is unable to tongue the people in. That's one of the fundamental obstacles here. But if you have some way for Yoshi to take damage after dropping on top of the P-Balloon, then we have something. But currently don't see it. Like, you would need to bump the turn blocks with one P-Balloon. Then you would need to take damage quickly. And then get Yoshi back out. Or you drop Yoshi in the middle. So as long as you have some kind of damage source, that would work. But yeah, this tile height is just slightly out of the way. Okay. Alright, so let's say we can hit on. Yeah, we figured out a lot of the item order at this point. It's just that yeah, we might have to go back to what we were doing earlier. Let's see. We still don't know how to use these ice blocks, basically, because it really looks like you're supposed to use it to pull the poison mushroom out remotely. We just don't know what to do with that yet. So I want to pull it down here, and it's not really coming. And we got Yoshi. Oh, you know what? No, because the POW block obstructs it. I was thinking, okay, if you use the donut block, maybe you can just drop down to Yoshi directly. Maybe you can still do that. But I think you'll be trapped on top of the POW. Like if you do the drop like this. It does overlap Yoshi. I don't think it'll overlap the POW. I think but I think we have to try it. I think it'll just drop you on top of the POW though, and that it'll be a hard collision. Let's grab the mushroom first and try the thing I'm talking about. Okay, so the idea is that you grab the POW. Then you soft drop this, get out this way, and then drop the POW. So if I drop on donut block, will it land on top of the POW? I think I will. But we need to test it. Land. Yeah, you land on top. Okay, then Yoshi's obstructed, so that's not going to be it. Too bad, because it really looked like I had something for a moment here. I mean, we'd have flower only, basically, coming out, and then that doesn't help. Because we'd have to catch up to it. Nope. Yeah, no. Never mind. Yeah, it's actually tricky to position that anyway, because you would basically need to outrun it as it's coming up to sort of drop it. It's not really going to happen. It's a neat trick to get Yoshi to push it up like that, but I don't think it actually gets you anything. Well, sometimes we see a neat trick and we just spend so much time on it to make something happen. Even though it's, again, not really pertinent to the solution. Okay, let's do this properly. There's a mushroom. Do this. Then, oh, we don't need to do this. But we will anyway. Okay, take the POW. Then POW is able to get me over to the flower at this point, I think. Let's see. Again, we can reload in here with the POW if we want access to the poison mushroom again for some reason. I don't know if we do. But it absolutely doesn't hurt to just reload in here this way anyway, so we'll do it. Okay. Next. We have the POW available. We're able to... I'm just thinking about whether we could do anything with the player state to sort of change the direction of travel on some of these objects here. Because, of course, now we're able to grab the flower. The flower is something that we know how to use, and so... oh yeah, no, it would just jump around and get trapped on a claw. You're right, we want to get the poison mushroom off the board first, and off the board in a way that makes sense. Potentially, what we do is we pull it out. Grab the flower as before. Flower will be on the claw. Use it to take everything out. Again, I kind of want to spit the poison mushroom down here just to... Oh, except it would jump out no matter what you do, because... Well, what we can do is we can actually trap it using the POW. If we don't want the object to jump out. We could have done this with a flower too, in fact. No, we couldn't, because the flower depended on dropping the POW there. But the poison mushroom will want to bounce everywhere. Oh, whoops. My mistake. That's okay. I was trying to trap it with a POW so it doesn't bounce out of here and just gets locked into this area. That will apparently not work. What we'll do instead is we'll push... Sometimes it's difficult for me to tell what is a kind of quality of life feature that prevents a specific interaction and what is actually, you know, part of the puzzle proper. Well, you can get Fire Flower, and you can get
How you would then make it over to the other side with first of all of this down. Again, I wonder if we're going too early on the key, and if there is a way to potentially Yoshi up here and then dock him some other way. Let's think about this. Yeah, Rat Dude, congratulations on getting it. And congratulations on getting it ahead of me as well. So, we know how to take these down. We know how to grab anything off the claw, like a poison mushroom. If we have the POW in this location... So ideally we want to drag the poison mushroom over here with us. Now, using the POW here allows you to switch back to the off state and come back in here with the fire flower already obtained, minus the key. So can I set up the on state such that we come in here with the off state, perhaps, and then lead the poison mushroom back? Let's see, because I can get out of here with flower plus Yoshi. Oh, you just figured out how to kill Spike. Yeah, that's fine. That's still significant progress. I'm thinking that it'll be something like a... If you can take the POW with you to the other room, which you can't if you use it with the on switch, then you can do some kind of push with him. Unless you have some kind of crushing interaction. Let me think, because what else can I actually take with Yoshi here? I mean, we can take it with a POW. We can take the key, we can go through. I wonder what happens if we... you know, put Yoshi here. No, hang on. This doesn't work. It's a little too tricky to set up. The up throw will just hit the on-off switch and cut through him, right? Yeah, I thought so. Doesn't lift him anywhere. That's what I thought would happen. So I think we need to do something here with either the damage state on Yoshi to get him to run around, or, you know, like if you trap him with a poison mushroom on the right side. Let's see. We'll come back here and take a look. Because we did unlock all the ice. We didn't get the key, obviously, but... So, we need to figure out what the pattern will be with leading this guy, because I think it's possible, basically, to... Now, why would you zigzag him, though? You could do it with a repulsion on the fire flower. Like, if there's an alternate way to get rid of the ice blocks, that would be useful. But I don't think there is. At any given point, you can use Yoshi. And here you can drop him. You can then, for example, do an up throw and POW if you're big. And you get Yoshi to spit, but then how do you get back into the on state if you do? Yeah, hopefully I'm able to solve this day. We have one puzzle after this, and it might be too ambitious to try to finish everything on this broadcast, so just to spread things out, it might be useful to finish this as a double feature with Westcrafted Guy's level, which is the last one I haven't played. But we'll see, because I think I can still progress with this. We just need to not lose track of what we're doing. So we got pretty far along. We got to Spike, we saw the key door, we saw how it's gated after that. We didn't try sneaking Yoshi through, but I think it's possible. We should try sneaking Yoshi through. We should go back to that plan. Just so we see what the people in gating is going to be. Obviously, you know, there are some pretty severe limits to how far we can go with that. But if we... once again, go through here, grab this. And go over to POW. Then, using the POW, we're just going to go back here so we can potentially reposition the... what's it called? The poison mushroom. Ideally, I want Yoshi to get within range of picking up the flower. But, and like I said, there was that really sneaky interaction we saw much earlier where we managed to get Yoshi underneath this row, which is very difficult to replicate and is almost certainly not right. And if we had managed to replicate that, we would have had Yoshi tongue the flower, and then we would have been out of here just fine. But, failing that, we can't really do much. Let's, yeah, let's drop the POW first of all. Grab this guy. Again, I think we can probably reposition this. I bet we can place this here and then just trap the flower like that. I know we can't because it's not going to jump high enough. Again, I wonder if the POW on the claw drop allows the flower to overlap and bounce above. I think it's not going to be high enough. It needs to cover 3 tiles to get up above that. I don't think it's happening. And there's no benefit to doing so. You just pick up the flower directly anyway. No, unless the power bounces out like off the top and goes through the donut block, then maybe that's something. I don't think this works though. Actually, it's sort of within some tiles. Maybe it does. No, we don't want to drop the power like that. That was a mistake. No, because the flower's going to be at ground level, basically. Oh, but then you could tap the switch while it's here. And then the flower would still be bouncing. Like it would be kind of mid-bounce. Right? And then, okay, let's see if I can explain what I'm talking about. We need to reacquire the POW first of all before we can demonstrate. Okay, so here's what we do. We first of all grab the POW again. And the mushroom is out of the way. Let's just leave it out for the time being. We're going to race the flower across in a moment. We just put Yoshi somewhere sensible. That's not sensible. Just need to put him somewhere accessible. Even after the on-off switch. Oh yeah, we need to POW, of course.
what we can do is drop here. Then we race it over to the on-off switch. We see if we can get the flower to bounce on top of the POW. No, it doesn't. It collides. But what if we put Yoshi in that position? And the POW on top. Then we have the same situation we did earlier where we can't reacquire Yoshi. That doesn't work. No, and we destroyed the flower, so that also doesn't work. However, destroying the flower without consuming it still allows me to respawn it, right? Let's take a look. Yeah, we destroyed it, we didn't consume it, so that's fine. Okay. Is there a purpose to letting Yoshi run? Well, I mean, we saw earlier that it's potentially something that we can do here, but nah, it didn't seem like it. I mean, we could recreate whatever it was we did to sneak with him before, and then that's great, but yeah, like that, actually. But that's such an edge case, we absolutely can't rely on it. Like, that would be a cheese clear for sure. We can still try it. I mean, I've been thinking about it all this time. We've done cheese clears in other levels as well. It's just that it requires something so specific with Yoshi. That is clearly not the solution. But if we can demonstrate that we can do that, then, you know, that still counts after a fashion. We just wouldn't have seen the real solution yet. Because we know how to set that up in such a way that the flower would be within range. Okay, let's do this. And POW over. And basically, we drop POW down below. Well, we need to send a flower over first, I'm pretty sure. Hang on. We just repel it. Even looking at the hit doesn't help, in fact it's more confusing. Yeah, probably. That happens. Oh, we forgot to take damage with Yoshi on the Poison Mushroom. Let's do that. We need to redo the POW. Hang on. Oh yeah, there are hint rooms. I totally forgot there were hint rooms. We still are not using them yet. Okay, no, because then you let Yoshi run. We have to get the POW first, though. Let's do that. Yeah, it's not as straightforward as you might think. Okay, hit the POW, or rather grab the POW, reload, get the Poison Mushroom for positioning Yoshi. I'm just attempting the cheese clear again. It's so specific that I doubt it'll really work, but it's also clearly something that would help, I think. Maybe. Let's get through here first. So anyway, what we've done here is we've positioned Yoshi like this. We're going to... yeah, we're holding the POW currently. We need Yoshi to take damage to get him running. And we need to do so with the off state, so he's trapped on the left. So we avoid killing him.
Now, we push the flower to the left. And we push the flower to the left in a way that allows us to drop the POW and obstruct it. So this is the cheese method if and only if we can actually land on Yoshi accurately here. And land on him in such a way that he goes through. Nope, and he doesn't. We were able to do it earlier. But I'd probably need to practice that if I'm trying to do it that way. Because it's kind of a frame-perfect landing on him if you want to do it that way. And like I was saying, it's clearly not the intended solution. But if we can figure out how to do the input and catch him. Look at that. We got it. And of course we keep getting it when we are just practicing it and, you know, not doing the real thing. It's absolutely possible. Let me try to reload it again so we can figure out what the input is. Because I'm kind of doing a down diagonal into him and landing as he's running over. But it's very specific. Like it. Oh no, we also need to trap him the other way. I trap him to the left. The idea is that we do it like this. We tap. And then, if I understand this input perfectly, we should be able to slide under. No. And of course, like, I can't do it reliably. That's the problem, is that it takes enough setup that if I can't do it reliably, that's a lot of time lost trying it that way. It's definitely a clear if we can do it that way. I absolutely see the path to doing it. No, maybe it's not definitely clear. I think the only thing that gets me is figuring out the turn blocks. No, that's a potential clear. I think I see how that might work. It definitely circumvents something in the puzzle if you attempt it. Okay. Yeah, because the idea is that you can jump on him pretty much as he's making contact, pretty much right as he makes contact with the wall, yeah. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. I want to see if this actually gets you anything. It will allow me to at least scout out what's going on with the turn blocks. To see if they are in fact breakable. Or rather, whether it gets me anything to break them. So, this is going to be rather specific. It will take a couple of steps, and then we have a very risky maneuver, which is, again, clearly not the intended solution. But it's what we were playing with much, much earlier, before I thought, it's not worth it. But no, I think it is worth it. Let's try it. Just to see if it works. So we reload with POW here. Yeah, again, it's kind of a frame-perfect landing, though. It's not the kind of thing I'm at all proficient with. So let's drop the POW first, just so we have it in a convenient place. Then we'll tap this. We'll trap Yoshi on the left. Then we repel the flower this way. Good. We drop the POW to obstruct it. Then we try to do the Yoshi landing, pretty much right as he's on the wall. Nope. Nope. Oh, we slipped out. I had it. We slipped out. It's totally doable, though. It's cheesy, but it's the kind of cheese we can get behind.
But yeah, anyway, we would need to redo completely. It fails, which is the issue. But that's okay, it's not that many steps. But we do need the additional cycle with the poison mushroom first. Yeah, it's not a failure state, it's just a total 100% reset state. And again, it's a total roll of the dice for me as to whether I can actually position that in the way that I've envisioned. I don't even know if it gets me that far. It's clearly just an unintended alternate path that does mess with the item progression a little bit by giving me the flower plus Yoshi in the spike room in the on state very early. Let's try to drop this out again. Okay, so now what we do is, once again, we drop. We hit. And we trap. Push. Trap it again. Push. Now, a moment of truth. Let's see if we can actually do the trick landing on Yoshi. Okay. Good. There we go. So, here's how this works. This is what we've been trying to execute all this time. Clearly unintended, like I was saying. Because this is what it allows you to do. It gives you the flower. Instant. Oh, come on. Okay, that was nearly a disaster. Then allows you to break this stuff. Now we can find out quickly if it's a spawn block or anything, but the important thing is that it allows you to get Yoshi out of here with the POW and pick up a P-Balloon. And if you pick up a P-Balloon, suddenly you're golden. Right? Because watch this. This will totally be clear. Let's first of all check this room to make sure there's no spawn block. There is none. You just broke it. Okay, great. So that's what I've been trying to do all this time. That was what I was trying to do, you know, when we were sidetracked by that for about an hour earlier. It's clearly, again, not the solution. Not the intended solution. There's just no way. We also need to not forget to get the key. That's rather important. Let's just break things open at this point. And then we'll grab the POW again, because grabbing the POW will allow me to hit the on-off, although we don't even need that. We don't need that at all. All we need coming out of this room is we need to be small and we need to have the key. And, oh, we do need the off state. Yeah, that's true. And that's perfectly fine because we'll have the P-Balloon available with Yoshi. Okay, so no, that's fine. Then we'll just drop the POW first. Well, we could have just dropped on the donut with Yoshi here. No, we can't. Let's crush. This will totally get me a clear. If we do get the cheese clear with this, I don't know if we'll stay to do the intended solution or figure it out necessarily this stream. We might at least take a first... If we do get the clear, and maybe if we're being too optimistic here, we'll at least take a look at Westcrafted Guy, because that's just one level remaining, to see if it's something that is manageable today. Sometimes those can take forever as well, so... Okay, so at this point, we're going to have the up throw available. So then we'll have Yoshi plus P-Balloon plus... Do we have a way to deal with Spike? We don't need a way to deal with Spike. We don't need a way to deal with Spike, and I will show you what I mean by that in a moment. Oh! We do need Yoshi to step on top of the POW to grab the P-Balloon, though. Yeah, maybe we have a contradiction here. That's okay. Yoshi can spit out the P-Balloon at any time to... Okay, no. We can do this. Hang on. Okay, no. I missed one step. Hopefully we have enough time to show this because I don't want to be doing the frame input thing again yet. So we can just dispense with the P-balloon off to the side and pick it up again at the end. Like we just kind of throw this away. Oh, no. Oh, it's night theme. It's gonna... Oh. Okay, we can't do that. Unless we trap it on the claw. Does P-balloon get trapped on the claw? Maybe it does. But then you would need to peel off the poison mushroom first. Okay, hang on. We don't have a lot of time to deal with this until we need to reset over and over again to see if we can do the P-balloon cheese. Yeah, because I'll grab this. Then but we don't have a lot of time to think about this. Let's go down. Yeah, I forgot about the night mode on the P-balloon. I wonder if we can trap it with the claw, because that would be the easiest thing to do. No, it does not. Yes, it does. Okay, we're good. We're set. 40 seconds to do this. And this is going to be a little tricky here. Okay, 30 seconds. Let's not joke. Let's move Yoshi down. Throw. Send him through here. We need to think quickly here. Because at this point, what we do... Oh, we don't get a respawn in the P-balloon. That's an issue. Yeah, we have an issue here. Hang on. Because I'm holding the P-balloon, I don't get an extra P-balloon from the pipe. Because this isn't Maker 1. So now I have an issue where I can't take damage on Spike. Okay, maybe this doesn't work. Because, yeah, we managed to abscond with the P-balloon and come back here. But that doesn't improve the situation. In order to do that, we have to be able to take at least one hit. We'd have to get into the state with the mushroom while holding the P-balloon. Now, we're doing everything with a flower pretty early. If you have the flower here and you go back to the first room with the flower, can we proceed without losing it? And because there was a point when I was deliberately getting a squish. I was deliberately getting a squish so we could go back out in the on states. Or was I? If I'm able to keep the flower, you know, okay, so let's say we have the flower. We have the P-balloon in Yoshi's mouth. We swap the P-balloon on the Claude, which we can only do if we have already used the flower for ice, which we can do. So we'd be holding the flower, we'd destroy the ice blocks, we'd use Yoshi to swap. And then, okay, so with Yoshi holding the P-balloon and with the mushroom state, then we use the on-off switch and we get it. Okay, no, I have a way. I have a way. Again, it requires me to try to do the sort of cheesy Yoshi mount, which still doesn't seem right. But if it works, it works. And if we skipped a step, whatever. This is still a tricky and interesting puzzle. Okay. Let's set it up. I think I have a path. But it's a tricky path. Because it requires me... Yeah, no, the problem was that I didn't get the key earlier when I should have, I think. Yeah, because I still need to take 2 hits. Okay. No, the problem was that I lost a mushroom when I went to get the key. I think that's what happened.
Unless I'm misremembering. Oh, whoops. Okay. Because you don't need the flower to... Oh, well, let's think about that. Because we can come back with a flower, we can still take one hit to reduce ourselves to the mushroom to get a key, and we can still get out alive with the mushroom, I think. So, I think we can do it. But it depends on whether this sort of little edge case mounting of Yoshi is actually going to happen. Because it takes a couple of cycles sometimes to get it set up right. So let's drop the power first of all. Let's hit on off. Oh, let's not kill the power with the next on off switch. Let's move it up. Let's get damage on Yoshi. Trap. Trap. Push the flower. Drop. Push the flower again. And let's not hit the on-off switch because that would release it. Now we try to do the little edge mount on Yoshi. Nope, pushed out. Okay, let's try it again. Again, I think this should work. It's just that we missed one thing and maybe took one point of damage too many when I tried it previously. So what we will do is we will set it from scratch. It might be worthwhile to reset it at this point just for the clock, but we'll learn to do it fluently, I hope. Yeah, I know Itchy needs puzzles well enough to know that he wouldn't force a big reset like this, you know, with sort of weird pixel-perfect entry of Yoshi that absolutely can't be part of the required solution, I don't think. But it's still our best hope right now of the clear, and so I do want to see it that way. It's the thing that's gotten us to the state where Yoshi is holding the P-Balloon, and that we're able to trade the P-Balloon onto the claw, which is significant. And might even be part of the real solution when we eventually get to it. Alright, so let's... oh, first of all, on-off states. Okay. Drop. Maybe there's a more elegant way to do this exact thing, and we just don't see it yet. Okay. Now, we will try to do the Yoshi entry. Okay, good, got it for once. 250 remaining, that might be decent. We don't want to use the flower yet, we need it in the off state so we can break the blocks. Since we haven't consumed the flower, at any point we can just reset it to its original position, if we need to. But no, we need to use the flower here, so that's not going to be it. We can soft drop it, that'd be great. We break everything. Oh yes, remember that we need the POW in order for Yoshi to get enough height to go for the P-Balloon, which is a very important distinction later. At this point, we need to break all the ice and grab the key. We will also need to start thinking about... Yes, this is the issue that we ran into earlier, is that if we use the POW... Okay, that's why we took the extra point of damage earlier. Because we needed to use the POW to give Yoshi a platform to head to the other side. But I
Yeah. Okay. No, that's where we tripped up. That's where we tripped up. Because using this method, you still need a POW for Yoshi to sit on something that will give him sufficient height to grab the P-balloon on the other side. Or do you? Because if you are in the off state in the other room, then P-balloon is able to hit Spike. If you're able to hit Spike, then you're able to jump out to get Yoshi, and then Yoshi can snatch a new P-balloon. And then you can take damage with Yoshi if you're riding him. Okay, no, then, okay, we do things, we combine this with the other sort of alternative that we were considering then. Yeah, because I see the issue with this. I see the issue. Also that we weren't able to get into position to drop the poison mushroom, but yes we are because we've broken the ice. So now we can just go for it directly. Oh, it was so fancy to trade it with the people in here though. It's such a fancy idea. Also, we are able to potentially take damage with this poison mushroom if we kind of tug it back and forth down here, right? Or are we? Like basically, if Yoshi's holding the power up, and you come through here, then you have a POW already located. No, just too many constraints. Too many constraints. Yeah, we need to get the key for sure. Yeah, we need it, for sure. That isn't going to be something with much of an alternative. Let's try to go through while big, though. But if we go through while small, then we can get the P-balloon on off. But we need to be big in order to get through Spike. So yeah, we need to be big. Okay, so we'll try this alternative. So now we're able to just jump over. Except, yeah, we want to take the P-balloon and we want to push Yoshi through the bumper if we can. Are we able to? Because the idea is that Yoshi is now able to... Oh wow, that's terrible. Maybe. Because the idea is that Yoshi is now able to... No, he's not. I was hoping he'd get in the middle. Hang on. And if Yoshi's here, and if you jump off Yoshi, you can't actually grab any of the other P's, I don't think. So... that will not be it. Oh, whoops. We're not doing the hint room. Let's not do that. We'll look at the hint room after we solve it, even if we have to solve it our own way. Okay, so we have one little logical contradiction to sort out, even if we do use my method. Which is... how do we get Yoshi to pick up the P-balloon and yet get into a state where he's able to take damage? Because if he's holding the P-balloon, then he's not holding the POW. If he's not holding the POW, then he is unable to jump over. However, if he's holding the POW in the off state, are we able to do that? Are we able to get him a POW in the off state? I may have made things unnecessarily difficult for myself by trying it this way. Okay. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't be doing the cheese clear. Like, maybe it doesn't actually help. Because we still have one step I haven't accounted for. Which is, if you are in the off state, how do you make sure you're able to take damage on the other side without consuming the P-Balloon? Well, we managed to get to the other room with a mushroom, but without having consumed the P-Balloon. If Yoshi took a POW through there, which he can't because the POW was being used for the up throw. Let me think. Suppose Yoshi is carrying the P-Balloon. And if he's carrying the P-Balloon, then he would need to take a POW to the other side. Yeah. I feel like we need to draw diagrams sometimes to expedite a solution so we don't, you know, run around in circles with this kind of thing. So first of all, one of the original things that we tried when we first started this level was going P-Balloon first. And if you go P-Balloon first, what that allows you to do is basically just race the flower over and perhaps do a bunch of positioning. Now what it does not allow you to do is get within range of the claw and get out alive to tell the tale. Because the shroom is just a tiny bit too fast. Yeah, you see? Doesn't go. But it does make you big, and it does make you big without having picked up the fire flower, which is important. Because if it knocks you out of the P-Balloon, then even though we've used the fire flower already, and we've gotten Yoshi to consume a P-Balloon, we can still get into the off state with a POW throw, potentially. Maybe, given that the POW... Yeah, if you use the POW throw, though, you can't jump off of the POW with Yoshi on the other side. One thing we haven't considered is actually using POW for a push with Yoshi. But then if you have a POW, then you can just take him over anyway, so that isn't useful. But Yoshi plus POW would potentially give you POW pushing Yoshi through the bumper. But then you'd have no way of jumping over to the other side. So contradictions among contradictions. What you can do is try to get the poison mushroom to the other side and take damage with Yoshi so he runs through to where Boom Boom's area is. And then that way you don't need to do the whole P-Balloon push with him. But if he's taking the poison mushroom through, then you're also unable to continue. Yeah, there's so many issues with this that make this much, much more complicated than it seemed at first. And partly because we're spending so much time, you know, doing weird alternatives. Okay, let's see this. We're going to drop this first. Now, we're able to do this in a P-Balloon state as well, if we want to initially be big for some reason. So that's one way that we could improve the state that we're in, although, of course, if we're big, we can't do this and push Yoshi's Fruit for the grab. But that's something we should consider, is that grabbing the P-Balloon early is still an option. And indeed, that getting Yoshi to grab the P-Balloon now isn't quite possible, but you know. Oh no, if Yoshi falls towards the P-Balloon, then you just lose him. However, if Yoshi's carrying the poison mushroom... No, because if he's carrying the POW, he's not carrying the poison mushroom. Okay. Just, like I said, contradictions upon contradictions. One thing we hadn't considered, though, is Yoshi carrying the poison mushroom into this area with the blocks destroyed, or with the off state. With the off state, if he's carrying poison mushroom, then you have well, we have to wait for Yoshi to take damage and do self-damage to run on the right side here, which is what we're going for, so you don't have to push him manually through the bumper, which is not working consistently at all and doesn't quite get him far enough. But if you do that, again, the problem is that you don't actually have a way up. Anyway, we're holding POW. We're spending too much time. We are going to nevertheless do this again. Trap. See if this works. Always a bit of a crapshoot to see if this will go. It will. Got it surprisingly early this time, which is good. Drop Yoshi here, take him across. Now here's the thing, where's the POW's initial position anyway? Oh yeah, the initial position is on top of the seesaw, so... Let's say we go down here. Then we drop this. I think this is still going to be beneficial. Main issue here is that we're using the flower so early. We can take the flower back to grab some of the... Well, we can now break the ice. That should be the priority now that we have the flower. But basically, after we lose the flower, there is a way to get back into the big state, which is to use the P-Balloon in the other room and come back. And now we're able to grab whatever is on the right side or directly. I should have left Yoshi here so I could go for Poison Mushroom right away, but that's okay because we can always just reset through this now that we've progressed. We can always get back into the mushroom state using the P-Balloon instead. And that's something we should keep in mind. Oops. But yeah, this is clearly supposed to let you lead the Poison Mushroom all the way up. So let's try to speed through this a little bit. Now again, if we take the POW through, we can put the P-Balloon in Yoshi's mouth. That will not improve things enough, I think. What we need is to get... Hang on, let's think about this. You can use the POW block at this point to toggle this to the off state. In the off state, Yoshi is still able to jump over and grab the P-Balloon ahead of time. If he's... no, only if he's holding a POW. If he's not holding a POW, he can't do that. So the thing is, if you use the POW as the switch for on-off, you need to be big. Now, can I do that while big? I would need to switch to the P-Balloon and then come back to this room and then toggle Yoshi's state. I think I can. I think I can. It's one small adjustment. One very, very small adjustment. And it is like this. We go to the other room. POW doesn't matter. and we just grabbed a P-Balloon. And then we can take a point of damage in the first room using Poison Mushroom to switch back to being big. Okay. So yeah, that's fine. We just take a point of damage. No, because that consumes the mushroom. That's fine. We can actually just do this with the icicle. No problem. Then Yoshi swaps to the POW. This is looking optimistic, for reasons I'll go into momentarily. Unless I hit an unexpected snag, we have strictly improved our position, which is that we have broken the blocks in the other room, and we are big with Mushroom, which allows me to take a point of damage, and we have the key. This should be everything I need. This should be everything I need. We don't need Yoshi here. Oh, no. Yes, we do. No, we previously have been on this state. Oh, boy. We need to grab the P first and then do some swapping. Yeah, no, because you cut through the P-Balloon immediately. Yeah, no. That's the issue, that you... are big, but... Let's say you come back here with the POW intact. You would need to use the POW to get to the off state in the first place. Let's... There's so many dependencies, like just an incredible number of interdependencies here. I think we need a draw chart. Okay, no, let's say we come in here with the P-Balloon in Yoshi's mouth. That would necessarily be in the on state because that would necessitate that we keep the POW into the main world. Keeping the POW in the main world is the only way that you can get Yoshi enough height to make it over. Unless, of course, you push Yoshi through the gate. How can you push Yoshi through the gate? You can do so using a POW, but then you can't get over yourself. We discussed that previously. If you take a POW, you can... Let me think about this. Let's say you're in the on state. You dismount Yoshi here. You lead the Poison Mushroom. Let's say you take a P-Balloon back here. You've got the key. And then... Okay, we really hit a bit of a logjam here, which is that you need the POW in the main room for Yoshi to get a P-Balloon. If Yoshi gets to P-Balloon, you don't get a second P-Balloon. So the question is, can we do that in the off state? The problem is that you need a POW to switch on the off state. And once you're in the off state, you don't have a POW. Because you need to POW with the up throw in order to toggle it. I think. We haven't found an alternative to that yet. If we're able to push Spike into some kind of position where he's able to throw something, I mean, it would have to be a big Spike ball, but I think he needs 2 tiles to do it. If we have a POW, this level has been pretty tightly locked down. Like this is a sign of very thorough playtesting in some ways, that we've been trying a lot of alternatives and a lot of potentially cheesy solutions, and things actually have been running into fairly serious roadblocks along the way. If we go up to the P, yeah, then we're able to take damage, but then that... If Yoshi has a pea in his mouth in this state, while Mario is big, then that's fine, because then you don't switch into the pea balloon. But then you hit Spike. And then you don't actually get any kind of benefit from being big. What you need is some way to get Yoshi over. Poison Mushroom is best, probably. But then if you get the Poison Mushroom, can you do that while also loading POW? Yes, we actually have a method for that. Yes, we do. We can do it. We have a method. We don't have enough time to demonstrate it. But we do have a method, which is... reload into this room with POW. Can we do it quickly enough to at least try it? Oh, no, you can't reload into this room with a POW if you're big, because... contradiction. Yeah, no, again, and sending Yoshi over doesn't make sense, because we can't get enough height to get out of there ourselves. Unless Yoshi already has the people in advance. Like... yeah, this course is kind of running us into a lot of trouble here, just with the sheer number of contradictions that we need to deal with. I think I need a diagram. I might need to abort this so we can actually draw up a diagram and continue it along with Westcraft's puzzle in a second stream, because... oh my goodness. And again, we're probably even skipping something obvious just by trying the potentially cheesy solution repeatedly. Maybe that's blinding me to something essential about the way the interaction should work. Okay, spit. Now. Now. And then we reset it. We're not taking enough advantage of self-damage interactions using the poison mushroom, I think. There should be ways to do it. Let's... okay, let's not spend too much time thinking. Let's just try to get things positioned. And again, this is always a bit of a risky maneuver to do it this way. Does not necessarily work. Oh, no, we need to push the flower first. Let's do it. And drop. Push. Nope, hang on. Okay. Getting a little better at doing that. We smash everything. Again, smashing everything might have put this out of order in a way that leads to complications. You don't even need a flower to do this. You need Pea Balloon to knock you down to the mushroom. No, you do need a flower to do this. Because the whole point is to sneak in here with the on state. You can also do it with a poison mushroom if you know how to place it, but we don't know how to place it. So yeah, no, we'll keep doing it this way. Hang on. This is still the most promising route so far. But we do need to use our one and only fire flower to break some ice. Now the problem is, do we actually have the means to take Yoshi upstairs at this point? We do not. We can Bob Spike just because we can. Interestingly, that implies that if you come through here... I mean, one alternative is to see if we can actually get the key without taking damage. One way to do that is if we take a damage boost off Yoshi with something like the Poison Mushroom and using invincibility frames go for the key. We should try to do that. The reason we should try to do that is because if we can get the key without losing the flower, that is significant progress. And it looks like you might be able to. Like if you just take damage with Yoshi here in a trap, and go down here right away, and then go straight for the icicle. Grukowski, welcome. Grukowski, this one has been absolute murder. I've been on this for 3.5 hours, and I keep trying something cheesy too, which doesn't help. I only have this one and Westcraft the guy left. We've done everything else at this point. I don't think I'll finish today, unfortunately. I was trying to cram it all. But... yeah, I don't know if you've cleared this one already. Itchy Knee. I think that most of the judges have looked at this one, actually. I'm one of the last ones on it. Okay, so anyway. Poison Mushroom. Yeah, I've been doing a bit of a cheesy method. It does not seem to be the real solution at all, which is like sneaking under here with Yoshi and grabbing the Fire Flower in advance. Because we unlocked the turn blocks already in the main world that give you access to Yoshi picking up the P-Balloon. Contingent on Yoshi getting enough height to go there, which requires the POW, which is a nightmare. We will grab Poison Mushroom. We will switch this off. We will use the Poison Mushroom to get a damage state. Because then perhaps we have enough invincibility frames to take some damage on Yoshi and... oh, nope, definitely not. That was badly executed. Anyway. I was trying to keep the Fire Flower into this. I don't think we can do it. I don't play well enough to do that. I was hoping that we could take some damage, climb, and then grab the key, and then get out. Maybe there's an alternative. You've only played 3 so far, though. This one, Terminus and Geddes. Wow, you've been starting with the big stuff. Yeah, Geddes was the one that took me the longest, but this one is starting to approach it. Okay, I burnt too much time talking. Let's figure out... okay, so let me try to show off where we are here. I don't want to lose the flower yet, but I think we must at this point because we... lost our access point there. So, let me see if we can... oh. Push through. So this is where we are right now, that we got this. Yeah, Terminus didn't take me very long, but I found it clear that was apparently a cheese. Actually, it was pretty obviously a cheese. I skipped the midsection of it with the thwomp over the conveyor. I just didn't have to deal with it. And I also didn't clear it with the mushroom, I cleared it with Yoshi. So... okay, so anyway, we have access, assuming that we have something for Yoshi to land on, like a POW. We have access to grabbing the P-Balloon. And we can do some pretty neat tricks with that, that also don't seem to give me the solution so far, which is... since we're burning time anyway, let me just try to show you where we are with this. Which is that we can do this in the on state. It doesn't need to be on the on state, except to get to the off state we need the POW, which means that if we want to smuggle the POW, we do need on. Which also means that... oh, we can drop like this. I've been trying to set up ways to get Yoshi to take damage to run on the right side. We haven't really done that yet. But the idea is that we sneak with it back here. Actually, one thing we should do is Oh, we can't take damage right now. I was hoping that we could grab one P-Balloon, take damage with it, and then do this interaction again to be Super Mario with Yoshi holding a P-Balloon, but nope, that's not happening, so we're gonna do this instead. So this is a neat little trick that I discovered that we can do. Spit out. Oh, spit out. Spit out, come on. And it circles, and then it latches. And that allows you to swap. And it allows you to save the P-Balloon for later on in this segment, so you do what you need to with Yoshi. And then you re-grab the P-Balloon in case you need to take it back to the main room. The problem currently is that, of course, first of all, you can't duplicate the P-Balloon. Since it comes from the other pipe, you don't get a new one. Which means that in order to take damage with the spike, we need to be big coming out of this room. Which currently we don't really know how to do, unless, of course, we use a poison mushroom, spit it down here, then grab the P-Balloon, then... oh... I've thoroughly confused myself with this. We've only got a few seconds left anyway to do this attempt. But, okay, the idea is that we... Now, do we exit holding the P-Balloon, or do we exit... Okay, we're able to take damage at this point. That's the thing. Are we able to get the POW? We're able to get the POW using either self-damage with Yoshi or with the Poison Mushroom. If we self-damage with Yoshi, we can always exit this room and come back to get a new Yoshi in a central position, which is perhaps what we should be doing. Because then you can take a POW, you can come back in the off state. That's assuming we have an additional point of damage to work with, though. Yeah, the number of logical contradictions that we've been running into in this level, again, make me want to draw some kind of constraint diagram, because I have been very often forgetting what the dependencies are. But anyway, looking at this, so we don't have much time to do it on this attempt, but we can drop the POW. Have we tried yet coming back through the pipe without Yoshi? So we would have the P-Balloon. We would presumably take damage on a spike or something? No. We would exit this room, come back in, grab Yoshi. No. What I want to do is I want Yoshi to take the poison mushroom into the other room so I can move him. But again, that doesn't make sense unless we also have access to the P-Balloon. If we have access to the P-Balloon... No, yeah, there are just too many snags that we're running into. So we're currently holding Poison Mushroom. Poison Mushroom will get me self-damage with Yoshi if necessary. Yoshi can also knock down the POW for some reason, but I can't catch him before he goes off screen after he does that. We did try that. So Yoshi would need to dunk the POW, switch over to the POW, and then grab the P-Balloon for some reason. Then you would have the P-Balloon in Yoshi's mouth going into the off state in the other room, which we previously saw, and which does run it into a problem, as I will shortly demonstrate. Which is, you're going to grab this, and we tried it with the mushroom state too, and that doesn't work either. That if you tap this, then you get into this problem, where because you're small, Yoshi's got a P-Balloon. Yoshi can spit the P-Balloon into the middle. That's something I... If you are big in this position, and I think maybe we did have this position at some point. If you are big in this position, Yoshi can spit the P-Balloon into the middle. Then you jump off Yoshi. You take 1 point of damage as you go through Spike. And then you grab the P-Balloon. When you first started this level, you forgot you can throw objects up. Yeah, I totally forgot about the on-off activation with the POW block for the first hour and a half as well, I think. It was one of the last things I learned about this level effectively. So if you are big, we've got 20 seconds, then you can take the P-Balloon and take it through. Unfortunately, we are not big. And I don't have another point of damage. Now, if we take a P-Balloon back into the previous room, then we can't take the P-Balloon in Yoshi's mouth. In order to keep the P-Balloon that long, Yoshi has to go back with the P-Balloon, which means that we're probably going to be small at that point, because we will take the POW with us, and we need the on-state. So it reverts to the original problem. Yeah. Wow. Okay. This has been troublesome. Okay. There's a kind of P-Balloon first route. There's also this route. Where you delay the flower a little bit. Grab the POW. Exit with a POW. So this is the method I've been using. Which is not entirely credible. So what you do at this point is you reload into this room. Then you have every item available so far. You hit off. You trap Yoshi. Hit on. Push the flower. This is totally not the right way to do it. But it's also been a way that has progressed me the furthest, so we're doing it. Okay, Yoshi goes back and forth. So this is the tricky bit that is clearly not intended, which is... nope, sometimes we can sneak, sometimes we can't. You need perfect timing, basically, and if you don't have perfect timing, you need to reset the whole thing. So we've been a little attached to this method for the last little while, and probably excessively so. Again, if you take the P-Balloon back through here, you can get back into the mushroom state, but you would need to lead the poison mushroom to this location. Actually, wait a minute. So we also discovered a method earlier to drop Yoshi here and drop the POW on top of him to load objects through this location without having to melt the ice first. So that's the other thing that seemed unintended that we discovered. Now, in order to do that, we can't come in here with the P-Balloon state, obviously. We would need to be big. Or not big even, but... Let's see. Let's say we fly in here with a P-Balloon. Then we have access to Yoshi. We hit on off. We can't hit the icicle yet. So we need to consume the poison mushroom in order to get knocked down by one power-up state. Okay, so maybe that idea doesn't work. Let's see. Yeah, I am trying to delay the flower and trying to do something else with it. We should have restarted just for the timer's sake, but that's okay. Okay, got the mushroom at this point. We grab the POW. POW goes down here. Yeah, we shouldn't be burning 200 seconds on this. But again, that's if you have a failed attempt on the probably unintended Yoshi mode. Okay. Now we tap this, push. And then we repel. Then, there we go. That's how to do it. We can break all the ice now. Maybe that's preferable, because then we don't deal with it second. No, we can't do it, because the whole point of doing it this way is to sneak the flower out like this. However, can we actually take a second object at this point? Like if we come back here, here's one variation that we didn't do, which is come back here, and then we can grab Yoshi and another object at this point. If we drop the flower in this location. Yes. Yes, this is new. Drop the flower. Oh, no, because it gets repelled. Okay, no, it's... Never mind. Never mind. However, if it gets repelled, that's fine. You can still pick it up with Yoshi. Because you're always going to be to its left. So yeah, that's fine. No, we'll do it. We'll do it. We're okay. We're okay. Surprisingly. Unbelievably, we are okay. Because then we lock the flower in that position. Okay, this is new. This is new. Then we drop the POW. You know, we don't even need to use the poison mushroom to drop the POW. We could have used a flower. And then poison mushroom... Well, I mean, you can't use the flower forever, though, because the idea is that eventually you do need to use the flower to break through the ice. Yeah, to Prashad Visser, I have West Crafted Guide left after this one. I will not do both today. I might not even finish this one today. We've been on this one for 4 hours or so. Mostly because I've been sidetracked by trying a lot of cheese. Or what seems like cheese. Okay, we're running out of time here. Let me think about what we were doing. Okay, so this is something new. Trapping the flower like this, such that we have access to POW and flower. Oh, no. Come on. Let's not do that. Such that we have access to POW and flower on the other side. Now, that's assuming that we haven't broken any of the ice yet. To do anything here. So we spit. Drop. Drop. Just want to see if some of this works. Then we get the POW. And then we drop the POW softly. Then we grab the flower again with Yoshi. And relatively easily. I think we had this state earlier, though. No, we didn't, because the thing that will be different this time is we will load up the flower in advance. No, we can't, because... Yes, we can, because we will take it over this way. We will then use the flower immediately and take the POW. Okay, this is slightly new. Slightly new. Because then, first of all, you're able to destroy all this. And then, wait, we have the flower. We have the POW. We take the POW back to the left side. Oh, except we need to take damage in order to hit the up throw. if we take the POW back, then we can still come back with a flower state, can't we? And then if we actually got the POW just now to toggle the switch before we came over here, we could have cleared it. Because we would have Flower plus Yoshi going to the other room. And we don't even need to clear the turn blocks because we can just snipe the Spike right away. Except no, we can't because we don't have the key. We haven't gotten the key yet. So no, we can't do that because we can't defer to Flower this late because sooner or later we need to deal with the key. So yeah, no, this is the problem, is that we didn't weave the key into this route. But this was a strict improvement in some other ways, though, that we were able to get through here with the flower intact. And that we can continue just juggling the flower, perhaps, until we absolutely need to use it. The other thing, too, is that if you use the fire flower to destroy some ice, I've been assuming all this time that we just take damage immediately on the icicle up top to get to... what is it? The key. I feel like finding some way to get the key that doesn't require me to take damage like that is sort of essential. Like if we find an alternate route for doing it. Like, for example, having the P-Balloon available here. Busting through the key, then we're big going into the other room, but then we don't have a way to deal with Spike. So POW is going to be expended on the on-off switch, which means that POW is not going to be the method to kill Spike. So either we kill Spike or we have a way to basically tuck an extra P-Balloon behind him, which is what I've been looking at. If it is going to be killing Spike, then we basically need the flower. Which means that we would need to preserve the flower past the key pickup. I think then that's the way we should think about it, is, and which we hadn't been thinking about, which is, can we find a way to effectively get through the icicle, and or at least tongue the key or do something like that. Because I previously found a way to send Yoshi up through here, basically, like using self-damage with a Poison Mushroom up to Slope, which is what slopes are for. But the thing is, Yoshi bounces far, far away and goes left. So that doesn't work. Because ideally, if I could trap Yoshi on the right side, then what can happen is that he can just tongue the key. But we don't have a good way of doing that. And yeah, we've got this state. Okay, so we need to rethink. I might not clear this one today. It needs a constraint diagram or something. Okay, so this is what we've been doing. We come down. And this is starting to, as I said, give Ged's level a run for its money, is the big roadblock of the whole puzzle set. We're going to grab the POW after we switch. We initially had a method that used the P-Balloon first to basically like race the flower and trap it on the claw, but we haven't been doing that in quite some time. Kind of like going POW first. Because again, if you respawn in here with POW, it is a strictly more powerful position. And again, we've been assuming all this time that you destroy the turn blocks, and it may not be the case. It may be that you take the POW with you into the other room, jump off of it as Yoshi, dump Yoshi in the middle, grab the P-Balloon, and then in the off state, you can't actually loop back, though. Yeah, the problem is that the off state gates is off like crazy. But the turn blocks tell me very explicitly, I think, that we should be thinking about this as opening up a path for Yoshi to grab the P-Balloon. I think it's very explicit. Because what else are they for? The question is, do we just turn them or do we break them? And I've been looking at a method of breaking them. And it may or may not be functional. Okay, grab this. Down. Tap the other switch. And again, this could take a little bit of time with this method because it fails very, very easily. Nope, fails. I do need to crouch into it. Yeah, this doesn't reach if you try it this way. Rather, we want to preserve the flower. Although, you could get off state plus flower if you do it this way. If you just kept a POW. Well, let me think about that, because if you do off state plus flower, you just need to remove the poison mushroom from the board. Seems like a simpler way of doing it. That you would basically have Yoshi and flower going back to the other room. That would be in the off state, though. If it's in the off state, you can't break anything. Start over. Hang on. Yeah, this is a lot more complicated than it looks in some ways. And I am, of course, knowingly complicating it for myself. But we'll see. No, hang on. Let's go for the POW right away. Again, we know that Yoshi can also get bounced up there. That does not seem helpful yet. Okay, so we have POW at this state. Let's reset. And then what we do at this point is we get off. No, we tap, drop the POW. Move this. Push. Okay. Here we go. Now, we can reload through this room to have POW plus Fire Flower in the next room. That's what we discovered previously, and that's kind of an improvement on what we were doing, which is just using the Fire Flower. Not only can we have POW plus Fire Flower, but potentially we might even be able to have Poison Mushroom plus Fire Flower. It would be dangerous, though. If we have Poison Mushroom plus Fire Flower, that could be beneficial. No, I don't think it can. So the thing is, do we want to use the flower now to break the blocks and grab the P, or do we want to use the flower now and have the POW available so I can continue to the P-Balloon right away? I mean, there's no reason not to just try it now. Again, because, yeah, you can push the flower Roll out of the way. And just wait with it a little bit. Let's think about this. Yeah, eventually I think you can actually just fly up to the key with a P-balloon and then get knocked down to really big, but I don't think that's enough. I think we want to do a little bit better than that, but anyway, let's not burn too much time on this. So, let's see if we trap that. Then, what we can do from there is... Again, we can switch to the off state as well, if need be. But we haven't broken the blocks yet. If we're in the off state, we might not need to. Because then, if we take POW plus flower into the next room, P-balloon is still going to obstruct us. No, we still don't have the key. That was the issue that we ran into last time. We would need a key first. Hang on, let's take a moment. Let's say we use the fire flower in this room now. Then we're unable to break the blocks on the other side. We would need to come back to this room and try this series of interactions again. That might be fine. Okay, jump. Push. Push. There we go. Flower. Okay, again. Yeah, we don't actually need POW to take Mario over. We do need POW to take Yoshi over to grab the P-balloon, if necessary. But if we go back to the previous room, then we can take 2 points of damage. We can keep the POW. Then we come back to get the P-balloon. Why do we need to take damage? Because then we can have access to POW on the left side. Hang on, we need to think for a moment. Okay, so if we take it back, if we take the P-balloon back, then we don't get the POW back. And we would need it to take 2 points of damage to get into the small state again. We would still need to use the fire flower to break everything else open, so... But what we can do is we can do that while holding the P-balloon. But we don't need to hold the P-balloon right now. If we hold the POW back right now, we can always come back to get the P-balloon, as long as we're in the on state. So we don't necessarily need to take the P-balloon right back this instant. We can, however, use the fire flower. If we do take the P-balloon back, then we do give ourselves a little bit more flexibility, perhaps. The fire flower is going to break everything open. It's going to open the path to the key. If we have the POW available, then we don't need to spend a poison mushroom to get the POW. And then we can use the poison mushroom for some other purpose. What purpose would that be? It would be to get back here with the poison mushroom in the appropriate state, which would then... Basically, if you have a P-balloon available at the front part of this room, then you're able to take damage with Yoshi and run him across. You might even be able to do a POW push with him, actually. But then that would be in the on state. The fact that the POW is seemingly required to get you into the off state really restricts what you can do here. Because assuming that you don't have a POW because you spent it in the off state, you would need a way to jump up. You would need Yoshi to come back here with the P-balloon already intact. And you would need to be big at that point. Because then you can take damage going down to Spike on the right side. Regardless, we need the Fire Flower to get the key and everything, so we can't get the P-Balloon right now. We can grab the P-Balloon in Yoshi's mouth. But that's the best we can do. And we have seen that state before. We have gotten stuck in that state before. That we come down here. And yeah, let's drop Yoshi in the middle here so we have access to him. We break everything we can. I'm actually going to leave this open for a moment. Unless we're sure. Yeah, because at this point, we can trade. So we need to pick a point at which we grab the key, basically. And that point will be whenever I am able to take a further point of damage. We want to remain in a flower state, then. We don't want to grab the key yet. We want to trade the P-Balloon with the Poison Mushroom. Poison Mushroom then gets you to Pow. Pow is going to get us out of this room. Yoshi needs to be holding the P-Balloon, and we need to be big. What was the contradiction I was running into then? Because Yoshi has the P-Balloon going to the other side. What did I do wrong? I feel like we were in this state before, and that mentally I see the solution path from here, then why didn't we do it? Why didn't we do it? We need to hit the on-off first. Hang on. 120 seconds. Let's think through this carefully. We need Yoshi to trade the P-Balloon with Poison Mushroom. That's essential. At this point, we make the POW available. I see the solution path. Why didn't it work previously? Like, I feel like we're going to run into a snag that I actually have seen before, and that I'll suddenly be reminded of why this doesn't work. We don't need to take the POW into the other room. We just need to be big. And we need to spit out the P-Balloon early and jump off Yoshi and take damage on the other side. What's wrong with that? What did we do wrong when we attempted that? I think it should work. I don't know why I didn't. We break this. We don't need to kill Spike or anything. We just need to get Yoshi back here. We've definitely been back into the other room with this state. Why didn't it work that time? We've definitely been there. Is it because we didn't think about spitting the P-Balloon? I think it is. Wait, why didn't we not see this before? Just hit the P-Balloon and you take damage and you get him. What was so hard about that? We have definitely seen that state before. I don't know why that came together all of a sudden. And also notice that if you get out of here with Yoshi, you can totally jump off Yoshi and make it to the clear. How did we not see that earlier? We had that exact state, I thought. Like, we had that ages ago. What I'm going to do... We might look at Westcrafted Guide just to see if it's reasonable, but our estimates can be way, way off for that. Because, you know, I would love it if we could just finish up today. But we're going to look at the hint rooms. Because I clearly, I think, did something unintentional. So we're going to take Yoshi, we'll grab the P-Balloon, and we'll look at the hint rooms to see if that reveals anything that was maybe part of the intended path, to see if there's any new information. Now that we have to clear. Thank you for the GG, incidentally. Rikowski. I don't know if that resembled your solution at all. But we had all the pieces ready to go for ages. Like, I don't know how we missed that specific path. So, P-Balloon to the claw. We know that. We got it. Trading the people into the claw, we absolutely did that. And that's in the off state. Whoops, hang on. With the swirl. It's a very satisfying moment, incidentally. That's what a square of tracks is for, a square of tracks. I thought it was just an indicator of where Yoshi sits in the beginning, like here. We actually did see this, by the way. Yoshi with Pao on his back. As the setup for pushing the flower out. We actually did see that. We didn't use it in this solution that I just showed. But we did discover that organically. Yeah, I totally discovered this organically. We just didn't manage to find a way to use it because at the time I was thinking, okay, we need to either get Pao back or get Yoshi back, and we got neither. And we also needed to avoid pushing the flower back out when we approached it, which was one of the issues that I had. Because I was thinking, okay, maybe we need Yoshi to grab the flower before we be done with this. Because, yeah, we've seen all this, but we just didn't know how to use this setup in the final combination that we had. You didn't see the whole solution? Yeah, that's fine. It was almost identical to what I was doing previously. I don't know how I missed. I think I just missed the idea that you spit the P-balloon here. Because this is what we did in the end, and I thought about it much, much earlier. It's just that we never got everything pieced together in exactly the state that I needed, which was being able to take damage by running through Spike. We got everything. This reveals nothing new, really, except for the fact that this here is the method for getting the flower in the bottom left box, which I tried, but when we did that, I didn't think it was useful because we lost access to Yoshi, and if you lose access to Yoshi, then you can't actually break the blocks in the main room. So maybe breaking the blocks rather than just turning them was what we did differently. But yeah, you didn't do the second hint part. Like I said, I found this and I didn't use it because I couldn't see how it applied. But I was looking at this one set up a little while ago, and it works beautifully. I was thinking, okay, maybe we should be doing this with a poison mushroom instead, but no, we found this, it looked good, and then it just didn't plug into anything else I was doing. Anyway, that's the hint room, and of course you've got the death spike here if you want it. So I think we didn't quite see the intended clear, but we saw all of the parts that were relevant to it. I didn't find any mechanics in the hints that we didn't separately know about. That was tricky. That was... And in the end, I don't even know what the blind spot was. I think I had everything set up, ready to go multiple times, and every time I just forgot one particular thing, like maybe, you know, spitting the P-balloon at the end, or bringing a mushroom with me to the end. Like, every time there was one thing missing, and we just lost track of what was missing. I do not think we will actually play through Westcrafted Guys today, because I actually would try to stay for it and just turn this into a marathon stream, but you know, it's not great to just leave one level dangling. We might do it prior to viewer levels tomorrow or something, maybe. Unless it turns out to be short, but you're going to take off because you haven't seen it yet. Yeah. Well, enjoy. We'll do an initial read. We'll look at the room and see if we want to push on it. It might be unexpectedly complicated for hours by itself, so jump lower. Let's see it. Yeah, this is just a brief preview. We're likely logging off after we just look at it and get a sense of scale. Basketball detraining. Okay, so you bonk your head. You have to bonk your head in order to proceed. Why is there a door here? Because you would need to bonk your head on the POW to proceed. Right? That's got to be the idea. Well, it took me through, so I don't know. Oh. Reset. Yeah, this is using the night gravity to basically create positions that you need to force yourself through when you jump around. That seems simple enough, except you need to respawn some of the POWs and grab them as you go, I think. Because you just bump everything, then, you know, you eventually lose all your POWs. Yeah, because otherwise you just jump too high, right? But what you could do is you could also just run across. Like if you land and then run across. I feel like that curve is possible, and then you just pick up the POW afterwards, maybe. Shallow angle, maybe? There we go. And then maybe we can get bonked like that. Good. Good. And then we're out. Maybe we can get through this. Let's see. It actually looks pretty simple so far. It's not like one big puzzle room that's a complicated contraption, right? Now, what we don't know how to do is use the shell, but... Oh yeah, because hitting the POW will kill the shell. We need to avoid that. And then... we return for the shell later using one of the doors, maybe. We should actually see how the doors are going to work. Clearly you need to go through the bottom door. Is this a reset? Yes. Yeah, because that's where we came in. And this is also a reset. Likely. With all the pipes at the bottom. Okay. I think then it's the running interaction that we saw previously, where you dropped it by half tile and then you try to drop towards it, maybe? I don't know. But if you hit the POW, obviously you lose the shell, and that doesn't help you. So, maybe you use it with like a head bump. Or basically sail across. Not like that. Basketball detraining, you say? We might just do one timeout with it. We'll be able to grab the POW. So how do we get to the shell then? Without whacking it. Maybe we're supposed to ride it over? Maybe... yeah, you bonk your head on this instead, and then... I mean, this is the kind of interaction we should perhaps be looking for. Where you get that to sharpen your angle. Like, can you float sufficiently here to make it cross that distance? Not quite. But maybe that's the kind of thinking we should be tending towards. That you can bonk slightly and maybe float down. No. Yeah, there's no point in hitting the POW if you're just going to lose the shell, so... However, we can continue going down and seeing what we can do here. not much really, because this series of clouds will obstruct you once again. Yeah, because again, we kind of did a run across in the previous room, and I think that's somewhat promising if you have a shallow angle that allows you to continue. I mean, maybe the POW is slow enough that you can ride it out or something. And then... oh, let's just practice with it. And even if you do get the bone shell, I wonder what you do with it from there. Like... oh. I don't think we can ride it out like that. No. Because I'm thinking about this and thinking about how you would even continue with Bone Shell if necessary. Alright, let's hit the POW. Up, down. Or am I able to lower myself any further here? Not really. Let's think about this. You hit the POW. Smashes it. Then why would you need to do that in the first place? Seems like the whole purpose is to yourself over. Okay, let's read the room that we came in from just to see if we can get a sense of anything here. This was just a previous room, and we were fine with that. So yeah, I think at timeout we're probably gonna bail because we won't really have time to do through this properly today, I don't think. Unless it turns out to be really short, but pretty high clear rate, actually. Indicating to me that maybe there's some kind of extreme edge case here that we are forgetting. Like if we find a way to run across. If we soft drop like that? Oh, maybe. Well, are we able to drop on top of that? Not really. And yeah, if you lose access to the POW, you need to reset. But the fact that you can kind of do light head bumps to the POW might be useful here. Yeah, Westcraft guy, I am actually just doing a quick preview of this. After a timeout, I'm probably not going to stay long enough to finish it today. It is my last one, which is why I'm sort of eager to do it, but I'm definitely way past the time I allotted. So yeah, we got stuck in this step here. We got through the first few steps really quickly. That's quality training. I might look at the description again quickly. So if we don't finish it today, we'll do it at the beginning of the next stream, I think. Possibly in lieu of fewer levels. But let me see. I'd hate to just leave one level hanging after getting everything else done. Let me take a look at the main screen. I might put one more attempt on it. Jump lower, yeah. Too good at basketball because we are very jumpy. Well, we'll see. Let's push through. I mean, yeah, the tutorial room is pretty good. But it does show you that you destroyed a POWs instantly. We never actually saw this pipe because we just went straight to the door last time. Does it reset? Yeah, as expected. And then we saw this previously, and that was fine. What we don't know is how to keep the shell. Now this we managed to do with this kind of slide off the side, like that. And then we can totally still do it. Maybe we should just slide off like this. Maybe. There we go. And then we can hit like that. Then hit like this. So that's already a bit of a variation on what we saw previously. Oh, no. Let's not grab it. Itchy knee, I just finished yours after 4 hours. And I kind of cheesed a particular step, but we looked at the hints afterwards, and I'm pretty sure I found the correct step. We just never figured out how to plug it in. But we did solve it. We did solve it, and we picked that level apart to bits and pieces to see every possible thing I could think of doing. And so yeah, in the end we actually did find every interaction that was flagged in the hint rooms. We just didn't use them all necessarily in the intended way. But yeah, very satisfying to play through that though. And it didn't quite reach the 5 hours I spent on a Ged, but it was getting there. Okay, so we need to not destroy this guy here. Maybe we just need to slam into the wall and do some kind of drop. I don't know. This ceiling seems important as well. We can kind of like adjust to a low angle or something. Or obviously there was the head bump interaction that we saw. Soft drop here, which might allow me to run across. If we kind of juggle and then juggle in and ride it. Nope. But get on. But it's oddly promising in its own way. But the thing is, you don't want to kill the shell. Maybe there's a way to displace the shell with the soft drop. Like if you just bump it over. Nope, not quite. Nope, not quite. I guess the shell is mostly there for getting through the icicle as well. I mean, you could bounce your way over, effectively, but you need to kind of cycle back to grab more POWs every time. I think maybe we go through the reset door, and then from the reset door we do a jump up to the shell. Right? Yeah, we didn't think about that actually. We just jumped up directly from this door. I think we can do it. Just jump up directly. Oh yeah, that's right. Staring me in the face. Anyway, this is low gravity, so you get amazing bounces. And we need to figure out what those bounces will be. And of course, you just bounce immediately like that, which is not great. Maybe it's a little skip and a hop. Want to drop halfway. But then we need to be careful with how we continue after that bounce. We need to curve right over like that. Okay, got through that room. We're totally sucked in at this point. 2:27 on the clock. Oh, something smashed. Something else. on-off switch over here is going to be important in some way. Ledge over here is also going to be important in being able to get me up there, perhaps. Not quite. But at any point, if you want to dismount the shell, I want to hit the ceiling so I can pick up the shell and continue. We can do kind of a long throw on the POW, maybe. But I need to be pretty exact about dropping into the shell afterwards, and also getting out of the shell here so we can carry it across, which we can do. I can see the complications already, actually. Nope, that's not it. Well, if we hit the on-off switch, we need to be able to get back out. That's okay, we just need to send the shell out in advance, perhaps, as long as we don't hit the POW afterwards. Oh, except this ledge here makes it tricky, okay. I'm totally losing the shell. Let me think about it, because if we have POW available here, we do need this. Oh, you know what? You can also stomp on it with a shell. We didn't think about that. Stomp on it from the outside. I don't know if we have enough height to do it. Because we just have the 2 tiles there, it might not be very practical. Oh yeah, we totally can. Then what's the problem? We just go through here. Oh, then we need to move the POW into this location. Yeah, of course. That's okay, that's not a problem, as far as I can tell. We just need to be extra careful about the positioning. And then, whoops. 66 seconds. So yeah, you're gonna bounce 2 tiles. And then I need to carry the shell to basically bounce this over here. We can do that. So what's the problem? Nothing. 40 seconds. Checkpoint. I guess we're going to work on this, after all. Oh, here's a long room. This is reminiscent of some other West-crafted puzzles we played, for sure, where you just have a sudden increase in scale. We're able to bump the first one. Door. What is this? Reset? No, shell. Okay. That's fine, we'll take it. It's rather important. Because we can just hop over all this stuff, basically. And then we need to get out of the shell, but we get out of the shell... Actually, no, we just kick the shell forward and break whatever that is. So much for not playing this today. So we need a way to hop out of the shell. So we kick it forward. That's what we use the POW for. If we're in midair, then no problem. Oh, whoops, problem. Let's reset it. And place the POW in advance. Okay, did we despawn anything? No. We hop, and then we just need a drop location. That makes sense. Nope. Yeah, we need to basically jump towards the POW and exit while the bone is in midair. That's obviously the way to do it. Okay, let's exit. Here is fine. Maybe we need it over the ledge at the end, but no, I think that'll be too close. No, hang on. We needed to drop it basically after we hit the POW as we're heading down. I see what I'm aiming for, we just haven't executed it yet. Okay, just put it here. Actually, we can go off the ledge here and probably hit the POW from this point. No, except we jumped out too high. We need to jump out towards the POW. We can't jump out after making contact. We need to jump towards it as we are bouncing. And we need to not just cut through it so cleanly. Good. Break. And yeah, there's a pause. Now let's see. Oh, okay, that's fine. It's gonna break that too. And that allows me to loop back and get the other POW. That also allows me to go back and get the bone shell. In fact, in low gravity with... Oh, no, those looked like they might have been vine blocks. Let's see if that was a permanent breakage. Yeah, it was permanent, so we'll grab another shell. Not quite. But... yeah, I mean, I guess... maybe there's something that we... oh, no, we can just jump. Okay. That works too. Spring, interesting. I guess we just do a short little hop over it. Oh, whoops. That was a mistake. A trap waiting to happen. Oh, I see. But then you can just loop back here and continue with more items. In fact, you can just take the POW, which is probably the way to do it. And then you have another bone shell available up there if needed. And because we will need to break this on the right, which we totally could have done previously, but yeah, we can switch back to bone shell. You basically need bone shell plus POW in this position then. We have the spring. Yeah, we would have just needed to drop the bone shell and the spring. Right, because it's here. That it's located. Now, yeah, we will hop like this. The reason for that, oh no, we got stuck, is because then we can go over by one spot after a throw or something. In fact, we'll do this. We'll just throw. Hopefully without despawning. Okay, that gets you over. That then lets you take POW plus bone shell if we take the spring over to the left. Which we can totally do. Right, over we go. Then at this point we can place it carefully. Because if we place up above, we do need a bone shell to get back out.
Splish.
And thank you so much for the follow. And Ozek says, Samora, I hope you've been enjoying these puzzles as well. I'm on my last one. We've solved everything else. Well, this is the last one we haven't done. Hope you've been enjoying them as well. I know that you've played most of them at this point. Okay, we need to stop the POW over here. We can also just do a short hop like this. No, we can't. Never mind. But we do have access to the other spring at this point. Which is potentially important because then we can do... Oh, no, I need to stop doing that. No. Mistake. Yeah, we needed to throw that to the left as before. That's okay, we understand what we did wrong. Let's try it again. We do need a bone shell first. We could have gotten a bone shell through the earlier door, but that's okay. Okay, so we know how to do this, and this spike ball area is already broken, but we would need to break it when we resume from checkpoint, which we will certainly have to do. There we go. Yeah, so we jump up here. Drop. Throw. Try not to despawn. I think everything's within range though. Hop. Switch to the POW. We will time out, but... Yeah, I'm progressing through this well enough that I guess we'll stick with it. I was going to log off, but... we can't refuse to call it the puzzles. Apparently. I think we can probably just bounce above and then just go step by step here and then break the spring right away, except we don't have anything to step on here to allow us to get the kick. Yeah, because now I'm in trouble. Since I lost a shell, I can't follow this out. We're gonna have 3 seconds anyway, so... So I guess we can't use the POW as a stepping stone like that unless we... Well, let's get back there. We need to break this first part. We do it by grabbing the first shell. After grabbing the first shell, we will, as before, just drop for a moment. Drop here. We jump up towards it. Nope, hang on, we shouldn't have used the grab button there. That was a mistake. So we're gonna loop back here. Then we'll just place once again. Up. 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 There we go. Except I landed back in it. No, I was trying to hop out of it. That was a mistake. That's okay. It's fixable. Trying specifically not do that, but yeah, managing the grab button sometimes can be a big issue here. There we go. Okay, now we go. And we used a spike ball to break this section. That's going to wreck everything, and then we have to and go back with a bone shell. Then we'll get to the limit of where we progressed so far. Come on, up we go. And we head up. Then what we do next is we will... first of all, return to the POW to pick that up and unite all of the items. Oh, oops. Yeah, and then we just hop over to grab the POW. We'll move this over here. Maybe we can even get it far enough to despawn it. Grab a new one. I think we will, actually. I think it was already doing that. In fact, we tend to go pretty far here. Okay, this is the limit of where we're... Let's take a look at this, because we managed to get the POW up here. We need to stuff the POW up on the top level. We need to do so... maybe with the head bump. And maybe launching it over the spring, in fact. Because then you get it up into the top position, up in this column. We want the POW in this column, but in order to do that, we need to get the spring first. We can do that. We know how to do it. I feel like I put it in a bad position here, but that's okay. Just need to proceed very carefully. Very carefully. And toss again. Okay, now we need to not lose the shell, so let's handle this for a moment. Oh, no, we lost it. Okay. One bad jump can just reset everything. Let's grab the shell. Yeah, this exit point here was where we picked up the shell in the first place. It is the same shell. We only just noticed. Even though the doors were making that fairly explicit. Toss. And hop. Come on, let's go. Oh, I guess we'll walk. Now bounce. Now POW. Oops, I said now POW. Okay, up we go. We will get as far as we need here to spawn spring. We'll toss. Hang on. Toss. There we go. At this point, we just hop back over to the same way that we did before, and we've strictly improved our position this time. We need to take the spring through without destroying the bone shell, which I think it's easier to do probably over here. No. Okay. Yeah, it's a reset. Yeah, I was trying to find an appropriate place to drop the shell so we could actually just place everything safely, but all of the objects are obstructing all of the other objects, and now we've found ourselves with very little time. Maybe it's a checkpoint right after this segment though, so we'll see how we do. Okay. That's down. we're in time trouble. Up we go. And again, we need to place objects such that things will not be in the way all over the place. As we move the POW over here first so we can leave a passage for the spring to go through here. We'll eventually drop a POW into this location up above. It's not hard to see, it's just difficult to execute cleanly. Maybe we jump out directly, like right here. That's good. That's a clean way to do it. That's what that platform is for, actually. I'm pretty sure. Now we will need to remember to move the spring out of the way, obviously. And we head bump the POW over. Soft drop the way we did previously. This specific interaction is kind of the trick to this level. Insofar as there is a trick. And we hit and hit. There we go. 7 seconds. Are we going to hit a flag? No, we're going to hit the goal. Okay, there we go. I wonder if the pipe at the end was anything. I feel like it might have been. That if it spawns, then we could enter the pipe. We're not going to see it, though. Okay, that was faster than I expected. I thought maybe there would be another segment. But no, that was already a pretty complete elaboration of the central concept. Just, you know, having the long room again, which absolutely reminds me of that IKEA snowball puzzle. You know, where things just stretch out. Yeah, we got it. I mean, I saw what to do with that pattern at the end fairly quickly. It's just that it was very sensitive to some of the mistakes I was making. And it kind of came together quite well that, you know, you do have to push through the introduction of the mechanics. Was Crafted Guy, incidentally, maybe you can tell me if there was something out of the final pipe, like if we had time to get on top of a POW spawning on the final pipe, whether there was a secret room or anything. But other than that, still a very complete experience. Look at just how well organized everything is in the maker screen in terms of, you know, all of the scroll stopping, the setups, etc., just kind of put together cleanly like this. This is very architecturally elegant, just sort of at a glance from a distance. Yeah, I'm one of the last people to get to this one, I think. Unlike many of the other puzzles where I was one of the first to get to them in many cases. But we are done. We finished everything. So that's it for Mario After Midnight. This was a great puzzle set. And I think this wound up being a great theme. And, you know, Grikowski deserves a lot of credit for that, I think. Actually, I think it was him who suggested it. Some things were deliberated, but this ended up being an extremely versatile theme. And we did see a couple of motifs repeat themselves quite a bit between levels, but never at the expense of the uniqueness of the levels as a whole, because we would see a couple of things where playing some of the levels teach us how to play the other ones, particularly with a lot of the night theme object pushes and the like. We did see our fair share of low gravity, for sure, and lots with item handling and overlaps and collision madness. And in the end, we were not too good at basketball. And Itchy Knee, you're going to carve out 4 hours of your day to watch the VOD. I admire your completeness. There was one fellow dropping by earlier who was very, very frustrated at seeing me miss the up throw towards the on-off switches for probably at least an hour or two. And was just desperate to backseat. And I was telling him, you know, we're not just here to solve the puzzle, we're here to find the interactions and really be thorough about it and, you know, pursue our curiosity when it leads us to strange places that are clearly not the way to the solution. And that's just a playstyle, and I'm glad that you are willing to suffer through that as the maker to reveal as much as possible about what I might have read into your creation. So thank you everybody who did show up, whether you were on time for your own or not. It was a real joy to play through these. The first puzzle contest in quite a while. And I do hope there will be more, and I do hope that many of you will be back for more. Because it's a treat every time, especially to see so many returning makers too. Thank you so much for watching. We went way too long, but we got it done. And we're going to send you off to somewhere else. And I hope you look forward to the remaining plays from the other judges as well. I know that Grukowski said he only did 3 of them so far, so he's got a lot to go, and there will be quite a lot going on at the other channels as you get to watch them struggle. And in some cases struggle to the point of loading up my clear videos. Thanks for watching. We're passing you folks on to a raid. And we will be back with much more to come, some Mario Maker and some not. As always, have a wonderful weekend ahead of you with whatever you may be making or playing, and above all, fare thee well.